Ticked away about half gone. Spots out, that's a need, so a tag and a deagle headshot on top. Oh, imagine if he'd have nailed the second. He hits it with the orb. That is ballsy from A-Core. He's just going to fake it. Alex going to start to spam, surely. He's worried about the potential for a defuse, tagging it through the smoke. It's one bullet in it. And now Zentares gets the information, knows where he is, occupies the apartments, but beheaded is Madja. Woxic needs to be defusing now. Shush has surely done this. 2v5.
Well done from the Mongols.
Do that, see if they can have some success with it. Krad, he's not loving life for the moment. A lot of grenades raining down, but he is still alive back here. They don't know. They're gonna find out the hard way. Big double kill for him, and he sprays. Gets the headshot on Techno. What a round from him.
It comes down to timing. They squeeze them, and Saw's knees buckle in these moments. But here's the retake coming in. He's crossed over. The shot's missed. Ujurk's got 40 health. He knows exactly what is up. The knife is out, and Saw goes down. Boomic still putting up numbers. Aerostos does get electronic, and then finally falls. Boomic is doing the work on this other half of the map, gotta say. There's a delay in the support for Boomic here, and Story knows it. He's got a pin behind the pillar.
Oh, the bomb, 40 health. The nade is perfect. Oh, dunk from downtown.
A man down in the post plant, and Fallen makes matters worse on that AWP. Adam S spammed out by Fallen's orb, and now it's just one man left against it all. Davi G, first kill found, but it's not done yet. They've run for the bomb, they're sticking it again. Serato, the defuse man, will rob Koi of this chance.
Hello, Counter-Strike fans, and welcome back to the inaugural CS2 Major, where we are live in Copenhagen, one of Europe's most beautiful cities. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, out of retirement, back in the game, and looking forward to this because we've hit the stage of the tournament where we are starting now to send people home and send people through the elimination round, which will continue today. Joining me on the desk, you should know them by now. We've, of course, got Maniac and Blair, our two resident experts. And I'll tell you what, expertise, I don't know. Does it mean anything anymore? Because some of the results that we had yesterday, some surprises.
Yeah, I guess we had a lot of surprises, it's fair to say. I do hope we bring a little bit of advice out there and opinions that people can rely on. We weren't exactly too wrong. Cloud9 making it through, Heroic as well. These are very good clients. They have affirmed once again their position. And for both these teams, although I do want to get excited, I do want to get enthusiastic, the truth of the matter is that the real test is going to be in a few days. This is where we actually get to see what they're made of in the elimination stage, but I will give props to them. This was made cleanly.
And for me, Eternal Fire and Sol, right? These are two teams. So a lot of people kind of, pick to maybe go 3-0 as well. I feel like yesterday was a bit of a reality check, so to speak. We saw a few cracks coming in for the Eternal Fire side. We saw as well falling in that fashion. So I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. Maybe a little bit of an early wake-up call. At this stage, it's much better than later on in the tournament.
Look, I think we need to address immediately, Richard. There's something that jumps in my eyes right there.
Yeah.
Between teams from the 2-1 and teams in the 1-2, it's almost like we've had a switcheroo, just in terms of namesakes.
Yeah.
You're talking about the likes of Ence, Mongols, Furia, Apex, actually fighting for survival here in Copenhagen, where they should be a shoo-in. They should almost be an easy pickup to go to the elimination stage.
Yep.
It is not what is going on. Some smaller names, smaller teams actually are a series away from a top 16 at the first major in CS2, which is kind of insane. The likes of Ecstatic, of course, Imperial right there, Pain, the bigger Zera story.
Yeah,
there's many reasons to be
continuing to develop, right?
I mean, GamerLegion as well, right? They weren't even supposed to be here. They're one game away.
Finalist of the last major.
I mean, look, I just want to quickly sort of say as well, I mean, when you look at the fact that, as you rightly said, we were really worried for Furia at one point. You know, they could have gone 0-3, clinging for their tournament life. That's kind of like just where we're at right now, I think, in the picture. CS2 is very different. I think it's very hard to kind of call where everyone's at, and we're seeing young players emerge and really prove themselves here. So all bets are off, I think, for today.
Yeah, that's fair. And I also think that just in a grand scheme of things, for this major particularly, we had such a long runway coming into the first major because, of course, we canceled the second major of last year. We wanted Counter-Strike 2 to be ready. Whether it's ready or not, that's another conversation for a different time. But as a result, because of sunk cost fallacy, a lot of teams just said, you know what? Well, maybe that's not the best roster, but that's what we have. This is our best shot. We're not going to make a change. We're going to give everything we have to try and make a splash. The Cloud9 is in that category. Furia definitely is. And as a result, some lesser names are kind of sneaking through that we haven't really paid attention to. The RMRs, when we get to meet them for the first time, No Way, Decenty, Pain as well. Yep. And now they are actually striking because they've put in the work and they've been creative with their Counter-Strike. Yep.
No, I 100% agree with you. I feel like when people talk about, there are these conversations about the level of Counter-Strike being kind of all over the place. Sure, we see some really good CS at times as well. I'm not just talking about RMR, but in general for CS2. And 100% agree. I feel like we haven't really stabilized, so to speak, when it comes to how this game can be played at the highest levels. While we might see glimpses of that from the likes of maybe a Spirit or a FaZe or a Vitality for that matter. So clearly, it's an early time in the lifetime of this game. But tournaments like this is where we're going to start to see the stars come out. So I'm starting to see some of those names. Like we saw Donk just a month ago. Might be seeing a couple of new names, a couple of new teams surprising all of us, which we already are seeing.
Well, legends are made. And we're going to take a look at the schedule that will be on the secondary stream for today. And you'll get what we're talking about immediately. We'll start with the last one. Ecstatic versus Imperial. Ecstatic have been given gifts, if you ask me. Keep in mind, one of the most inexperienced teams here. They are from Denmark. They're technically the local team because, as we've harped on about over the course of the desk, obviously Astralis aren't here. They're doing a watch party across the street or something. Have fun, guys. Ecstatic versus Imperial there. This is all up in the air. If you were to tell me either of these teams could go through at the start, I would have been very, very skeptical.
I agree, but the thing for Ecstatic is, and I agree with you as well, like, sure, they had to play against Mongols, against Linevision, but they got the job done. Right? Yeah. They played the teams they were supposed to play, they took them down, and they are in a very comfortable position right here. And they're playing some solid, comfortable CS. I'm liking what I'm seeing from these guys, despite the fact that no one, myself, have picked them to be the next stage. Imperial, though, it's been a crazy story.
In the middle there, Legacy versus Apex. You know, less to talk about there. It's going to be the Cold Zera story. You know, we're lazy on a desk. We like to just take a narrative and just hammer it to death. So we won't say too much about that now. But I will say this, because we've got Blair on the desk. Blair said to me this morning, he goes, can't believe it. I'm so miserable. It's Linevision versus Mongols. Asian CS in the balance, and two teams that know each other have got to go head to head, and effectively one must eliminate the other. You're welcome.
This reminds me of what's that movie with Tom Hardy and Nick Nolte, Warrior, with the two brothers in the finals at MMA, and they're fighting each other to get the championship, to get that money. And look at this picture, man. This breaks my heart. This was Linevision and Mongols, who, by the way, are really close with each other. They practice a lot together, you know, despite the fact that they're from China and from Mongolia. They're playing together. They were celebrating their qualification to the Asia, to the major from the Asian RMR with a dinner together, and here they are facing off elimination. One's gonna send the other home. It's kind of like a meme, isn't it? It's a sad meme with a gun right there pointing in your face.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
No, but here's the thing about that, though. It also does mean there is an Asian team still in the mix, right? So it's not the worst case
silver
scenario.
linings, very faint silver lining. But to be fair, for me, Mongols so far have been a disappointment. And yesterday when they got that win, that must-win game they had, I was like, listen, just not going 0-3 is not something we should be happy about when it comes to this team right now. This is a team that I personally wanted to make it to the next stage of the major, which I expected to happen, get the third spot for Asian Counter-Strike, and for them to just be happy just going out 2-3 or 1-3, no. Unacceptable.
I mean, I know that Mongols have had Envision's numbers and like the RMR was very clear.
Oh, yeah.
Statement victory from the Mongols. But I do feel like whenever the stakes are the highest, these regional matchups can be hella tricky.
It's
so
messy.
now you need to tell me as the actual expert of that scene, am I fabulating or is it going to be actually much more slippery for Mongols than just the history of the matchup might tell?
It is going to be extremely slippery because for the Mongols, when they get off to a good start in the tournament, that's when they start looking good. That's when you're like, these guys can take out some really big
they
teams.
absolutely ducked.
And right now, yeah, they're mentally kind of, I feel like crumbled a little bit, so to speak. And if they don't switch on, Elimination could steal this one away. It's very 50-50.
Yeah, I agree. We got other games coming on the A stream. This is where we'll be doing most of our work. You can see here we're going to be ending the day with Ence versus Furia. Ooh. I'll just throw in a little bit about that because obviously you've got Glaive and I mean, you know, Fallen is going to be on that team. He's not the IGL, but two people who do know each other very well. They are familiar with each other's style to lean into the meme. I'll also just add, I saw Lucas last night. You know, he was kind of like just decompressing. Very tough day at the office for Ence, and he said, "You'll see us back tomorrow, 100%."
Yeah,
and he had that steely look in his eye. I've known Lucas a long time. He's a serious cat when he wants to be.
Yeah, he can activate that mode, and I think Katowice was a good example of that, of him overperforming. But I do unfortunately think that now we have this uncomfortable conversation with Ence that is coming back on the table now that we've all calmed down from Katowice, which is, what the hell is this team? Like, what is the coherence? Where are they going? What is the vision for the long term? And I cannot help but think that changes would be around the corner. This was, after all, a very short-term solution. We all got hyped. We huffed that hopium in Katowice. We got excited about it, but now it's a little bit of a different story. And Furia, I mean, listen, there needs to be change. Yeah. That is it. That has to happen.
So
it is time.
So you're saying the team that gets knocked out today 100% gonna make changes?
No, I'm saying both these teams will make changes in the next 8 weeks maximum.
Cool.
Okay, well, at least you didn't say 8 hours.
Yeah,
that would have been a bit, you know, exaggerated. Maybe 8 hours. The loser, arguably.
8 days. There we go.
Yeah,
moving on.
We had Soul versus Pain in the middle there, but I guess we'll transition a little bit to talk about some of the, you know, yesterday's results. You can see the timer ticking down. We're going to have Eternal 5 versus GamerLegion. We'll talk about that in a moment. But I do want to continue on this Ence thing because you're talking about changes. Yeah, well, of course. Look, there's been it was super awkward because I ended up getting in an elevator with the guy, you know, and then this is the tall hotel, so it was like a long ride. Just sort of, I'm sorry, homie, but it's just how it is sometimes. But I wanted to just talk a little bit about, you know, Dika and kind of when I look to this team and when I look to teams that compete at majors, I think that your experienced players, they have a, you know, responsibility to show up, and if you're occupying space in the team, it's right that we can sort of talk about your performances. And obviously, you know, you can see here, this is what we've had from him at this event.
0.42 kills per round is an absolutely abysmal number to be having at an S-tier event. That's just the fact of the matter. It's half what a good player is doing at a good event. It's more than half what Bigger Zero is doing at this event. But you're right, I think it's damning for more than one factor. First of all, there is veterancy in here, right? He was the one in the Ence roster that had all of these success stories alongside Snappy. They had some great grand finals, even have a trophy here and there. So he's supposed to have that with him. But then he's also getting a whole lot of positions and resources where you need to deliver. Counter-Strike is not a zero-sum game where everyone is supposed to have the same amount of frags all the time. That's not how I see it. Some position need to deliver more.
Yes.
He's having the positions that beckons that kind of delivery, and he is not doing it at all. So this must be horrible as a Counter-Strike player. You know when you're messing up. You are aware when you're not delivering on what you're supposed to in your positions. And I don't really know his mindset. Maybe we talk to him at some point. Maybe we get to hear a little bit of how he's feeling. But this has been an enormous letdown for Ence, and that is a problem.
Especially considering you're looking at the other, I don't want to call them rookies, they've been around for a while as well, but I'm looking at someone like Kyler, I'm looking like someone like Goofy. I want to touch on
He's
Kyler,
a rookie
actually.
compared to Diha.
Compared to Diha, right? And look at the amount of work he's putting in.
I think that's one of the plays in the major, right? Like with that 5-man.
Look at this.
That's why the KPR.
That's double the KPR. By the way, for those of you who don't know, that's kills per strike. He's getting double the kills while playing, positions like A anchor towards Anubis. It's not easy at all. Not much resources to work with. And he's just finding crazy impact. And when the so-called newbies in the team are putting in so much of work, so much of effort, and then you as a veteran with all the star roles, you're failing. And I don't want to keep on beating on the guy, but this is it. Put up or shut up.
Well, it's got to be today.
It has to be today, 100%.
This is it. Like it would be a statement to make a big performance today. And obviously, Furia haven't looked great. It could be another one of those gifts that I'm talking about. If we've got time, I'm hoping we can just quickly do it. I do want to talk about Pain a little bit, and we've talked about Big Azira here. What I love is when you guys get on social media, I stay off it now, man, because it's just like dangerous,
You've learned.
isn't it? Yeah.
It's good for you.
Richard Lewis has been removed from the major. Shocks is here. They can get rid of me at any time. So I'm off Twitter, right? Okay, but one of the things all the analysts kind of agreed about was Furia missed the trick when they could have brought this Big Azira guy in. He can IGL, he can frag. I mean, this is just, I don't know what to say. This is insane.
1 KPR is actually bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, it is. We can celebrate it. We can just absolutely glaze these numbers because it's very much deserved. I'm happy for the guy because I feel like it's long overdue.
Yeah.
He's been in the shadow for far too long. Anytime he pops up, he delivers great Counter-Strike. Even to the point where I have moments where I don't even consider him a leader. I consider him an excellent Counter-Strike player. And I would just lose track of the fact that, oh, wait a minute. No, he's actually the leader of this lineup. He's the one calling, and he's the one having that performance. So, yes, Brazilian Counter-Strike has made the horrendous mistake of ignoring this guy for far too long. And now he's getting an excellent platform to remind everybody. And when they come knocking, because they will, I hope he's got a good manager, because they're going to have to put up the money. Like, that's the moment where you, this is my worth.
The question is, why would you even consider it now? Like, if you're just looking over at Furia, you're going, cool, all right, yeah.
Probably not Furia.
Yeah, exactly right.
Probably someone else.
And that would be the big one.
It's even more impressive because, I mean, like, obviously he's been part of this Pain organization for years, right?
More than 5 years.
5 years right now. And I'm looking at if you look at the roster of his team, the iterations of these lineups, multiple players coming in, new players going out, and he's always somehow found a semblance of success with whatever the pieces have been given to him. For me personally, he's been one of the most impressive IGLs from that part of the world. Absolutely. Even though, sure, he hasn't reached the heights of Fallen and whatnot.
No, of course.
And absolutely, like, it's such a great story.
Currently, it is a literal one-man carry situation. Like, NQZ is the second man behind, and NQZ was, with this Guts and Core, with coldzera as well, deemed like, that's not going to work out. Rookie, you need a bit more drive, a bit more, you need experience. It's actually Big Azira who is wrecking and leading. Like, what more do you want?
I'd be interested to see. We probably should have told production to do this. Sorry, production. But I would have been interested to see. I think we should do at some point. Get all the IGLs. Let's line them up. Let's do a usual suspects lineup and see who's actually delivering on it. I'd be amazed if anyone's outperforming this guy.
Nobody is.
No one is. Yeah,
he's the highest player at this at this event so far, so I can answer your question.
Yeah, well, there you go.
It's done.
I should look at the stats, shouldn't I, before
That's what we're here for. That's what we do. We're just stats readers.
Look at this.
Oh my God, they actually have
we love you, production. Thank you so much. Yeah, this isn't IGLs, but this is these are the performance here at the see, and it's wild because I know, like, it just feels so counterintuitive here. I mean, obviously, look, I'm a big respecter of Volt and his ability. We all know about K Serato. By the way, he is trying to complete CS2 on nightmare mode right now.
He's been doing so for many years.
Yes,
Counter-Strike overall.
But then you look at the other names in there. Big Azira, it's crazy, just a crazy story. Xantares to Lantares, people didn't know. This is over, I think, something like 30 maps. He's one of the highest performing players in CS2. It's one of the reasons we rate Eternal Fire here. And the Hobbit buff, he's got the one ring on right now.
Listen,
he's out of control.
If you say diamonds be made out of pressure, I think that's what Hobbit is delivering right now. In this Cloud9 that is desolation from a structural standpoint, his stocks has been rising event after event. And he was someone that we had, if this was a pirate ship, he'd been ready to be put out to the ocean for quite a while. Like, people were ready.
Just walking the plank.
That was it, the plank. We had the plank ready for quite a while. People were calling for his name a whole lot.
True.
And CS2 comes around and he gets to shuffle. He shows once again his versatility as a player, which I think is criminally underrated as an ability from a player to play different positions. Hey, he's even the AWP on Nuke. Not that I agree agree with this? I don't. I think that's a mistake. But he can, and he still delivers numbers.
Yeah.
So if at this point you're not convinced of the value of Hobbit and what he can still do at his age, I mean,
You don't know
haven't been paying
Counter-Strike.
attention.
No,
You haven't been watching.
you don't know Counter-Strike in that case. Even in the old iterations of this lineup and talking about the Gambit boys and whatnot, right? He was always this very solid, fundamentally sound rock. When Axel has a bad day, he's always there. So I've never got this question.
No,
these
we wondered
thoughts.
for a while. We
No,
wondered. I
not
wondered
really.
too.
I really did.
The translation from online to LAN, he had a drop off. Like we don't have to rewrite history. He had one.
A bit.
But currently he's back up, and we have to give that to him.
So look, we're going to actually talk about the game that's coming up.
That's right.
So
I guess we have
it's GamerLegion, who is Dante from Clerks. They weren't even supposed to be here today. We said that a million times. Let's skip over that for a moment. Let's talk about Eternal Fire, because it got interesting. We had all these high hopes for them, and we saw them take on Heroic, and we went, okay, this is the litmus test. We're going to find out what they're made of. And unfortunately, on that second map, we saw probably the biggest choke in CS2 history, in the sense that they were 7 rounds up, and then they lost 13, I'm not getting that wrong, 13 in a row to lose that second map with the scoreline you can see there. And the crazy thing is, it's Mirage. It's not like Eternal Fire can't play that map. And we even said that is a very risky pick by Heroic.
Yep.
So I haven't seen a capitulation like that, and I haven't seen a capitulation like that from this version of Eternal Fire. This is something they used to do, though, so now I'm worried.
It's kind of curious, because on Vertigo, when they mounted that comeback of their own, or rather when it was so very close, it was very back and forth, they never crumbled there. They were still very much in control.
The first half, I guess.
First half, sure, but they're able to bring it back, right? So it's not like they're a team when they get off to a bad start, they mentally crack. No, they were showing a lot of good counter, a lot of good mental strength on that map, and I don't really understand what happened in Mirage.
You know, this is where I politely disagree. I think that's one of the issues, that they have an ability to mentally check out of games and then suddenly play 1, 2, 3 levels below what they do. They've done that against Na'Vi and Katowice on map number 3. They were shadows of themselves. They've done it on the map 2 versus FaZe last time they played. Far cry from the overtime play. The issue is that 13-round streak that they've lost hijacked the whole conversation. Like, we haven't even given Heroic too much praises because we were so absolutely flabbergasted by this meltdown that Eternal Fire has. And now this has become the conversation. It's a question of, okay, how are you guys handling this on a very short term? What were the conversations you had last night? Major, the experience, the season guy. What do you tell your players? How do you navigate this water between, on one hand, you have to be a little bit honest and you have to address the situation that, guys, we absolutely screwed things up there. This was horrible. But at the other, you also want to instill a little bit of positivity. You want to make sure they move on. This is one of the tasks that a captain has to do. That's intangible. It's not about choosing B or A. It's not about playing fast or slow. It's about managing a group of people to make sure they deliver the best, and they're dealing with the catastrophe that was yesterday. And to me, that is the #1 interesting factor for Eternal Fire. How do you show up? What is your attitude today after what was, as you said, an incredible breakdown?
Yeah, and this is the thing. I mean, obviously, Heroic were one of the favorites to go through, but you're right. To lose 13 rounds in a row is such a spectacular breakdown of what you're doing. It does suggest that people were just like, okay, well, I'm done. And you saw that translate on the server. You saw them taking these 1v1 fights, breaking down in cohesion. So they have to mentally reset, and this is a team, Blair, that historically has had problems doing that.
Yes. Historically, yes, but at the same time, like, this is a team in recent years where it seems to have kind of coalesced into what they wanted it to be, right? That the diamond is shining. So I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I agree, Mirage was a bit worrying, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that version of Eternal Fire here today on this matchup. I personally think they're going to shake it off and be like, listen, guys, let's get this one done.
Well, let's have a look. You can see as well, this is the head-to-head stats. I mean, look, I'll start talking about GamerLegion. You know, I've got to say, they're a bit of a riddle to me. I really don't know sort of how to rate them. Volt has really stepped up and shone bright here. Some of the other names that I think need to, if they want to stay in the team, not quite so much, and I just don't know. I never feel comfortable backing them.
The problem that we have here is that, excuse me for my language, but we're talking out of our ass because we don't know what is the actual situation.
Well, we're always doing that. We do that for a living.
Yeah, that's a secret. That's a secret. No, that's the guys, keep it under the desk, right? They don't need to know. But that's the fact, right? We're trying to analyze how they're performing individually, and if we had known, had they announced changes they would have made, had they announced a decision, then we would have a different point of view. But I think Chaos, for example, is a super interesting talking point. Like, you're talking about whenever there were failures on the GamerLegion camp, he was definitely one that was targeted by the critics, and myself included, moments where he was just a shadow, having close to zero impact, way too selfless. It was an entry frag rather than entry fragger. And now here at the event, he feels like he's been lifted some sort of pressure. So this is where we struggle, and we have to make up hypotheses about, oh yeah, you know, maybe he's relaxed because they've hit the ground running. Look at the opening kills. Like, the man has more than 80% success rate in his opening kills.
On a T side, mind you. On a T side with 28% attempts. That is ludicrous numbers for an opening for a player. And maybe it could be because of the bubble tea he was having in Dubai. Because he did say in an interview just recently where he's like, I was just sipping bubble tea with my girlfriend in Dubai. Just got
By the way, one of the most cringeworthy quotes I've ever seen, and that will become a meme for a long time to come. I hope he knows that. I hope he knows that. It doesn't matter how well he performs here. There it is. I was chilling with my girlfriend in Dubai getting a bubble tea. Guys, like, stop this. Talk to a PR guru. That's going to haunt you for the rest of your life,
Richard.
Okay.
If the bubble tea is what gets him going like this, get a crate of it right there, just put it right, get bubble tea out of bubble tea. But yeah, he is playing absolutely lights out. But for me, the question is this sustainable? Is this something we can actually expect consistently across this tournament? It really shouldn't be, but if it is, it's going to be miracles. We're jumping to Matt Veto. I don't know about you, Matthew. I think it's going to be pretty stock standard here.
Well, I mean, I could play, or I could play pretend, but the thing is, I already know all of the Veto, so you can decide whether you want me to act as if I know.
A little bird.
I mean, I got my little birdies out there, right? The Overpass coming in from GamerLegion, Eternal Fire deciding to go for Inferno instead of an on map because, of course, it's the sixth map. It's the sixth map on the side of GamerLegion. You know, they have a natural of Anubis, and then Major said, you know what, we're gonna try our hands on Inferno. We're pretty good on it in practice right now. We kept him fresh, and then we have that Vertigo, that handshake at the very end. I think it's a very decent third map, quite honestly.
Yeah, Eternal Fire will feel pretty good about this.
They would have preferred Nuke, but obviously it wasn't going to be allowed by GamerLegion, so there you have it, Overpass. I do think that the main question is how quickly Eternal Fire rise to their best level on the CD side of Overpass, because this can always be tricky. You know, it's the morning for gamers, 1 p.m. I've been awake for a fair amount of hours, yes, but it is the morning for gamers. You start on that CT side, and you need to be able to take a little bit of space away. You can't just be playing passive. Zentari is going to be super key in that, but there's a world in which they shut down GamerLegion immediately.
For me, it's very simple. Woxic, wake the hell up, or else it's going to get a little tricky for your team.
All right, well, look, we're going to get into the casters, and I'm super happy because we've got Henry G. He's finally we found Henry G. He's going to be here with Anders. There he is.
Here we go.
Henry, mate, I heard you were under the weather or something. Would you like to graphically describe the symptoms on a major broadcast?
We're normally known as the Creamy Bears. I think after this bout of food poisoning, I'm now the Pooh Bears. I think
oh, dear.
More accurate at this stage.
He's gone there.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm feeling much better, Anders.
Yeah, casting live from the bathroom there. I'll leave you guys to it. Have a great show. It's good to see you. Glad you made it.
Thank you so much, Richard. Anders, sorry about leaving you hanging for a couple of days. Sorry to leave you with Jason. Thank you very much, Moses, for filling in. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Much better than you were at a minimum.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't in that position. I feel pretty good. Yeah, we were a couple of days in. You you time traveled, and now we're here.
I'm excited. We've casted both of these teams many, many times. Eternal Fire versus GamerLegion.
Yes.
One of these teams arguably shouldn't be here, but they've got a chance to prove themselves now. We're kicking things off an Overpass here, and we'll have a look as to what T-side for GamerLegion will have in store. We are going to have a pretty basic setup. We've got one single smoke, a flashbang, and the P250 in the hands of Acor. Volt down towards the connector with that bomb. Snacks will join him, and they've got a nice little boost on the CT side as they start probing for information towards shore. Wacardia with those Julies. That's decided to fall back for now.
Yeah, he's just keeping an eye on it. He's not really necessarily committed to anything at the moment. 7 pistols right now. It's one single flashbang on Major, so he's inside of the B-bomb site. Could set up for something if there's going to be an assault towards the site, but it looks like for the minute, GamerLegion are just investigating outside. They're going to find Wacardia at the start of the round. Volt in charge of that kill. And looks like they want to press the issue. Look at how fast they are. Executing right into Calix, but he actually landed 2 headshots. I can't believe it. He should have been so dead. He was very blind at the first kill there, but 2 versus 3, maybe 1 versus 3 here as the bomb is going to get planted as well. And nothing but trouble for Santaris.
Nothing that Santaris can do here. Julie's up and towards heaven. And he'll be praying right now because options are very limited. No kit. He might be better off to saving the Kevlar here, Anders, because he's got 100 HP. He could actually get a helmet for a discounted price of $350 going forward. We'll see whether he decides to just opt out of the round, looking to see if he can upgrade potentially a bit further with a kill, get another $300, but they are leaving towards short. And there we have it, a pretty comprehensive victory for GamerLegion. Making their way in towards that B side, trading out effectively. 2 kills for Snacks. Big man stepping up. And that's a very important round for GamerLegion. MR12 winning those pistols on the T side of Overpass are worth their weight in gold.
I quite enjoyed the fact that they were so quick to react to getting that first kill, because they were spread out quite far across the map, so it could have been a situation where they get a kill, they spend a lot of time, you know, figuring out where do we go from here, and then that's how you can get picked off sometimes. But I like the commitment from GamerLegion, just go straight for it. Yeah, that first kill is not easy to get against Volt.
It's work from Snacks. And we do not see the Force Buy. Okay, I thought with the Zontaras, Julies in there, the Kevlar, they might be tempted to invest a little bit more than this, but they've gone for the full eco. Not a problem. And that does mean it's a bit of a gimme round for GamerLegion. On their absolute best map, Anders, it has to be said, like, they are a very good Overpass team. And like I said, winning the pistol as well on the T side is massive. They've converted this second round. It's already over. Eternal Fire opted for the long stack. Couldn't be further away from the bomb site in question right now. So, yeah, that's already round over. Not a big deal, but they'll always be looking for exit to this stage.
Yeah, I mean, what if at least you're not giving up too much. You're not really feeding them too many kills. If they had a Mac 10, which they don't, maybe evidence that actually maybe they thought something similar, GamerLegion. Normally, you'd probably have at least 1 Mac 10 in the round like this one, but maybe they were expecting that there would have been a bit of a force-up themselves. It's kind of interesting. I think they had 4 or 5 Molotovs going into this round, GamerLegion. They just burned out the entire B bomb site. So if there had been a stack down there, they would have been quite ready too.
A nice little round there. We've got the infamous Unicorn set up here, with all 10 players potentially surviving. You don't see it too often. It's a rare sight, and it looks like it's coming through. No one even... And if you're just to note on the CT side here, you can't really find exits, as it were. If anything, you'd just be feeding the economy of the T side. So it's absolutely fine to stay alive there, especially with Zantares with his Kevlar. He might be able to bring out the early AWP here for Woxic if required. That's if they want it. I'm sure they do, but let's see what the first gun round has got in store for us. 2-0 GamerLegion here in this 2-1 matchup. Bear in mind, the winner of this series advances to the elimination stage. No Oleop, we're going to have M4s across the board here, basic utility, and a chance for Eternal Fire to start posting some rounds here. GamerLegion, 4 players over towards B, Molotov and Short. They've got the bomb this side of the map as well. Isaac will be working towards a connector. Looks like another B finish early on. Zantara's Corvus pans down as Kios finds a nice opening frag. They can slow things down now, wait for those reactions to come through on the CT side.
They did not hear the smoke put out the Molotov. They thought that tunnel was blocked off, which is why Zantares got his back turned like that. Wow, I'm shocked by that one. They were trusting in that Molotov to really keep anyone out of that position. 4 versus 5 to begin with. Bomb outside of the B bomb site, and now they can slow it down a little bit here, GamerLegion, and see if there's going to be a reaction coming in from Eternal Fire. Snacks playing around with the grenades, but yeah, typically there would be some sort of CT side aggression coming out when you're a man down like this, especially in a round like this. We don't have a lot of utility. Oh, that grenade is going to be landing right on top.
Oh dear. Yeah, that does a lot of damage, Anders. And another one is coming in. Oh my god, they've done over 100 damage with grenades so far. They've got a 5-on-4 advantage, but not for long. Calyx, Woxic answering back, snatching away. The man lead here, so we've got a 4 versus 3. Smoke down towards Monsters, down to Snacks, out of position. Tries to readjust with the AK-47. This is the final commitment now as well. Good Molotovs. They flush the CTs out of their prime spots, and it's down to Volt now to try and crack things open. He's had a great tournament so far and continues to find frag after frag. Good recovery as GamerLegion find themselves in a 3-on-1.
So well played by Volt. Absolutely cracking entries to get in there. That goes right over his head, but unfortunately for Woxic, he actually needed a kill like that for the smoke to even start to think about reclaiming the bomb site. And now that he doesn't, you can see that he's slowly slipping away from the bomb site. I mean, I don't know what else he could really do. He's going to make a bit of an escape, and we'll hopefully be able to save the M4A1 or those Snacks hot on his heels. Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, is he, Anders?
I don't know what happened. I don't think Snacks knows
he
either.
He has got very high sensitivity. You give him a chance, he'll maybe be able to react in time, but there's Woxic just trying to survive at this point. I don't think he will. Akor's got his number. You can see they're surrounding his position at this stage, but Woxic Does he survive the next round? Don't think so. Aiko will find him, and as we mentioned, these T-side rounds at Overpass are so valuable. Early on his way, but a 3-0 start. Lost bonus on the CT side of all 5 going down as well. Sure, you can partially buy into the next round, but this is a problem. Alarm bells going off for Eternal Fire here as Vol. It was a strange round. They got that opening frag, but out of nowhere, Woxic found this big kill. That was when he was saving, to be fair. But yeah, they managed to bring it back to like a winnable scenario, but then Vol, he goes absolutely huge on the B bomb side. And as mentioned, we do have a partial buy. So you'd expect Desert Eagles, 5-7s. A bit of basic utility. They'll smoke off towards Monster. And it's another long stack here, Anders. 4 players towards the bathroom side. We just have Wicardia towards B. He's holding towards Graffiti right now, but he's got a difficult task ahead of him.
Yeah, 1 Deagle against 5 players. Sounds like a cool premise for a highlight reel, but in terms of actual defending, it's not going to be great. It's not going to be easy to hold on to this one.
No, certainly not. I'm here for it, though. If you can find a couple of bangers, as they slowly but surely start to get information. Feeling like this might be the B finish, and they're not going to be saving their Deagles here. They're buying up next round regardless. So you want to try and make this one at least uncomfortable for GamerLegion if possible. Triangulating around their position right now. Acor,
they've been heard.
He's aware. Oh, I don't think they have been heard. Oh. This is actually a massive problem.
How are they not? I swear Isaac must have heard them. That is the bomb down. Major able to land a headshot. What just happened?
Okay, it should be absolutely fine. Major's just about to go down. And, okay, I like this from Isaac. So he saves the day here, but still, it's getting a little bit complicated. Man advantage for the Turks, but not for long. Back and forth here. Bit of a scrappy round from GamerLegion with 30 seconds remaining. Hightailing it towards the A bomb site. Or so it seems so far. 1 smoke remaining, a couple of flashes. Rotations coming through, and the mind games begin. 15 seconds remaining. Wicardia can just find 1 and deny the plan. It could be enough.
It's just 10 seconds. 1 good headshot might do it. Wicardia is looking for it. There's a smoke on top. That's a great way to get rid of the Deagle. And Snacks is covering that one. No problem. It was really close. Look at the damage on Isaac. 1 more bullet there. Might have been enough to get the kill on him. Now Santaris, not quite sure where to look. He's already tagged up a bit. And I think the chance for them to upset this round might have just slipped away. GamerLegion barely holding on to this round. Losing the bomb, running into the Deagles. This was such a close round.
It really was. No dice for Eternal Fire, though. Arguably should have had that one. Wicardia, if he could just find that 1 kill, deny the plan, it would have been enough to win. There was an argument to be made that he could just stay alive, wait for Zantares to come through, but felt like he had a better chance of winning the round if he could deny that plan. Can't argue with it too much, but there it is, 4-0.
I'm so certain that Isaac was far enough back in the connector that he would have heard them running towards T-spawn. I feel like that's some miscommunication. Maybe Isaac is thinking it's a teammate. I just have no idea what happened. It looked really strange on the minimap, but that might be fun to investigate at some later date. Timeout's been called for Eternal Fire. I mean, they are on the CT side and they're not doing a lot at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually a massive problem. 4 rounds on the T side. It's enough to have a pretty nice half. Anything else at this stage, a bit of a bonus. And that money's going to be a very comfortable position. It's been some close rounds, but they've got at least another full gun round if they were to lose this one. Need to be careful, I suppose, or have no loss bonus. But do we have the Woxic AWP yet? That's where things really start to come online. That's when they have their full setup. And yes, I can confirm he's got no utility, but he has got the AWP.
One of the people that's really made it back in terms of AWPing. Hopefully that's not going to be... It's not going to stop being the case at the major, right? Like, now is the time for him to really show that it wasn't just like a brief comeback. This Eternal Fire team has looked really sick in the past, so you want to see them do well here. Maybe especially against the GamerLegion team that kind of got in on a last-minute ticket.
I mean, you take it.
You'll take it. Okay. Kios really wanting that position.
So, Eternal Fire. Things starting to spiral here somewhat. As they showing aggression towards shore. Wicardia stepping up there. Nice clean kill. They can actually peel off from this as well. Zantares spots 1. Does he overcommit to this kill, though? Does he have to find it? I think that's a wise and informed decision. Fall back, don't risk it. He's got the intel. They don't know he's there. And he's called for the rotations over as well. Magia in towards that bank position.
Yeah, but look at what the bomb is. This is just all a bit of a distraction. Chaos wants to try and sell the idea. If he would have got a kill, it would have been an insane way to sell it, but he doesn't. Now they just have to go through the tunnel. I mean, they're going to get here. They might even get the bomb plant, but with 5 people alive for the retake, they should be good to go. They have a smoke as well. They have kits. Eternal Fire are so sure this is going to be an A hit that they're still all up there. 5 people towards the A side of the map. I mean, the fake has really worked, but can they hold on to it, GamerLegion, with just 3 people alive?
I think they probably could. Let's see. Snax will get that first kill. Lovely flashbang.
The Molotov actually failed. They actually threw a Molotov first that blew up in the air, but you're right, the flashbang did everything. This is such a strange round. 2 flashes left. And 1 from the CT side, actually a double grenade. Volt completely burned out in that corner. Nothing he could have done. Snax here. This 3 versus 5 is looking good. A-Core gets a kill and takes down Major. 2 versus 2 now. A smoke up, trying to buy time. They finally hunt down Snax and they find the headshot. But they have run out of time. They had the kit, but they couldn't do it. A 5 versus 3. And they take the bait, they hold A-bombs, and they all blow up at the end, just to make things worse.
Oh, this map is getting out of control for them now. That's a 5 on 3. It was looking so good. You're dead on, though. It was a nice little fake, but doesn't really matter when you get the kills. And sure, the bomb's part of the other side. He still would give them the round all day long. But Snax he matters into his own hands. It all started with that Volt flashbang. CTs, you think, okay, Magic's found the equalizing frag, but then no. A-Core, long-range spray. And it's just too scrappy towards the end. They didn't have the utility, only 1 kit available. And it's going to have to be another partial buy. 5-0. Auto shotgun being brought out. Bear in mind, Eternal Fire have been quite streaky against Heroic yesterday, Anders. A pretty embarrassing failure after being up 7-0 on Mirage. They gave up 13 rounds in a row. Complete catastrophe.
Yeah, you can't have that happen. Not at the Major. It's not acceptable.
Like, their individuals looking good. Like, we've got Zantares as one of the highest rated players in the tournament. 4th highest rated player at LAN this year.
Yeah.
And still, not quite enough to really get you believing just yet, but 5-0 down. This partial buy hasn't done too much for them. They do have a 4 versus 3 against them right now. Not impossible to recover the round. Magia making his way in towards T-spawn. Woxic. He's got the auto shotgun along. A-Core will challenge him. There's no trade potential. If Woxic gets his orb, you never know, Anders. Something a bit wacky could come forth.
Auto shotgun to save the day. Why not? They made their way clean past towards the restrooms. Snax here should get a free kill against Wicardia. Nothing he can do about that, but he is going to get shut down. Still, the bomb will be planted. And obviously there's no defuse kit in play in this round, so it's going to be very hard to get all the way back to the A site here and actually get the defuse in.
Well, they'll be buying next round regardless, so you might just give this a bit of investigation as to whether it's possible, but as you mentioned, no kit does make things that much more problematic. Can't really walk into the bomb site and hope for the best here. The flashbang from Woxic is essentially a 2 versus 1 now. Magia will have to find quick kills, but I think after spotting no one upon entry, just give it up. There's no way to win the round at this stage. So that's still pretty nice. You've got an AK-47, the AWP. It's going to save resources, but GamerLegion now up 6-0 on the T side of Overpass. That is really quite impressive and dangerous for Eternal Fire here. They pretty much have to win every single round from here on out in this half and get that 6-6.
A bit more of a fresh-looking GamerLegion than we saw, at the early stage of the tournament. In spite of the fact that they're in a good position right now overall in terms of of where they are in the bracket, I just still feel like they looked a bit flat. They just didn't look like they were quite ready, which again, maybe it makes sense given how they actually got here, called up on last second, but...
Well, Eternal Fire are currently on like a 19-round loss streak. Oh. So this is getting a bit rough now.
They forgot what it's like to win a round. They don't even know anymore.
So I feel like, they're still licking their wounds from yesterday. But here we go. I've got a good feeling about this one, Anders. This is the one. Flashbangs in. Kios. The entry fragger, of course, GamerLegion showing aggression towards the party position. Zantares backs off, though. Not feeling comfortable. He's back towards the divider. 3 players to deal with here. In terms of his positioning, he is there alone. I have Woxic, of course, but he's down towards long, so he needs to be very careful. Quite a precarious setup here, as GamerLegion are finding great footing on the map. Applying pressure throughout. CTs have almost 0 information. They don't know they've actually got the bathrooms under their remit here. This comes down to Zantares hitting some beautiful shots. That's what he's known for, Anders. He gets one, and now Woxic under pressure once again. Finally, a man advantage. Eternal Fire of a 4 versus 3.
They walk past each other in the smoke.
Oh, God.
I can't believe it. Calyx, I'm shocked that he actually is ready for that fight. How would he know? His teammate should have been covering Monster Tunnel, so credit to Calyx for staying alert. That's one of those positions where you could have died and you would have been asking your teammate, what the hell just happened? Weren't you just walking through the tunnel yourself? But
There's smoke.
yeah, that's right. Acorn, he's got 5 kills, make it 6 as he takes down Madja. Isaac's on the other side. Lone Swedish player on the team. See what he can do now that he's going to be alone with Calyx taking yet another kill.
Here we go then. 2 versus 1. Got to convert this one, Eternal Fire. Everything in their favor. They have a smoke for the bomb and incendiary as well. And to Isaac. AK-47 in hand, currently holds towards the bank. They have absolutely no idea that first kill is guaranteed, and now he can toy with the final player. Can he connect? Incendiary's deployed, but no dice found. It's going to be another clutch going in favor of GamerLegion. They continue the perfect run of form here on Overpass, 7-0. I think Eternal Fire might be done already.
Yes,
This map feels like it's over. I'm sorry.
It's becoming such a catastrophe at the moment. It really is. Hard to overstate what a big problem this is. You're on the CT side. It's a fairly CT-sided map these days.
Very CT-sided, I would say. Yeah. And unbelievable. Another clutch. And it's just almost a bit too easy. It's 2 1v1s. They had absolutely zero information as to where he was. And yeah, another tactical timeout used. As I mentioned, this map might already be over. Very difficult to recover this one. That's if they get no further rounds. I don't think that's going to be the case. Fortunately, with the loss bonus, there is going to be a buy of sorts here. We'll see what they can scrape together. If you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2-1 matchup between Eternal Fire and GamerLegion. The winner advances to the Elimination Stage, the round of 16. And right now, GamerLegion doing a very good job of showing us that they deserve to be here. After not actually qualifying for the tournament, they replaced 9 Pandas, of course. And you can see they're not taking this opportunity lightly.
A lot of Molotovs and smokes being exchanged. Flashbangs coming over the wall. Vicardia, it's a really good start. Calyx, he snuck through the smoke. He walks straight into it and catches snacks, which is not easy to do. In some ways, the master of playing around those smokes. Nice taps from Volt, my God. He's managed to delete Major at the back of the barrels there. 3 versus 3. And that's fine. If you're GamerLegion, you'll take this. You're happy exchanging a couple of kills early on. You still got a lot of utility. And all of the pressure is on Eternal Fire to figure out what to do here.
Well, they're down to 20 rounds in a row, and lost. So this... I don't even know what to say at this point. I haven't really seen this before. This is like a world first.
You gotta hope that works like a slingshot. It's like you're drawing really far back and it just, you come back with the power eventually.
All right. Oh, is that barrel sticking out?
Yeah, I think it is. That's very suspicious,
No
isn't
one's
it?
seen it. Yeah, look at it. Stick. Oh,
Yeah, now
there it is. Oh, no. Xantares. Oh, just when things couldn't be going any worse for them. His little barrel sticking out. It gives everything away, and that's the man advantage. Thrust over to GamerLegion. 3-on-2, you have to save.
Size doesn't matter, Henry, but sometimes that's rough.
Now, I actually don't know. If you took the silencer off the M4 in that position, can you still hold it in the same way and it would like take 6 inches off?
Sure, I think it will.
Yeah? So there's some reason to unsilence the M4 sometimes, I suppose. Either way, this retake might be back on. Calyx certainly seems to think so.
They have to, right? They have to, like, you're so far behind right now. You got to try something.
Hello.
Find Volt, it's a start at least. Isaac, buying time. Look at the clock already. It's so low down. He gets the spray, taking down Woxing. Calyx on the other side. He's dead as well. The Swede back with it again. A triple kill for Isaac.
That's the thing with those kind of kills, because the bomb was already too far gone through to justify the retake, but you're dead on. You kind of have to win this round. The map feels like it's already over. They are still yet to win a round here on Overpass. This is not the Eternal Fire we know and love. This is a mental block. They seem to every advantage they find. Every single retake is just falling apart. A barrel sticking out towards Long. You see, they didn't notice it until he crouched. Until the movement came through, they actually didn't even see it, so that is really heartbreaking. For Xantares, he was actually in a really prime position. They weren't even considering it, but they spotted the silencer. So MP9s. An M4 for Vicardia. They've gone for the partial purchase. Of course, they've got maximum loss bonus at this stage. Aggressive. out towards Monster, but it's with a pep in their step. GamerLegion have actually got full-on control. They're basically at the A bomb side already. They don't even really need to execute onto the side at this point. You can just get as close as you can. We call it a contact play. And when you get that aforementioned contact, then you drop the basic utility towards Bank and the dumpster. And you can see nothing deployed at all. They've already got the A side. Now there's the contact, and it's a beautiful one at that. Throw the utility in, get the bomb planted. Woxic, that's not going to do the job, but he does manage to find one towards the connector first.
This is so rough. They're just getting completely deleted. Volts.
It's like perfect calling as well.
It really is that fast move out long. Eternal Fire. Don't even know what's
think
happening
about it as well. On all their partial buys and all their ecos, they've been stacking long.
Yeah.
Each and every time, the one time they don't do it, of course, GamerLegion pretty much rushed long. They go for the contact play as mentioned, but as good as with the pacing you don't usually see on Overpass, it's a very fast maneuver up towards the A side. A real gut punch for Eternal Fire here. Looks like their flame might have been extinguished here on Overpass.
Again, at least we're not in the best of one territory, so there is a chance to wake up, but this is such a rough way to start the day, right?
Yeah, it couldn't really be any worse.
I would have said that Eternal Fire were the favorites going to that. That would have been my guess.
Oh, absolutely. Hands down.
GamerLegion showing what a difference it can make. Showing up hot
I had them as my 3-0 team.
I think I might have picked them as well, actually.
I think a lot of people did. And against Heroic, you're like, fair enough. They're a very strong team right now. Close game. Kind of fumbled it towards the end. Happens. But yet to win around against GamerLegion, yeah, something's not quite right. A mental block, as mentioned, I think, is being presented here. But I digress. Let's get into round number 10 here. Still a slim chance they can post 3 rounds on the CT side. Stranger things have happened as Woxic is taking matters into his own hands now. Throwing caution to the wind.
Why not?
Let's just get stuck in.
The thing that's really bizarre, if you look at the scoreboard, it's not like Eternal Fire don't have any kills at all. They actually, like, it looks reasonable.
They've had many advantages that have just unfortunately been fumbled. And they get, oh, Calyx, the timing's everything here. It's not working in his favor. Snacks, another freebie essentially there. A-Corp, same story, holding the angle. Wicardia has to react. Molotov deployed towards the side itself. HE's towards the barrels. You got to go for these rounds still, Anders. You got to just try and fight. You need this round to go in your favor. Someone has to deliver a miracle. But they've done a very good job here. GamerLegion don't necessarily have to commit towards the B side. They've baited out all this utility. They know the CT's still here on this side of the map. They probably want to go towards A at this stage. Snacks, though, is he going to continue to push for this smoke? Oh my goodness, he's so brave. Oh, that's so filthy. There's no way he should be getting those kills. That is some vintage Snacks being presented right now, ladies and gentlemen, as they continue to dominate. Eternal Fire, Woxic, who will need the clutch of a lifetime right now. 5 versus 1. And a slight chance, I suppose, I'd say that the bomb's actually going towards B.
Oh, yeah.
Because if they run towards him on the A side, maybe he's given an opportunity, but they don't find a single frag thus far. And it's 10-0 confirmed here.
I'm not going to lie. I think that round is Snack saying, oh, I've recognized this is one of those bullshit games where whatever we do is just going to work. I'm just going to lean into it. I'm going to test it and see, can I even get killed? We're just pushing for the smoke into a double stack bomb site and just try and take it out on my own. He's like, oh, it worked. I'm good. That's so crazy.
We haven't had any real, like, crazy blowouts this tournament so far, have we? We've had, like, a couple, like, yeah, some fast games. I know, like, 13-0s, yeah.
No, this is got to be one of the most one-sided affairs so far.
We had a 13-2. Eternal Fire beat Pain 13-2.
Yeah.
Had Eternal Fire beat Mongols as well, 13-6. So they've been the ones absolutely pantsing people out here. But yeah, they are now 23 rounds in a row against them.
Well,
that's bizarre.
See if they can win the last 2 rounds here. Snacks on the entry. The flashes are through. Smoke in the corner, kind of revealing that he's back there with Cardia. So they should know. Calyx didn't get the one good headshot, but Snacks is still going. And look at how locked in they are. Just pushed into the corner. They're actually trading places once again. Inside of the smoke, the pistols come out. I can't believe it. I don't know how Eternal Fire are actually coming back in this round. A-Core shot in the back, and finally, the Turkish team is on the board.
It's not traditional Counter-Strike. I'm not even sure what to call that, but we'll take it. It was a little B stack with the MP9s. Barely any cause for celebration, unfortunately. Not really a sustainable approach, but they'll take it. It's their first round. We go 10-1. They've broken the streak. 23 rounds in a row against them. And it wasn't pretty, but he gets the job done. It's Maja with the MP9 working with Arcadia. I would say maybe a little bit sloppy there from GamerLegion, just feeling like they can't be touched right now. But there we go. Final round of this first half.
I think Snack saw the smoke going down towards the barrel, and it doesn't look like anyone from the GamerLegion side really moved in according with that, so that's a little bit strange, but now we've got Woxic starting out the round, well, taking out Isaac.
I think they've just said, yeah, everyone is be off the leash right now.
Yeah.
Like, nothing's working. Like, Woxic in his prime was an aggressive sniper. Not as consistent these days, and still actually been playing very well at this tournament. Yesterday was a bit of a hiccup, but first day of the tournament, he was the highest rated player here in Copenhagen. But he's more passive these days. They try and use him more like a turret rather than a sledgehammer. Vold, though, playing very well this tournament as well. Wox will get his second at the round. This is more like it. 10-2, we'll take it after what we've seen so far. Bear in mind, they were 10-0 down.
Obviously, you're happy to win these rounds if you're Eternal Fire, but there's got to be something in the back of your mind thinking, why were we not able to do that at the start? We had these rifles, you know, towards the third or fourth round. We could have done something more. This is very upsetting. 10-2 in the first half in favor of GamerLegion. Eternal Fire only showing us some slight sparks towards the end of the game here. Don't think it's going to be anywhere near enough, but at least they had a couple of rounds.
I don't know, Anders. Just when you think things won't happen, that's when they usually do.
2-10. On the T side as well of Overpass.
I see it. We've been doing this job a long time, Anders.
We have seen it.
We've definitely seen wackier things than that. People are known to crumble. Woxic certainly didn't this round. Like we said, he's had enough. They've got nothing to lose at this stage, right? Like they might as well just take it round by round, the old cliche. The map is essentially lost, but they can win this pistol, start grinding back into it. You never know. I would say arguably they are the better team here statistically, overall. And yeah, they get a convincing pistol here. Maybe the game is back on. You never lose hope. As we'll see them make their way in towards the B side. It's going to be somewhat of an execution. Flashbang towards Monster, but the CTs are getting information slowly but surely towards Connector. Isaac to similar smoke here. Calix and Maja working in tandem. We'll get both the entries there towards B. Round pretty much done.
Yeah, it should be. There's no kit in play on anyone there on the GamerLegion side. Nice catch from Calix. Stolen that 5-7. That's an interesting move from Isaac. I actually kind of like that. I think he might have heard that there was a player running next to him, but he decided to try and see if he can take out the furthest T away from him, actually, but didn't really work out. So, some good shooting on Calix in this round.
Very nice. And there it is, Anders. The start of a historic comeback, I would say.
It would be, right? You lose 10 rounds in a row in this game. 23.
To be fair, like, Xantares finished the first half, I believe, with 2 kills. So, if he can come back in the second, if he can have a resurgence here, he is the Turkish Terminator after all.
That he is.
He gets an AK-47 in his hand. His specialist weapon is a sophisticated killing machine, Anders, and maybe there's a chance. Of course, GamerLegion don't need to force buy in this second round. They'll take the full eco. So that's 4 on the board already. Zeus is out.
I need to at least see them get to about 7 rounds. I'm gonna start to say, all right, now we're talking, now we're cooking.
All right.
Get that 10-7 scoreline, and I'm gonna be interested again.
Okay, I'll see you there. I believe.
But the Zeus is a nice addition. I'll take it.
Have we seen many Zeus kills?
I think we've seen one. I saw there's one yesterday on the T side. Where someone bought the Zeus and made it work. On the Nuke, I believe.
It doesn't really, it's difficult to make it work on the T side because the movement is so nerfed on the Zeus. For some reason, it like makes you weigh twice as much. Here we go then, Snacks. I think he's got this one. Oh, that's unfortunate, but they still get the kill. Unreal. As that's going to be something. It's a MAC-10. You're not really going to look to save that, but if you can get another kill with it, that's $600 in the bag. Try and make this one as costly as possible. GamerLegion trying to take down another member. It's going to be Wakadia, though. Some open runway to farm that money, baby. All 5 kills should be found momentarily. Volt just trying to take anyone else down with the blast if possible. And, well, to be fair, does take Calyx with him. So, considering that's a full eco, they keep them modest. 3 players go down. Just checking him on the scoreboard as well. Calyx and Woxic at the top. Woxic actually with 14 kills. Considering the scoreline they've had, he's actually had a pretty reasonable showing. And it's going to be GamerLegion. Tactical timeout, ladies and gentlemen. Are they feeling the pressure? They feeling the burn?
I kind of like this this time at this point in the game. Why not take a deep breath?
Take the wind out of their sails.
Yeah.
Slow their momentum down.
If you have any plan to shut the game down early, then execute it now. Don't let him run another 5 rounds back. It's just not worth it. Just end it right here and right now. We'll see if they're going to be able to. Ash in the back with the fist pumps coming out. Been coaching the team for quite a while now. I'm seeing a couple of smiles there on the Eternal Fire side of things. I feel like they are... It's a bit of a relief almost when you kind of realize we probably already lost this map. So now we can, like, let's just do what we can, see if we can find that miracle. Woxic is really up there. 14 kills on him.
Yeah. Keeping the dream alive. Volt. Yeah, looking to utilize this map to smoke towards the T-steps. Deny any sort of access towards middle. Response, though, coming through. Molotov a party. Flushes out in these CT positions. It's going to be Isaac. Actually finds that kill through smoke, cleanly on towards Calyx as well. So GamerLegion looking to break the 2-round streak already. They've got a 5 versus 4 here in the first gun round. Antares, like we said, a very disappointing performance by his standards. Grenade should do some damage towards Volt there. And getting some basic mid control here. Oh, there we go. The battle continues towards the bathrooms. Volt, Snacks look like they've done enough.
This has worked out unbelievably well. Going to be getting rid of Woxic at the end. The last man to go down. The bomb was lost down there, so they had to go towards the connector. There was no other choice, really. Yeah, right after a timeout, you come through with a round like that. It's just so clean.
It's really clean, isn't it? That's the problem. So you've won the pistol, you won the second round full eco, and then we get into that first gun round, you get wallops. Not what they were looking for. And as we said, like the rounds against that full eco, they lost 3 players, only 2 survived. You can see that reflected now on their purchase. Tech 9s, Mac 10s, an AK-47 for the Terminator himself. Let's see whether he can make it work here. Yet to really do anything on Overpass. And fended off by that incendiary. I think Snacks has got his number. Snacks has been playing like an absolute beast. Every position, every maneuver is just pitch perfect. And he finds the opening incision once again. Woxic will pull one back, but it's going to be a 4 versus 3. Isaac joins the boys of the B bomb site. They've got them locked in towards Monster. So much damage output here from Volt. And he'll confirm map point for GamerLegion. 12-4. That romance I was trying to build up, Anders, might be short-lived. The 2-round streak was broken pretty quickly.
Yeah, but speaking of romance, though, I've thought that I was going to have to tell the new generation of Counter-Strike players about the old days of Snacks in sort of a faint memory, old people talking about like what used to be. I can't believe Snacks is here in 2024, still with the same ability to manipulate those smokes and take those risks. It's so sick to see that come back. Like what a gift that is. A lot of players, a lot of people that are watching today, they would have missed the glory days of Snacks. Like most people don't know what we're talking about. Max 7 on the hut of Nuke, like nobody knows what that is anymore, but maybe he can revive that whole thing. It's pretty sick.
Second map is going to be Inferno, the pick of Eternal Fire. In terms of their stats on it, they only played 3 times in the last 3 months. They're 2-1. GamerLegion are 1-2. Wouldn't say it's a foregone conclusion. We've barely seen Inferno at this tournament so far. And this major in general, it's a map that's not really favored by many teams whatsoever. Doesn't seem to be a specialist pick for many teams at all. And it kind of suggests that that's not going to be a locked-in affair for Eternal Fire, especially with this performance they put down on Overpass as well. And yeah, here we go. This could be the final round. Map point, Tech 9s and Zantares. He might finish this one on 4 kills. The lowest fragging player on the server by some margin. We're going to see Kios open things up. Anders, we might be done here.
Yeah, this is looking really good. GamerLegion showing up in hot form today. They've done enough damage in this round already. You can see Calix very low on health here. Isaac maybe losing a little bit of patience. Probably don't need to run for the smoke at that point in time, but they should be fine anyway. Calix taking a long sleep here. It's just going to be Santaris left, and he gets picked off. A-Core with the kill at the end, and GamerLegion with the opening map on Overpass. I can't believe it.
Oh my days. Eternal Fire, that was not the game we were looking for. But, Anders, there is a couple more to go. It's Inferno up next, but not before we check in of our desk. Oh, sorry, I misheard. I'm new to the major. Man, I thought we were done there. My bad. So, yeah, we haven't got the desk ready. But, yeah, Eternal Fire, this is not the performance we were looking for, Anders. This is
not.
them falling apart at the seams. They didn't actually break that streak whatsoever. After being down 13 rounds in a row yesterday, that streak went up to 23. And now, I believe we're ready for the preacher man of esports, Richard Lewis, and the desk.
Thanks there, Henry, the preacher man of esports. I think Eternal Fire might need a preacher, an exorcism. I don't know what's going on. Really, really bad to think, obviously the stat that the casters threw out there, 23 unanswered rounds, very flat performance. I didn't expect them to win Overpass, but there are ways to lose.
Yeah, and this isn't the way to go. And there are way too many uncomfortable similarities to the Mirage game against Heroic that once again happened for Eternal Fire here, which is basically losing advantageous position early on in the half. We're talking about 4v3s, we're talking about 5v3s in the two first gun rounds of what is an ever so important game that you have to play here in Copenhagen. They lose these rounds and then they dissolve. Just like ice under the sun, they absolutely melt down and you can feel it. You get uncomfortable watching them play because if you have an ounce of empathy in your blood, you feel uncomfortable for them. You can see that they're completely lost. You can see that they don't really know how to play Counter-Strike anymore, that there is absolutely no balance in when should I peek, when should I not, how do we synchronize, how do we help each other. This was an absolute catastrophe from Eternal Fire, and I will get a little bit technical later on because I think they made criminal mistakes in preparing this game, which they should have been ready for, and they were not.
You're not allowed to be this mentally weak when you're playing at this level of counters. When you're playing at any level of any competitive sport, especially here, the World Championship, so to speak, you can't be this mentally weak, and you could see it in the individuals, like Maniac was pointing out right there. It's not just about the tactical side of things, not just about players not working in cohesion. It's like every single individual looked completely lost. They looked like noobs in the server. There was one particular round where it was Antares. He was tucked into the corner towards long on the A bomb side with his barrel sticking out in A1. Like someone like him with his experience at his level, like that's a noob mistake.
They were already mentally checked out at this point in time. But I do love what this story or what this graphic is telling us, because the story is accurate. The fact that Antares only ends up with 4 kills is also a consequence of GamerLegion's ability to focus on the B side. It is at their core, in their DNA of Counter-Strike on Overpass. And we're not just going to trash Eternal Fire, we're going to give praises to this man, of course, because one of the things that GamerLegion do perfectly is play the B side a bunch of different ways, on reactions, on timings, based on individual smoke crossing, or on executes. So now this leads me to my next losing my shit on broadcast, which is why do you over-rotate to A time and time again when you are Eternal Fire, when you know the B side is going to be point of attack at GamerLegion? That's what they do. That's how they win. So how do you give away advantageous position trying to anticipate a rotate? That's not going to happen. And I think this is criminal, because if you have prepared your game, you cannot over-rotate from B to A against GamerLegion.
Can we just roll the tape? Can we just roll the tape on that
we don't actually need to say anything, but yes, roll the tape and do it. I mean, this is horrifying.
3 or 5 doesn't matter. It's the same story. Whichever one.
Exactly.
This round is ludicrous, because I do believe this is round where they... no, I think it's round number 3. This is yours, Matt.
Yeah, this is round number 3. It starts with Zentaris trying to be aggressive, and then this is what I'm talking about for GamerLegion, knowing how to play the B side, right? They have all the nades, the little bit of chip damage here. That's 100 HP that has been removed already at this point. And even though Calix does a really great job at finding the kill and Warsik stabilize, it's a 4v3, and they give away the position. Look at this, how they grow back, and they allow Monster to come out, and they're definitely not ready to take that fight. 3 kills in a matter of 2 seconds in a 4 versus 3 on the B side. This in itself, that was telling.
That's the moment where it just completely crumbles, and then an even more egregious round is going to happen after this. This is round number 5, mind you. They get the first 2 kills. They get the first 2 kills. Don't watch this. I'll take it for myself. They do a fake towards one player from GamerLegion, and now he's going to be taken down. It's a 5 versus 3. It's a 5 versus 3. They completely evacuate the A bomb site. There's still 50 seconds on the clock, and for Eternal Fire, they're like, wait, the site's empty? Are they stupid? What's going on? They get a little aggressive, a failed Molotov, but a flashbang lands, they get the kill, and eventually Eternal Fire in a scrappy affair, they get the kills, but there's no time. This is
well, yeah,
abysmal Counter-Strike.
Yes, and it gets really bad right at the end because you pick up the kills, but no time,
Everybody
and then
dies.
you go down. Yeah, exactly.
Well, what are the comms? What's the thought process there? What is going on? Because what they were thinking was absolutely wrong, and it's the manner in which they lost. It's not about the rounds, it's the manner in which you're losing, which is so heartbreaking.
Yeah. You do not overreact to the little utility that GamerLegion put on the A side this way if you're feeling quiet and peaceful about your game. And I think this is the sort of the diagnostic we can make of Eternal Fire right now, is that after a couple of round loss, they lose track of what is the actual sensible reaction to have in a scenario. Because this right here, I agree with you, this is circus Counter-Strike. A 5v3 abandoning the B side and then falling victim to some of these flash retakes and funneling all from heaven, this is circus. But it doesn't matter, it's the question of how do you get to the point where you fully abandon a side like that based on a couple of smokes in a 5v3. There is no way your opponent is applying enough pressure for you to have this reaction if you are calm, but they're not.
Your facing level 5 teammates would be like, no, this doesn't make sense. We're going to stick around. One guy should be sticking towards B. It's that fundamentally simple altogether. And I agree with Matthew, like, it's the mental crumble and all that. After 4 rounds? You crumble after 4 rounds?
Yeah, but we know it's not just after 4 rounds. And that's why we were having this conversation on the desk.
Yeah, right at the start of the day.
There is a context here. The context is we've lost 13 rounds in a row last night. And then you know how it is, you're a competitor. You can discuss within the team. You can say, guys, listen, let's forget about yesterday. It happened. It's fine. These are great words. And I'm sure they all mean them. But in reality, in actuality, when you start losing these rounds, you have this voice that's creeping in your mind and saying, oh my God, are we doing it again? Are we throwing away rounds again? Did we lose the 4v3? We don't see anybody. And it just comes creeping in and you start doubting and you start overcompensating. You're looking for the perfect instead of looking for the good, and you dig your own grave. And this pisses me off massively. It really pisses me off because I would like to spend time to praise GamerLegion for what they do, but I cannot ignore what we're looking from Eternal Fire, and that changes their whole story, and that I'm not happy about it.
Well, look, we can go from dissing Eternal Fire to talking about our sponsor, which just so happens to be the Disc Plate. How's that for a segue?
For a second, I thought it was a green guy.
That's a 7 and 10 right there.
Yeah, not bad, right? That's what they pay me. Look, we love Displate. They are solid metal. I didn't say this yesterday, right? That is, metal design. I like to carry these around, use them as a shield for fans. That don't upset me. I also want to point out you can mount these. They do it using magnets. So if you're a renter, in a property and you're worried about, the landlord getting you for putting a hammer and nails in, you don't need to worry about these.
You can just take them and throw it at someone as well.
Yes, absolutely. They have defensive and offensive applications. Officially licensed Counter-Strike artwork. And you go to displate.com/PGL. Make sure you use the code PGL. If you get 1 or 2 displates, you get 22% off. If you go big and have 3 or more, you get 33% off. We actually love them. I've got these in my house. And these are a new wave of CS2 artwork. So check them out. Support us for supporting the major. We really do love them. Anyway, we're going to go to a break, guys. I've done my, I've sang for my supper. So we're going to go to a break. When we get back, we're going to get into Inferno. Our Eternal Fire going to be able to claw this back, or will the nightmare continue? We'll find out in a few moments.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot it. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good. And they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
What's up, guys? It's Fancy Draft, and this time we've got Acor from GamerLegion. Acor, how you doing, bro?
Pretty good, how are you?
Yeah, very good. Is the stress level high? You guys managing it?
I would say the stress level has been high yesterday and today. A lot, very high, but we're managing.
All right, well, Acor, let's get into it and spin that wheel for the first time. Your first team that you have to pick from is Furia Esports.
Furia.
A nice breadth of choice there, different types of players.
Yeah, I'm thinking Queserato maybe, or Yuri. I'm gonna go Queserato.
The Brazilian beast, Queserato, it is. First team was Furia. Our second team, Acor, is Virtus Pro. Yes,
Virtus Pro.
It is. I mean, having the opportunity to just pick like a godlike person like James.
I mean, I could just go James because I get Orb and IGL in one.
That's true, actually. It also fills roles.
But
I'm
not sure how he would do on the international team. Fame, Norbert or Fame. I'm going to go Norbert, I think.
Yeah? And what's that for? The consistency, reliability?
He's been, in CS2, he's been very good.
Yeah. That could be the deadly duo of 2025, next year.
Could be.
Yeah, we'll have, only time will tell. All right, team number 3. The team you must choose from, Acor, is going to be G2 Esports.
G2, all right.
Next, Ahuxi, Nico, Hunter, Monacy. Where would you like to go, Acor, and why?
I really want to say Monacy because he's a very strong over.
Yeah.
But I want to secure the team and go for Ahuxi as IGL. Good at managing everyone on the team and listening to all the players. So I think he is very capable of setting up the team in a good way.
Always nice to be able to link up with a former teammate, right?
Yeah.
All right, fourth team that you must pick from, Acor, is going to be Linvision.
Linvision.
Yeah, so yeah, one of our teams from further away, from a different part of the world. Is it a team that you have much information on yourself?
No, I have heard about Starry before. I think he had some, problems attending Major at some point. He was too young. I think he was too young at some point, attending some tournament, and he wasn't allowed.
So what, you want to try and go with the young gun here?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go with Starry.
Okay.
I'm not sure about his role either on the team, but I think Huxi can set him up.
Yeah, so we've got one team left, one opportunity to secure the best AWPer.
We're going to have Huxi AWPing.
And the team that you get to pick from is going to be Cloud9.
Cloud9, who has no AWPer.
Right now, it's been Boomich standing on that position, right?
Yeah.
So, and you're probably not going to take him because, I don't know.
I think I'm just going to try my luck on Boomich.
So Boomich is as AWP, or just Boomich is Boomich, whatever Boomich wants to do.
If Boomich, it was going to be AWP. If I wanted to go 5 rifles, I could go 5 rifles. I'll go 5 rifles and I'll go electronic.
You're going to switch it up to electronic,
yeah,
5 rifles?
Electronic, because electronic also he has a lot of experience as well.
Yeah. How's this project going to work? What are going to be the keys to victory for this crazy fancy Team Acor?
I think for this team to work out really good, you have to set up Queserato really good.
Yeah.
And you've got to figure out how to use Starry, because he's a young player and he needs some guidance, I think, most likely. I'm not sure about it. Just a thought.
I love it. We've actually built out a full lore here for this team.
It might work out.
It absolutely could. Acor, thank you for putting together our Team Acor fancy team. And best of luck here. Yeah, huge opportunity. And I'm sure you guys are going to do everything you can to make it swing in your favor.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's day 3 of the PGL CS2 Major here in your home city of Copenhagen. And you've got to be excited for that.
It's very cool. I still can't believe we had no majors throughout all of CSGO in Denmark.
You didn't deserve one until now.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going to say.
And now that we have none of the Danish teams here.
Yeah, I know, no one
except for
decided not to
Static, which is just cool.
I know, all jokes aside, I consider Denmark to be the capital of Counter-Strike. Arguably, it was Sweden back in the day. But in terms of the talent kind of produced, I'd say Denmark takes their hands down.
I would have said Sweden for a really long time. I think,
yeah,
you know, especially if you start to look really back into like the deep history of Counter-Strike. But now we've only got one Swede and also one Dane, I suppose.
One Dane as well, a powerful Dane in the form of Acor, and they've got a map under their belts here, looking to take themselves into the round of 16 elimination stage. GamerLegion, an amazing performance on Overpass, a very lackluster one from Eternal Fire. They need to bounce back on their map pick here, and the first couple of frags are coming through now. Antares barely made a dent on GamerLegion the previous game. First half, he gets 2 frags in total, and now Kios with his work cut out for him because he has many players heading towards Banana. He is alone, he is isolated, he's being bombarded with utility here. There should be no way he can fend them off.
Yeah, I mean, I can't understand what he wanted to do, right? You have to just stand your ground, try and get a headshot, otherwise you're just going to get overwhelmed. It did not work out, and they're going to be planting the bomb right away. Problem with Inferno is both bomb sites are so hard to retake. It doesn't really matter what is going on. Once the bomb is down, you're in a little bit of trouble on that CT side. So without a kit and with just pistols to play with here, GamerLegion should have no business even getting close to this retake. But they're going to get a shot anyway. Might as well try and see if there's going to be a big mistake. Eternal Fire did lose that opening map in a grand fashion. A little bit of a run through here. Acor, he can't find the next headshot. And Volt's going to get traded as well. So I think the danger is kind of over with again. It's a 10-second defuse. It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen, but maybe there's another kill to be found here, Isaac. Oh, does a lot of damage, but Woxic will pick up his second frag, and that's a much-needed pistol victory just to raise morale here. You can see the Turks enjoying themselves out there. Pretty clean, pretty efficient, manages to win out the duels and trade effectively towards Banana at the start. Full execution, and Kios, even with the opening frag, wasn't quite enough there. You can see he was taken down, as mentioned, isolated by their nicely placed utility there from Eternal Fire. Bit of a scrappy finish, but they get the job done as Woxic closes things out. Needed that because they were very underwhelming on their opponent's map pick of Overpass. I'm assuming on battle playing Inferno should be a little force buy here. It's a very pokey map, Anders. It doesn't feel as open as previous iterations of Inferno, so these force buys on the CT side, they're actually pretty favorable. You can get some close range positions, utilize that 5-7, have a bit of utility, and there's one smoke is really stifling to the T side. So yeah, it's very viable to force buy in these second rounds. You can see they've actually opted for a 4-man stack. So they go and drop utility over towards this bench. You leave 2 or 3 smokes there, and it allows Kios to suggest there's multiple players this side of the map. Meanwhile, though, it's an ace stack. So maybe this works out. It's a nice idea.
It is a good idea. And you're right, they do have to get really close to the pistols here. It's not going to be any easy long-range fights that you can set up. Some potential for a pop flash here, thrown from down towards the pit as well. See if they're going to be able to do that. I think Acor has one and Volt has another flashbang. So that's a really deadly opening, my god. The stack is kind of already defeated with that.
Yeah, it's Antares. Very crispy and clean headshot towards the pits. Got themselves a 5 versus 3. So yeah, you're dead on. This stack has been thwarted, as Wicardia will confirm. The bomb site's pretty much cleared now. Volt, yeah, he remains, but they know exactly where he is. And that's round over. They've managed to fend off this force by no problem whatsoever. Kios, the B player, as mentioned, nothing to do here. Bomb we planted momentarily. And before they scoop up all the goodies on the bomb site, upgrade their pistols and find the residual grenades. So yeah, Kios can do nothing here. Look for an exit, I suppose, but be kind of foolish to give him a freebie. You'd exit together and make sure you're clean with it.
Good work from Eternal Fire. Again, if this is your chance to really recover. And this is such an important game, right? You win here, you through to the next stage. You obviously don't want to be in a position where you slip up, especially if you're Eternal Fire. You're coming into this stage. It's probably one of the favorite teams to make it through all together. Like you said, a lot of people probably have them as their 3-0. Everyone's left the bomb site, except for the chicken. Terrorists win. It's a 2-0 lead. I want to see them really, really
It's fired up.
Stay the course here, yeah. Like, keep this energy that they have at the beginning of it. Don't let GamerLegion come back alive too soon.
Well, like we said, 23 rounds against them, combining that defeat against Heroic on Mirage and then onto Overpass. I think that's a wake-up call. It's definitely some cold water straight to the fakes. They now find themselves at 3-0.
3 Zeus.
I was going to say, that's an interesting stance. So the Zeus, if you're not aware, costs $200. You get 0 kill reward for it, but the idea is you get a quick kill, you upgrade to a pistol, or upgrade to a rifle, I should say. And yeah, you never know. I've never seen 3 in one round, though. Like, they are becoming much more meta. In CS2, they've been buffed. In CSGO, they were kind of useless because they seem to just do 87 damage. CS2 is actually almost certainly going to be a kill if you connect it.
Did they drop one of them? Someone's missing a Zeus now. I swear there was a
Maybe
third
there was
one.
a last second refund when he was rotating through spawn.
I guess it could have been, yeah.
It's the only thing I can really think of.
Interesting. Well, still, the double Zeus is pretty cool. And you're right, it is fairly efficient. Major gonna make his way around the corner. That's a kill with it. He can't quite get the Mac 10 out in
To get
time.
Woxic, this could fall apart.
It absolutely could.
Oh,
And there's the
God.
headshot. Chaos.
Bombs at
Great
T-steps. Oh, okay. If they check T-steps, they've actually got the bomb. They've got it. They should be on the radar. Did they clock it, though?
Sure.
If you just look at it and your crosshair like goes near it, it'll come up on the radar. So I think they know. They've got the bomb under their remit, and there's on a full eco now. It all started with that Zeus kill, and they've got the man advantage. Bear in mind, no Kevlar. They are very squishy. Calyx, though, he's got so many positions to clear out here. He's got to take matters into his own hands. Snacks providing covering fire from top of middle. And there's the freebie. Isaac. Oh, they're going to do it, Anders. They're going to win the full eco here. And the Zeus, as I mentioned, has become very meta as the weeks roll by in CS2. People starting to unearth its true potential. And there it is once again. Opening things up, and that's a demoralizing gut punch of a round. Eternal Fire to give up. The 5-7 stings as Kios swings round. Isaac to pretty much confirm the round, and yeah, that's an absolute nightmare for Eternal Fire. That was some open runway for a 3-0 start. You're up against USPs, a 5-7, and of course those aforementioned Zeuses. But that changes the complexion of the game, certainly.
Well, especially if you remember what happened on Overpass. I think that's the issue, right? If Overpass was a really close game that just happened that GamerLegion won it, maybe it's not such a big deal for Eternal Fire to lose that round. I mean, it's still upsetting, but the fact that they got smacked so hard on that opening map just makes you think, my God, how are they going to take this? Are they going to be able to deal with this, or will they crumble again? You don't want to see that happen. Classic setup in the hallways towards the A-bomb side with the AWP to take the first shot, or if not, Isaac would have been there as a bit of an insurance policy, but that doesn't work out. They missed a shot and Isaac goes down.
Oh, high pressure scenario here for Acor. Multiple players around him. AWP in hand, drops the smoke. Allows him to focus towards shore. Confirms that the atrium is clear. Players towards boiler. Keel's rotating in. They've actually gone for a gamble stack, Anders. They've left the B bomb side wide open here. Flashbang towards the apartments from Acor. Do Eternal Fire read this? They're going to fall back and go towards the B execution. Time will tell. At least there's some positional control on this side of the map. CT's second-guessing themselves, sending all the cavalry over towards B now.
Yeah, rotating
This is the fake, though, I think. It looks like the bomb's still towards top and middle.
Yeah, it does read that way, doesn't it?
So they've been pulled around the map here. And it will be the A finish. It might save the 4 rifles at this stage. It was a nice idea, the gamble stack. That's why it's called it, because you were hoping you could catch them on their final execution, but the bomb planted towards A. 0 chance of winning the round, especially on Inferno. And it will be Eternal Fire. Very clean finish there. That was a difficult buy for them as well. I consider they just lost to an eco, bouncing back quickly. Didn't have to stew in their despair too long.
That is such an aggressive way to gamble, though. I mean, normally when you say gamble, you sort of mean, you know, 3 out of 4 players go somewhere and the last player's playing alone, but having all 4 players first at A, then at B. First time I really saw anyone do that, funnily enough, was actually MSL back when he was in North. I remember they brought in this concept and I just thought, this is so strange, but it did become popular after the fact. I don't think it actually worked for North, but...
It's just... Yeah, probably not. It's just because the Inferno just famously so difficult to retake those bomb sites, especially if a man disadvantage. You might as well take the gamble.
Sure.
If they go the other bomb site, you at least give 4 players alive. And if not, maybe you have a fighting chance. As we get into another important scenario here, it's going to be Eternal Fire back on their feet, of course, after losing to call a full eco pretty much. But they've now got themselves a 3-1 advantage here on the T side of Inferno. Just what the Doctor ordered, considering the last couple of days have gone for them. A very disappointing series against Heroic. Overpass here against GamerLegion as well. They were hot favorites for that 3-0. Either way, Anders. A-Corp still with plenty of cash and resources. AWP top and middle. Kios showing a bit more aggression this time. Deep smokes down towards T-steps. Trying to fend them off, deny control towards the banana position itself. Won't see many Woxicorps on the T side of Inferno. Difficult to really have massive impact with it. More of a pack player. As once again, speaking of pack, there are 3 players towards the apartments. This will be a pounce towards the pit. They'll smoke off Moto momentarily. A couple of flashes off the chimney, and in they go. It's going to be quite a simple approach here.
Yeah, but this could be really, really efficient.
Smoke.
Double setup here. You're going to get smoked off towards the library, so there we go. Flashbangs in the air. They do get the opening that they needed. Wacardia is able to get the job done. That's all you want, is that 1 kill. And they're in, and the bomb should be planted here. More grenades raining down. Look at how much utility they still have left. They can keep this lane blocked off pretty much forever.
I think that's round.
Yeah. Because there's another smoke that's going to be landing towards the library in a second. If you're a CT holding there waiting for it to fade, you're going to realize that smoke wall is never going away, not until the bomb blows up. That's all they needed. That 1 kill on Isaac in the pit, and it was almost over.
It was a wild kill as well. Like, Wacardia, like, he's the player that goes down, but he gets that nice clean frag. Like, as he was jumping out, somehow wins the duel. And now it's going to be 4-1 Eternal Fire, keeping it simple, yet effective. That's an old classic strategy. Run your default, get the apartment's control, push back that CT vision, drop the Moto smoke, Molotov the pit, flash over, and flood out of the apartment itself. And as long as you're hitting a shot, it's absolutely no problem. And it's going to be an impressive lead here on the T side of Inferno. Bouncing back, as it were. Our Eternal Fire. Woxic, 3 kills, 1 death. Doing his job with the rifle in hand.
I think this is encouraging, isn't it, though? Because I imagine they must have walked off stage losing that first map. It's not a great feeling, but then you go outside, you have like 10, 12 minutes to try and recover yourselves and talk about the next map going into it. And they actually come back and they actually look really refreshed. They look like a better team once again. I think that's something to think about for Eternal Fire. If they just completely crumbled coming into the second map, you say, "Ooh, that's a really bad sign going forward into the rest of the tournament." But I think the fact that they've managed to turn it around mentally pretty early on here makes me a little bit happy.
It's looking much better. This is the opening frag.
Yeah.
Wacardia, he launches himself out of the apartment. The moment he lands, nails the headshot. We haven't said his name too much, and I suppose for good reason. Overpass, they didn't really get going whatsoever. But 4-1 up now. They've arguably done enough already, but we are going to see a clash towards the banana positions. Antares will find 2. Kios couldn't get out of the flames, and it's man advantage for the Turks once again. 4-on-3. Volt has taken matters into his own hands here, but he's taking so much damage. Flashed off as well, can't hold the angle. We'll call for backup. A-Call rotates over the AWP. That just leaves poor old Isaac isolated. You can see the CTs operating with 0 information, no control. And this is looking like another fake as well. So they're going to just throw the utility in towards B. CTs will have to hold position. They go back towards A. Perfect.
Yeah,
You have to hold, you have to respect that utility. At least for the 5-6 seconds.
Yeah, you don't know if they're going to be coming through. Isaac alone. Oh my god, he's handling himself very well. Keeps it going. He almost had that kill. He nearly had a triple if he would have had that.
He kind of needed the triple. It's still possible for them in this round. Don't get me wrong. But if he gets that 3rd kill, they've got a real fighting chance. It's going to be incredibly tedious still. Smoke down. Orb on the retake as well. No kit, as you can see, it's on the other side of the map. So I feel like that 3rd kill is necessary. Great effort. Retake will continue. It's Volt coming in from shore.
Yeah, up in the graveyard. Not the most used position these days. Can't believe he doesn't get the kill. They're so low on health, but unfortunately it doesn't even matter here.
No time.
GamerLegion have run out of time. 10 seconds. You don't even have that. Even if you went straight for it here, it's not going to be enough. I don't even think they can make it away here. I mean, Major definitely can, but A-Call, all right, he does make it just far enough away. 5-1, Henry, to start this off with Eternal Fire. They've resuscitated themselves.
Oh, absolutely. Pulling them around the map. It was absolute pandemonium. A banana to kick things off. The CT's trying to take more of an aggressive stance here, dominate this position, but you can see Kios caught in the flames on the retreat. Amazing effort from Isaac. As I said, if he gets that third kill, there's a chance. But leaving in the 2 versus 2, plenty of time to plant. It's left them in a precarious spot. Acor does save the AWP, so it'll be a partial buy into this one. It's still possible to win these rounds for sure. They've got decent utility overall. Incendiaries, smokes, and a couple of upgraded pistols and MP9 for Vault. They deploy towards second middle. Doesn't connect just yet. Oxig getting himself an AWP on the T side now. Alex might just help himself towards the A site. Let's go for...
Oh my god.
That's a guaranteed couple of kills.
That's the round. He's just completely won the round and found the AWP at the same time. He just walked in like he just did not care at all. And that the way that the map is built now on that side, because there's no railing, you could just walk out and get those shots. It's so sick. You don't have to do a jump that would have maybe given your position away. Yeah, bolts. Oh, he's gonna get stabbed in the back, and it's slow and painful.
Didn't even want to go for the actual right-click stab. Went for the slashes instead. I suppose I respect it. Could have fallen apart, but they're up 6-1. Eternal Fire running away with their map pick of Inferno. Vertigo might be required at this stage. 2 blowout performances here. That's certainly the highlight of the round. As we see Inferno crumble here for the Legion of Gamers. Need to start stepping up. The CT side is getting pulled apart. That was the partial buy, bear in mind. It saved Acor AWP. He'll have to invest in a new one here. Oxig has deployed his as well, but very decent flashbang from the T side enables him to get second mid under their remit. So what's the next play? Tried that calculated aggression on the CT side towards Banana. This time they've actually got somewhat of control of the situation though. Deep smoke down towards T steps. It's Kios, tip of the spear, allowing Snacks to rotate back towards A.
Yeah, he's deep in there, Kios, but he doesn't really have any grenades, right? So it's hard to stick around at the bottom of Banana like that. He's falling a little bit further back, but they're still committing to the 4-1 split. I don't really mind. Nice little shot from Acor.
Needed that.
Yeah, they need everything right now. They're in just a mirror position from what they were in on Overpass.
I like this from Isaac, though. Let's stay on the front foot here. They've presented so many fakes. We've had a lack of information almost every single round, allowing them way too much freedom on the map. Sure, we've got a man advantage here, but at least he's confirmed it's a B-side attack, Anders. They can actually have manpower here for the first time with an advantage. Like you said, though, a lack of grenades does make things a bit more curious to the CT side here. They can't really lock them out, and they're getting uncomfortable already. Trading out the kills. Antares, though, locking them out. The smokes are very effective. Ball has no vision. Key frag coming in from Isaac, and the bomb is planted.
Yeah, and they're going to win this fight as well. Antares goes down. Just Wakadia left. 1 versus 3. He did at the very least get the bomb planted. The grenade, not going to be quite enough to kill Isaac. In fact, it'll just do single point of damage here. So I think Wakadia is in a lot of trouble in the back here.
They've given him a chance to reposition, recalibrate the clutch as well. They've got a kit here, but if he gets one clean kill, it could fall apart very quickly. That should be enough. Well done to GamerLegion. I assume that DP is going to be no problem. They've got the kits available to them. It's a much closer round than he might have anticipated, considering they had the 5-on-4 advantage, 4 CTs in the B bomb site. But as mentioned, they had no utility. They couldn't really fend them off. With the smokes down towards Coffin, CT Spore, Molotovs engulfing the bomb site in general, it's always very uncomfortable, stifling. When you're in the CT defense, you're being flashed at the same time as well. You've got no responsive utility to throw back. But they get the round done. Problem is, they need a lot more where that came from. It was hardly a convincing round. Did like the inquisitive play, though, pushing down towards second middle, confirming is that B-side attack from Isaac. Never must win round for GamerLegion here. More of that required.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to keep it going. There's no other way. 6-2, not going to be nearly enough here. Antares moving forward, and he should have had that kill. I can't believe it. Kios flashed on the other side. It looked like he was even aiming the other way.
I'm surprised Kios is even sticking around. He wanted another one. Down to 25 points of health. Nice little boost, though. I was going to say, Acor but he's normally hit that all day long.
Yes.
That's a massive miss by his standards. You're in that boosted position, you're aware of those angles, down to 1 point of health.
How did Chaos Rifle end up there? He had to go back and pick it up. He threw it up against the wall. I'm so confused.
Well. Sure, it's a man advantage, but still might give the round in favor of Eternal Fire here. 5-on-4 with 4 players making their way towards B. Both of these players tantalizingly low. And again, distinct lack of utility.
Well, you've missed the first shot. You can't miss this next one. A-Core has to connect very cleanly on this
All
one.
the execution, these players are low. They can't really justify full-on fights here. They seem to try and slow them down as long as possible. Call for the rotations. No one's moving, Anders. They think it's another fake. They've been conditioned too many times.
There have been a lot of fakes, but this isn't one of them. This B defense is about to get wiped out. It doesn't even matter that Kios gets the double here. It's good, but the bomb plan will still come through. Now, a 3-on-2 retake. It can be done. But they're not going to be stopping the bomb just yet.
Yeah, you definitely go for this one, of course.
Yes.
Woxic down to 41 points of health. Calix will have to do the heavy lifting here. He's currently positioned towards new boxes. There is kits available, I should say. 3 of them, but no smoke, no incendiary. Difficult to flush these T's down. They've wasted a lot of time rotating in here. First kill looks like a bit of a freebie for Calix. Doesn't quite convert it, but Woxic certainly does. Cuts things down to a 2 versus 2. These rounds have been scrappy. Hasn't been the best work here from GamerLegion. If they can finally take down Calix here, it would be a miracle, but it's not going to happen. Calix clutches out once again. 4 kills in the round as we go 7-2. It falls apart for GamerLegion. That's a significant round to give up. It completely sabotages the money, and it might be tactical timeout territory.
Yeah, they need a bit of a break, don't they, right now? Kios. I mean, these 2 kills,
They
super
actually
nice,
did pretty well, considering they had, what, like 26 HP between the 2 of them?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but like we said, they've been faked out so many times. They're like, we're not rotating this time. We're not falling for those tricks. And of course, it was the full commitment. Perfectly cool round there for Maja. He's conditioned them. He's got them scared, second-guessing themselves. And they can't even justify a force into this next round. They're going to go with the MP9s, the partial buy, a couple of Deagles. So bear in mind, GamerLegion have only won 2 rounds so far, one of which is the full eco with the Zeuses. Then a very scrappy round to follow things up.
The fact that one of your rounds is that Zeus round is, I mean, it's funny when it happens, but obviously you're not going to be able to rely on stuff like that. Whereas Eternal Fire, their expertise on this T side is really shining through at the moment. Oh, this Zeus, he pulled away from it. Maybe he could have run forward into a Cartier there as he was coming out of the smoke, but not this time. Another good start to the round here. Eternal Fire looking to make it 8. Why not? Punish them as hard as you can. I mean, again, the opening half on Overpass is 10-2 in favor of GamerLegion. It was such a one-sided affair. Eternal Fire would love some revenge for that.
Going to get faked out again?
Yeah, why not?
I think they probably are. They've gone for the 4-man B stack. Here comes the utility. Everyone will stay here and take the bait as they walk into a wide open bomb site. GamerLegion cannot catch a break here. Every stack, every idea is being shut down by Mastermind, Maja. Now that's it, that's round over, it's 8-2. Can't believe their luck. They've done it again.
It sucks, doesn't it? You're really salivating at the thought of that they're going to push into the stack when you see the smokes going down. You're like, oh, they might be coming. They smoked up CT spawn. Let's go. And then the bomb gets planted on the other side, and you realize it was all for nothing. Maja's out on a bit of a hunt. Oh, nice grenade.
Yeah, very good. Trying to lock them in. Taking no prisoners is Cardia. Join Calix to find the remaining GamerLegion players. And we go 8-2. Similar scenes to Overpass here. This time Eternal Fire taking the lion's share of the rounds in the first half. The T side of Inferno no less as well. Snacks hasn't really got going yet with 1 kill to his name. Very different state of affairs. He had like 15 in the first half of Overpass.
Yeah, he was missing on the map. It was just a dreadful affair, but it's good to see him return. Push into the stack. This could very, very quickly be a third map that's going to be coming up. I mean, it's slipping out of GamerLegion's hands on this map just as quick as it was for Eternal Fire on Overpass. There's just two very one-sided affairs so far. Remember, I mean, there's a lot on the line here. You lose this, you have to keep fighting to try and make it through. And I mean, there are a lot of great teams still left. Not necessarily going to be all that easy. Otherwise, you're going to be making it to the next stage. 8-2 is the scoreline as we move into round number 11.
Yeah, the 2-2 bracket is a real disastrous place to be, and that's the same story for GamerLegion on their CT side of Inferno. Absolutely mowed down by Xantares, making light work of that banana position. Picks himself up 2 very clean frags with the spray. And that's round over. This has been really quite uneventful for GamerLegion. Every attempt, every idea is completely shut down. One real round going in their favor. The other was a full eco victory courtesy of some Zeus kills. They're trying to find Xantares. That might be the only kill they get. And now we're in a 5 versus 2. Isaac, a chance to step up though. Needs a double kill. Can't even find one. Lucadia sprays him down. And that's going to be round done. Again, one more to go. 9 pretty much locked in. Bolts, he's got a slither of hope here. Might as well give it a go.
Yeah, he's so far behind here. You know, hunt for it, see if you can have them make a couple of mistakes. 2 of them are actually over on Banana, which is really funny, right? The bomb's been planted at the A-bomb
they're giving him a chance around us.
They are. If he had a smoke, it'd be even more interesting, because he could kill one, you know, try and defuse inside of the smoke or something like that, but he does not. Gonna be out hunting, and I don't even think they're worried now. I think they've drawn everyone back more or less. Calyx quite far away. Bolt in a 1 versus 5. Again, they're not showing him anything. If they were fighting him, he'd have more of a chance.
Yeah, he didn't realize how much space he had there. They were really on the hunt. Difficult to get excited about these blowout maps. Overpass was pretty underwhelming. Tunnelfire didn't really show up whatsoever. I'd say the same for GamerLegion here. You can see that it's not really even fighting back those big spray downs from Xantares. No one really challenging or responding in kind as we get into the final round of this first half of the second map. Eternal Fire looking to find double digits. That would be a death sentence. If GamerLegion get this third, sure, it's bad, but it's not over. They bring out the auto shotgun of Famus and a bit of a mid lean here. 2 players towards the yard side. Down to Volt to try and step up here. Acor find that first kill. Could be a chance to swing back here. Lucadia gets one towards the atrium, but Volt's keeping the dream alive. Calyx, down he goes as well. Bit of a scrappy round from Eternal Fire now. Still recoverable though. Xantares is alive and well. Will be joined by Magia.
Close MP9 though, a little bit risky. He's gonna handle that no problem. Negotiates that one against Chaos, and it'll be a 2 versus 3. A lot of time left still. And Magia's kind of hoping that there's going to be a mistake in the middle. Someone's going to be a little bit too curious. And Tara's also given some space over here. There's the fight. Oh, and he just keeps spraying. Takes down Acor. Back into a 2 versus 2, and it might be a quick kill. It will be Snacks. Practically pre-fired. He was just listening to the footsteps there. Magia will take him down, and the bomb is going to get planted. It's all gone horribly wrong, hasn't it?
It really has. They've led Xantares off the leash over towards B, and he's doing what he does best. A couple of kills outside of the map. Magia sneaking up toward Day, catches the rotator, and it looks like this half ends in despair. Vol will go down. It's a fantastic effort from the Turkish squad. A great resurgence on the second map. 10-2. An absolute death sentence for GamerLegion. Not really much they can do with this. Goes without saying, Anders, they need the pistol and then some on their T-side campaign. This one has unraveled at the very seams. Yeah, bring out the strap book. What's the pistol going to be? Woxic actually looked pretty decent with the rifle in the first half, but didn't have to do too much. It was Xantares and Lucadia stepping up, showing us they've still got what it takes to close out this series, even after a disastrous first map.
There are definitely some of these players, and Xantares is one of them, where you just have you enjoy your time in the sun if they're not playing well, because they're going to come back, and they're going to be really hard to beat.
They come back even hotter than before. And yeah, he's been one of the absolute standout players of the tournament as well, so a scary prospect. He's coming online. As we get ready for a third map, I'm going to say that now, we're pretty much locked in here. I don't see a world where GamerLegion managed to topple 10 rounds on their T side, but I'd love to be proven wrong as we see 7 guns deployed It's Antares, ready and waiting. And it's a little B rush as well. Perfect flashbangs. Oh my god, it couldn't be more blind. Zantares chomping at the bit to get stuck in here. Not the cleanest kills though, as he does start to mow them down. That is a beautiful sequence. 3 versus 2. Job not quite done. They can at least get the bomb plants here. That's something, but kind of need the pistol victory, Anders.
Yeah, they do. Oh, they're almost blocking each other. You don't want to see that. It's a bit of a disaster here with Isaac entirely on his own and actually finally running out of bullets as well. Vicardia will take him down, but it was Santaris behind that fountain. His time to kill was so low on those opening kills. They just did not stand a chance. Well, it keeps getting worse just when you thought it couldn't.
Yeah.
Losing the pistol as well.
They were so blind on entry.
Yeah.
It was kind of wild, actually, that Zantares, how is he firing off those dualies so quickly? Doesn't seem fair. The 7 guns prevail. No bomb planted. Yeah, map over, I'm afraid. Just a formality. We'll go through this stage. You have to force buy in the second. It's going to be Tech-9s and Eagles. Maja on the front foot here. Aggressive stance. Gonna lock them out. That deep smoke. They won't have many resources here. He knows it as well. You can lock them out at the start. You're kind of funneling towards the A side.
The performance graph for Santaris between map 1 and 2 is going to look ridiculous if you put them together.
Yeah.
Really flat on
getting
the
warmed up.
Absolutely.
So this has been an interesting discussion. Like, when a Molotov is interacting with smoke and they're like touching like that, you can essentially stand in the Molotov and take damage.
Yeah.
It's kind of strange. Like, it doesn't really make sense, but yeah. It's the thing. You don't get gray screen is what I'm saying. You don't take damage as well. You play on the cusp of the smoke.
They just when they cancel, it's physics, Henry. You know how that works.
I guess you're right. I didn't think about science. Zantares looking to close Inferno down right here, right now. Find map point. Snacks, though, applying the ointment. Taking a lot of damage en route. It's the force by bear in mind, and Snacks got that bomb.
Finding Isaac. Oh, that's
dear.
a deep angle that Maja was not ready for.
Might as well go for the plant.
Yeah. They're so chewed up. I mean, just go for it right now. What are you waiting for?
I don't think it makes a massive difference, but certainly not ideal. So Snacks with 12 points of health, a smoke down in CT spawn. And you'll have to be 2 players with ruins by the looks of things here. Acre would need a beautiful Desert Eagle headshot here. Calyx is waiting for his opportunity to pounce. He hears the grenade pin pulled, and yeah, good attempt there from GamerLegion, but there it is. Map point found. Hasn't been the most exciting series so far, I'll give you that. 2 blowout maps.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not what we're here for. For Zantares, I'm here for his level of skill that he's putting down on the server right now. Absolutely unbelievable at times. That AK-47 in the first half was a thing of beauty. Maja as well, got to say, his calls, pulling them around the map, Anders, left, right, and center. Fake after fake. They really didn't know where they stood on the map.
I mean, it's the reason why they call him the Turkish Terminator, right?
Yeah.
GamerLegion wish they could send him back in time to Overpass where he wasn't playing so well.
That's a good point. He really didn't get going at all. But the sequel of Inferno certainly went better for him. Judgment Day here for Woxic. How many combinated punts can he get in there?
We haven't invented time travel yet, so unfortunately for GamerLegion, that's not going to happen. They're in so much trouble. Chaos. Not even a bubble tea to enjoy at this point in time. Shot in the side of the head. Maja will bring him down. This is the last 3 people alive here for GamerLegion on Inferno. Eternal Fire. The level of revenge has been so swift and so clean for them. I'm just really impressed. I mean, again, it's hard losing any maps at this stage of the major. You know you're in trouble when it happens. You don't want to fall back into that 2-2 bracket like you said. You're facing an elimination at that point in time. Losing a map like Overpass so decisively, you get nothing done, and then you just revitalize the entire team into the second map. It's not easy to do.
Well, it looks like we're all said and done here, ladies and gentlemen. I wish I had an amazing headline to present to you. A historic game of Counter-Strike here. A great match. It wasn't really a good display of skill. Great calling from Maja. We saw the individual prowess of the top dogs of Eternal Fire, Vicardia and Zantares posting 18 kills and 17 respectively. And it all finishes here. As it all began, really, Xantares with a chance to find all 3 kills, and I dare say he probably converts them. He's got the AK-47 in hand. Contact comes through, flashbang from his teammate, and now he's starting to connect. Only good for 1 this time, but he has maintained the advantage. 10 seconds remaining. Of course, no bomb planted yet. Magic just needs to find 1 more, and the job is done. Is anyone going to plant the bomb?
No.
Don't think it matters. And there it is, 13-2, Anders. Not the best performance from GamerLegion, but an absolute amazing showing from Eternal Fire. A bounce back from their kind of underwhelming showing on Overpass.
Yeah, I've got to say, I mean, that was just, I mean, the scoreline speaks for itself here. And with Xantares back in that hot seat, you can just tell what he is all about. It's terrifying for GamerLegion. Fortunately, obviously, there's the 3rd map to be played on Vertigo, I believe. So that's interesting. But I mean, again, now they have the same task that Eternal Fire just did. They have to recover themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's absolutely fine. They've both lost their opponent's picks, right?
Yeah.
And now this is going to be the great decider. We'll see who will be bouncing back. Snacks certainly will have to. Quiet showing throughout the GamerLegion ranks, but we'll see what Vertigo has in store.
Yeah, okay, so now we've got the inverse. It is a mirroring occurring because that was absolutely dreadful from GamerLegion as well. I mean, look, people aren't really playing Inferno at the moment because, you know, they got to fix that map and make it enjoyable again. But, I mean, still, just another kind of capitulation. All the criticism we were laying on Eternal Fire, we've now, surely to be consistent, got to lay on the doorstep of GamerLegion.
Well, I will disagree here. I don't think it's the same situation that we're looking at.
Okay.
Because on the case of GamerLegion, Inferno is a very obvious weakness in a map pool. It's what you call map number 6. It's the one you don't want to play. It's the relative you don't want to have a Christmas that still shows up, can't really do anything with it. That's what's happening.
I wouldn't know anything about that, mate. It's definitely not me.
I'm not saying it's you, Richard. That is Inferno for GamerLegion, so I'm not going to be as harsh with them as I was with Eternal Fire. I think we heard roars coming out of the Turkish camp, and you could argue that why are they roaring like they want an easy map? I think it meant a lot for them to just sort of activate themselves again and find that momentum and find that rhythm. The calls from Major were extremely on point. He out-called GamerLegion plenty of times, and Tares had the multi-kills on multi-kills. Banana, the new king of Banana, or the Banana that was abandoned, the one that's kind of getting overly rived in the shop. No one is buying it.
Yeah,
That's
the European Union Banana, the one that has to be straight almost. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. We know about that in Brexit Britain, actually.
So the signs are great for Eternal Fire, and I just hope we get to see a good map of Counter-Strike eventually.
So they can mentally reset, right? They can. We had a question earlier on, like, can this team mentally reset? They clearly can do
between
it.
maps, yeah.
Between maps, which is even lesser time, which is even harder. So that's good to know. I'm still curious as to why they weren't able to mentally reset from yesterday, right? But they get the job done. I think Manic just made it very, very elegantly right there for GamerLegion. They just don't know how to play that map. Xantares and Ricadia having just a merry old time towards Banana and Apartments Boiler respectively, going 8-2 in opening duels on a T side, which makes life very, very easy for your team. So they get a job done. They're activated. That's great. Vertigo for me, though.
Yeah, I'm going to say, look, I'm not going to analyze Inferno. You're going to see some Xantares highlights on your screen right now. I think he needed this. You've got your star player, you have a terrible map, you obviously just want to frag out on the next map and then take it into the decider. Vertigo, obviously we know Eternal Fire like that map. You put it earlier, yeah, they would like to play Nuke ideally. We knew that wasn't going to get through, but now we've got Vertigo and Eternal Fire have to be favorites here, especially coming off a map like that, right?
They should be favorites. Should be the imperative word here, the operative word here, rather. But I have liked what I've seen from GamerLegion, in all honesty. Like, you know, despite the fact their opposition haven't necessarily been the strongest, so to speak, and again, on a map where their opponents weren't exactly, it's their best map. They have put in the work. They look really, really solid indeed. Very convincing wins, albeit against a couple of Brazilian teams and whatnot. But for Eternal Fire, I still feel it's very 50-50. It's a map they were historically good on, but I don't have full, complete faith on them.
Yeah, we have the numbers coming up here. I think there are a couple of storylines that we have to follow for Vertigo, which are going to be deciding factors, if you will. The number one is going to be the A-Core V-Voxic 1v1, the AWP duels. It was one of the downfalls, the downpit for Eternal Fire on that map that they've lost on Vertigo. Voxic was nowhere to be found.
Very poor.
He was very poor. He had to wait a very long time to put his hands on the AWP. Wasn't necessarily activated on Inferno either. He wasn't exactly needed either. So we're going to have to see. I think A-Core has already proven he here in Copenhagen that when given favorable duels towards the ramp, he will take them time and time again, and he's very potent at it, is very efficient at it. So to me, that's going to be a very impactful factor for this.
For me, what's going to be very exciting is watching this this T side from Eternal Fire, right, with the ramp position especially, because one thing that GamerLegion do very well, the utility protocols and deployment, they're going to be, especially Snacks, being aggressive towards ramp acro with the AWP as well. They don't allow the Ds to ever feel comfortable getting the ramp control. That is one thing they really excel at, and that's when this Woxic AWP talk comes into, comes to fruition for the side of Eternal Fire. Can he get those opening kills? Can he come out on top? Because he's going to get harassed time and time again by the util.
Well, it's like Henry pointed out on the broadcast itself during the game. It was an off day for Woxic that we saw and tunneled in on. He started pretty well on day one. He's been in good form in general coming into this tournament. I don't know if it's just sort of a, Vertigo is difficult. It's a different proposition for most AWPers in how you play it, or whether, Woxic is still that streaky, inconsistent player that is, he's made his career being known for that.
I lean towards the latter, if I'm going to be really honest with you. I think that Woxic, unfortunately, to this day, is still a player for whom the beginning of the game is abnormally important. And it's not a statement I like to make when it comes to players. I would like to be able to tell you, you do go down 0-6, you wait until you have your AWP, but when you do, you're a sure shot, you're a surefire, you're gonna get your kills and it's gonna be fine. For Woxic, it does feel like it's either the start is great, and so he is, and he will roll, and he will be very streaky, very momentum-based, or he's getting frustrated, he doesn't really warm up or warm himself up in the game, and then the sitters are a little bit missed. And I don't think that has changed. I think this narrative is very much alive, and that's why it's overly important how he starts the game.
It just feels like the streak that he's been having so far recently with Eternal Fire has been abnormally long, so to speak. I completely agree with you. And what's a little worrying for me is the first map, look, no one really showed up for the side of his team. He did put in a few kills, albeit I think it was just cosmetic frags and really getting much done. On Inferno as well, I agree with you. He didn't really have to do anything, but just a lack of opportunities to warm up. It is worrying for me, because Woxic not performing, every time I've seen Eternal Fire struggle or fail in recent history, it has come down to Woxic just disappearing from the
scene. All right. Alternative timeline, alternative story as well. You talk about how GamerLegion is very strong on the ramp when the CT side, Acor being aggressive, Snacks being aggressive. You have two very aggressive rifle right now on Eternal Fire who are activated. The Zentares Wicadia fights that are going to happen
terrifying.
And I'll put it this way, if I had to describe it, I would say GamerLegion is going to be a bit more synchronized and polished. It's going to be cleaner and more optimized. Zentares and Wicadia is a bit more brute force. Like, it's going to be a duel from the right, a duel from the left, and hey, listen, if you aim worse than me, my time to kill is lower, I will absolutely wreck you. So Snacks is going to have to be a bit inventive, creative on how he plays that position, because these two rifles, they were here on Inferno.
Yeah, well, obviously, we know GamerLegion have also had their riflers kind of activated. We talked about Volt and Kios coming into this again. We ignore Inferno, 6 map, all of that stuff. I mean, what do you think we're going to see from them on this map? Because, the numbers kind of make it look like us leaning towards Eternal Fire is a little bit weird, because GamerLegion have obviously beaten, I'd say lower caliber opponents, but they still have a decent win rate.
I feel for Kios, that's the conversation that comes in, right? We highlighted, we prefaced this entire matchup talking about his T-side entries and how ludicrous his numbers have been. Like almost like 30% opening attempts on the T-side with 80% success is something which is not sustainable. But if he can replicate even 60% of that on this map on the T-side, that for me could be the win condition. Getting those rounds in on the T-side especially. But I don't know. Again, the question mark arises, can he replicate it?
No, I mean, he shouldn't be able to. He shouldn't, right? Based on what? Like, do we have legs to stand on if we say, no, Kyo is going to maintain that sort of output? He shouldn't. And the question becomes, when you get into your own head again, when you leave that sort of unicorn world you've been living in on day one, destroying everybody, then do you just kind of go back towards what was the average for you, which was struggle, so which was a little bit, second guessing yourself and all. So hopefully for GamerLegion, that's not the case. But I do think, unfortunately for them, this awakening that we've witnessed from Eternal Fire should carry over to map number 3. And I phrase it differently. Would we witness another breakdown from Eternal Fire now after Inferno? Then that is it. Like, I'm calling the police. Like, at some point, the justice has to be involved.
I'd actually call the hospital, honestly. Like, straight to the mental ward, because I can't expect... I'll be real, I don't expect them to have another breakdown like this. It would be insane for that to happen.
Yeah, but we didn't expect any of the breakdowns that we witnessed. We never expected them.
I know, but, maybe third time's a charm, I don't know.
Well, we're about to find out, guys. We are going to go to a break. When we get back, we're going to see if GamerLegion can continue this miracle run that they've been handed, or whether Eternal Fire will deliver on their early promise. We'll see you soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded DIAC-2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, DIAC-2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, DIAC-2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Dequiz the bomb time. Madra from Eternal Fire is hopefully not going to make any fires this time around. The bomb will not explode.
I hope.
You ready to test your knowledge?
Yes.
Didn't sound that confident, but we'll see how it goes when you press the button.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Big yellow. And then we go.
How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb with the defuse kit? 4.
Click it.
No? 5? Bro, I did I did bad the second answer. Who was the top ranking player in the top ranked? Who was? I think it was Olof. The minimum amount of deagle shot to the body to kill a terrorist on a pistol round without armor. 2. How much money do you get from the loss bonus?
Move, good.
Which team has the most major title in history? Should be Astralis, no?
Oui, oui.
Oui, oui. Who is the only player from Estonia to have Rups? Should be Rups. To have the top ranking. Yes, Rups, Estonia. Who was the top ranked player in 10-8? It was Astralis. Area, no. I think Device, no.
Device has
Simple.
never won it, bro.
Oh, really? Oh, who is the only player from Israel to have appeared in top 1? Should be Spinks. What is the max running speed of the model with the Scout? Oh, I don't know. Just randomly.
Nice, that's good.
How much money do you get to kill with Glock USP? Should be... Bro, my knowledge so bad.
More question.
The minimum amount of dual Beretta shot to body kill with terrorists without armor on a pistol round. Should be free.
Boom, he's done it.
I got this.
It was a rough start.
Without cheat.
Yeah, without cheat and a rough start. We say without cheat because he wanted to start before we started. He pressed the button. I was like, no, no, we're not going. But you did it. You saved Copenhagen.
I save it?
Yes.
Thank you, guys. I'm the hero.
The hero
Yes.
of Denmark is Major.
No. Thank you.
Day 3 of the first ever Counter-Strike 2 major, Anders.
Yeah.
Amazing.
We're here.
We finally made it.
We're finally all here.
Yeah, finally all here. I'm feeling better. I am now known as the Pooh Bear instead of the Creamy Bear. But still, the third and final map between these two teams. It's a 2-1 matchup as well, bear in mind. So win this map, you're into the round of 16, the elimination stage of the tournament. Bear in mind, GamerLegion technically not even supposed to be here. So that'd be a massive accomplishment if they could pull this one off. But the thing is, Inferno is such a massively one-sided affair with Xantares, Mercadia, the two top dogs of Eternal Fire stepping up. I'm not sure they can be silenced at this point. They looked way too powerful.
It was a really big problem because Mercadia got some great entries and Xantares. He was back to his old self, and that is a big problem for GamerLegion. We'll see if they can do a little bit better now. It's the third map coming up on Vertigo, and they're going to be starting on the CT side.
Yeah, it's a good map for both teams. It's second in both of their pools. So not a clean-cut winner here. I'm hoping it's a close and tightly contested game because the first two have been complete blowouts. Never going to get too excited about.
Look at the mid-stack on the CT side. I love this. This is so dynamic, right? You can go like a couple of steps towards A, a couple of steps towards B. You're there pretty quickly. You can retake anything from this one. I wish they had some retake grenades, though. It's the only thing that I'm thinking is they got pretty much one flashbang to try and do that with. All right, so Volt is going to call it in. They also know they've been spotted on that ramp, so...
you can see there's nice, quick rotations, though, and it will be the first headshot for Volt. Lovely shot towards Magia.
What did he shoot him through?
I don't know.
Well,
We'll take it.
Oh, he's managed to slip the net. I think Isaac must have seen him.
Yeah, definitely.
He's looking so hard for him at the moment. He's going to find him. Should be a free kill, but it's not somehow. A little bit sketchy, and he goes down. My God, he gave it up for free. That's not what you want to see. 3 versus 4 now, and they're coming back to the bomb site. Xantares landing a headshot, taking down Volt. 3 versus 3 now, and the bomb should at least be going down.
Yeah, those Julies can be a cruel mistress sometimes, and Xantares and Mercadia, the tag team duo, the two-man army, dominating the pistol once again. And that one kill towards Woxic, that might have cost him the round. He couldn't find a clean headshot. As soon as he goes down, the floodgates open. Okay, Anders, what the hell?
That's what I meant. I was so confused. He did that in a pistol?
He must not have had armor, I suppose, but I've never seen that even attempted with a USP.
I haven't either.
Okay, that's absolutely wild, and still they don't win the round. Eternal Fire, their two brightest stars shining brighter than ever right now, looking to get to the next stage of the tournament. Going to be the full eco for GamerLegion here. I really mean it this time. USPs across the board. No utility, no Kevlar. Open runway for Eternal Fire. An emphatic start as well as Xantares, Mercadia, 2 frags apiece. No deaths, and their momentum-based team, Eternal Fire. If they get a hot start here, very difficult to get them out of their element. Volt going for the same spam again. Be very impressed he made it work against a full buy with the USP, but...
Yeah, double dipping on that one's maybe a little bit too much.
Let's have a look. Is there anything left to be said about the round? The bomb will be planted. Can they make it at least costly for Eternal Fire here? I doubt it. Mercadia setting himself up to farm that cash. You want the MAC-10 to pick up the kills if possible.
Yeah, might as well.
Maybe a kill, yeah. Snacks will get one. And unfortunately, it's just the Mac 10 that goes down, so they're only able to really take any money away. Bit of a bonus situation for Eternal Fire here. 2-0. It's going to be a pretty weak buy from GamerLegion this first gun round here. Of course, you won't have the AWP of A-Core. You're going to be missing some key bits of utility, most notably the incendiaries, but we'll see what they've gone for here. Any concessions on the firepower? They have got the M4s across the board. Helmets in place as well, and it's single incendiary, but you've got so much run and gun potential right now. You've got the Mac 10 on Madja, Calyx with the Galil as well. You can win this bonus round, you're in a really prime position. Calyx investigates the B steps. Nice positional control from Kios. He tucks himself in nice and early to the round. Doesn't make any sound cues here. Good dink as well. Isaac will find the man advantage. He might be able to fall off this one and just go back towards A here and just leave his teammate in position. That's Kios in a prime position for a backstab as well.
Yeah, you're right. It looks like Eternal Fire have given up on that side of the map. They're kind of saying, all right, leave it alone. Go back and pick up the bomb and start to head toward the A ramp instead. They have quite a lot of grenades. One of them landing towards that A position. It goes again, and it brings Volt very, very low this time.
Landed in his helmet.
Yeah.
Oh, he lives to tell the tale. Chip damage to say the very least. No sound cues here, though. No fake this time by the looks of things. Nice boost. Two-man stack behind the bomb side box itself. Smokes go down. A-Core desperate to try and get something out of this one. He will actually find the kill towards Vicardia. Bombs can be planted. Round not over yet. Give themselves a fighting chance. Frags coming in from Snacks as well. They've got a 4-on-2. The Xantar is still alive as well. 94 points of health. He'd have to go above and beyond for his team right here, Anders.
They should be able to win this one every single time. 1 versus 4. He's out in the open here, and yeah, triple swing against him. Snacks will take him down. Very important round early on. We kind of want to see a close affair. We've had 2 very one-sided maps so far. Let's make this one a little bit more even.
Oh, definitely. You don't want to see 3 blowout maps back-to-back.
No.
It's nice to see GamerLegion approach this first gun round with some swagger. Nice little boost, as we said, looking above the smoke. A-Core managing to deny any sort of progression towards elevators and the boost spot. Snacks close things out. It's 2-1, but bear in mind, money was pretty plentiful on the Turkish side, so they still have a nice buy here. Calyx with the Mac 10, and it looks like they might be picking the pace. 3 players assertively making their way towards the A ramp here. That flashbang, very meta right now. This is designed to push back the likes of A-Core. He still manages to get off considerable damage towards short. But that's done enough. The CTs are on high alert right now. Reactions coming through. They're trying to find space on the other side of the map here, pushing down the B steps. Isaac and Kios working in tandem. The match is aware of that prospect. It's cool for his teammates to rotate over.
Look at this double position.
Oh, the double turret. That's going to be very difficult to flush out, off angles to say the least.
Yeah, pick your level of elevation, but either way, you're going to be fighting 2 people at once, and it's not going to be easy. Now they delay, the grenades are coming down. It's a little bit of a problem. Everyone is flashed. Fire on the ground as well, but they will get rid of Kios at the very least. And Isaac send over the side of the building.
It's an ugly round, but I'm impressed Eternal 5 and brought that back to a 3-on-3. Plenty of time remaining, just under 1 minute. They still have pretty decent amount of utility. They can fully execute in towards B if they so wish, but the CTs are expecting that sort of play here. Woxic with the bomb. Up the ladder, Calyx will join him. We have got Vicardia still waiting at the B steps, so it could still be a B play, but more of a B split. Volt needs to be very cognizant of the fact that he could be split on here. Has to dismount, out of position now, as they focus their efforts towards the steps.
Yeah, but look at the smoke down there. He actually pushes through it. They're going to try and see if they can claim the stairs. This is great. They've taken away an entire arm of the attack. Instead of getting sandwiched, they're now actually locking Eternal Fire into the bomb side. It's a great switch around for GamerLegion. Volt has played this perfectly so far, and he's going to get the kill on Woxic as well. That's some very intelligent Counter-Strike coming out from Volt.
Should
see
be
if
enough.
Calyx, it should be enough. Calyx not been playing too badly. It's Volt, though. Again, a step ahead. 3 kills in the round for him.
Yeah, super clean from Volt. Very well played. just ducking and weaving around the bomb side. Volt doesn't stick around for too long. He spots 2 players towards middle. There's only 3 left, so logic dictates if it is the B split, let's focus our efforts towards those B steps, isolate that kill with 2 players, and it all starts with this lovely little boost as well. You don't see that too often. Like, sure, there's lots of different setups here, but I really like the idea of 2 off angles, the Tower of Terror raining down upon them, and Eternal Fire did a good job. They brought it back to the 3-on-3, but thinking on their feet, Volt's carrying them over the finish line there. This is going to be a closely contested game now. You can feel it. This one's building up. Roll the marbles here. Win this map. We're in the next stage of the major. The first ever Counter-Strike 2 major at that. And for GamerLegion, a team that, not even arguably, they just shouldn't be here. They replaced 9 Pandas last minute due to visa issues. That would be a remarkable achievement.
It was a really crazy story.
What a whirlwind of a week they would have had. They found out the day before they had to come, I think. So, yeah, crazy. 2-2.
Round number 5, yeah. They did get the bomb planted, and they're going to have a little bit to work with in this round. Interestingly, obviously, that AK-47 on Santaris, look at us running for it. Completely flashed. Yeah, nothing you'd have done there. Snacks, he's dead. That's a very bad omen here for GamerLegion. Volt, you've got to be careful. If you go down as well, it could be the round, but it's a good flash setup, and Vicaria going to get blown up behind it, and HE lands almost right on top of Calyx.
Yeah, that position Madge is playing, you can smoke off the gap position on CT side, then flash like he has been as well. It's very powerful, then you go patrol middle. For now, though, CT's bringing this one back to life. It was looking a little bit complicated for them. They've got the 4-on-3, and he 1 rifle. It's in the hands of Calyx for now.
He knows they don't have any grenades to get rid of him, right? So the sandbag position, the real counterplay is obviously double grenading it or having a Molotov, but they've already guessed GamerLegion that it is that AK force-up, and that's about it. Yeah, you can look all day, Calyx, but not a lot of reason why Volt would want to do anything. He's got a teammate inside of the bomb site that, as you can tell, just jiggling and peeking and making sure no one's sneaking up behind him. That's the only other threat, is if they lose track of a player. Almost nothing they could do in this one. 40 seconds. Making a bit of noise, and Volt, all right, he is kind of baited into it, but with that kind of accuracy, who really cares? Getting more kills. Volt is absolutely having a fire game to begin this one with. 3 kills again. He's up to 8-3. He's untouchable at the moment.
Yeah. Last major, of course. In Paris, had that glorious run of Into the Breach. Into the quarterfinals. A team no one really expected that sort of performance from, let's be honest.
Definitely not.
And now here he is again. Sure, and very different circumstances. As you mentioned, shouldn't really be at this major, but you'll take these opportunities all day long. Looking to get themselves a place in the elimination stage, carried by Volt, who's playing very, very good CS right now. Madja mowed down by the utility and the bombardment of bullets there from Isaac. As we find themselves another 5-on-4 situation. Molotov's deployed, and damage output is just insane here. Isaac looking to close things out, secure the round, and he's done a great job. No fear, as he completely dominates the B bomb site. He's going to have to push him back in towards A, and he's not done yet. He might continue the probe.
He's pushed in through their own smoke. That jump up onto the ledge as he gets the next fight is so practiced. You can tell there's no delay in him landing and shooting.
This is sick, but like if you're playing by the book right now, you might be overstepping the line. Like he's completely locked him in. He's owned it. Like
yeah.
Most players will just wait back and say, look, it's going to be an A finish, but like he's maybe risking a lot here, but he's played it so well. It's going to be Volt to pretty much secure the round here, but we are going to see a 4 versus 2. Woxic and Wacardia. At least we'll get a bomb plan out of this, but fortunately, as we mentioned, we've got that backstab coming through, no problem. It was the perfect play. Even after finding 2 kills, not dissuaded whatsoever. Maintains full control of the map. Never a moment they didn't have information there. That round was pretty much locked in from the start. Really nice round. GamerLegion are looking hot to trot right now.
I think it's really worth pointing out, though, there is a big risk when you keep pushing like Isaac was. I mean, it looks really sick when it's
when it works out, it looks great. When you found 2 opening frags and you've already confirmed it's an A-side attack, like, to continue that push, if he does go down, that suggests the B-side's open, they can just run back quickly.
Also, maybe just to mention for people who are brand new to the game and maybe watching Counter-Strike for the first time at this level, it's very common for the Ts to have one player that's dedicated to just watching the flank on this map, because you can get down below. So if you just keep walking, sometimes you're going to walk into a T player that's just going to sat there But yeah, I mean, he played it perfectly without criticizing it. But
yeah, exactly. It couldn't
sick.
have been more, but it's just like I respect the audacity of it. That's the thing. Like, I've got 2 kills to secure the round. I'm going to keep going anyway. I'm going to force the issue, and it's a lovely, lovely play. 4-2.
It's real close.
Taking matters into his own hands here. Volt with that same spam towards the Xbox. The real damage inflicted. Same story with that HE as well. Flashbang over the top. They're going to go for a boost here. Flash designed to find them a little bit of space. He nailed the boost, to be fair. Couldn't have been cleaner, but Maggia was ready for it.
Yeah. Slammed the door right in their face. Snack's the one to go down. He's had a bit of a tough start on this one. So is Acor and Kios, to be honest. So Santaris back at it again, and they've taken care of Volt. Finally, they've brought him low. 50 seconds on the clock. This is a must-win round for Eternal Fire. They're going to start to slip a little bit too far behind. It's going to get a bit uncomfortable. If they win this one, they're right back on track again. Cardia traded, but walks it, keeps it going. And they're going to be able to plant the bomb here. Isaac, I mean, they can probably guess even from the last round at some point that he's probably going to be down below somewhere. He's hanging around the porta potties instead.
Yeah, way back in T-Spawn. Much you can do, but hold on to the AK-47 here. But nice work from Eternal Fire. Back to the basics, worked that A ramp. It was Maggia that got the opening kill, forcing off the boosted player. And once they had the man advantage, the round kind of just fell into place. Santaris towards short, and they won out all their duels.
If we'd had a porta potty on site, Henry, we could have had you casting the last 2 days.
There were talks of that. It was like, can we bring the toilet to the set?
Yeah.
Is there a way, maybe just a bucket with a headset around it?
No one's done it before. Would have been an industry first.
It was almost required, honestly. I was in a bad way for 2 or 3 days.
You're laughing now, but
Yeah,
for anyone that's been through it,
yeah, it's just like the closest to death I think I've ever been. But we're back. Body levels are kind of returning to normal, and hopefully we can maintain that for the rest of the show.
Yeah, let's count on that. I think this is a very, very important round for the Turkish side. They really needed to win this one. It was starting to slip a little bit out of control. Volt was having a little bit too much fun, and Isaac certainly was having way too much fun over on the B-bomb site. So, critical round, I think, to slow this one down again and start to establish a little bit of respect for themselves. T side on this map could be such a difficult affair. So many teams, even well-routined teams that play this map sometimes just disappear, I think especially from that A ramp. You've listened to me casting a lot of Counter-Strike. I've probably said this 100 times, but if you can't win that A ramp, you're really in a bad way on the T side. You have to be able to, not necessarily take the entire side, you have to be able to fight the CTs back. You sort of be the equivalent on Inferno of not being able to take banana ever.
Has to be said, Wakadia, for my money, one of the best A-ramp players on the T side, like in Counter-Strike. Like in CSGO especially, he was an absolute demon on this map. CS2, I assume it's more of the same. Like he's so good at finding these opening frags. Like he's a bit of a one-man army on that side. Now they're starting to find some footing on the map, establishing themselves financially. We'll see whether he can continue that sort of form. He's up to 8 kills, top fragging at this stage, but it's one of his true calling cards. Vertigo A-ramp, working with Santaris as well. Such a deadly duo to try and fend off.
Who wants to be up against that?
No, it's nuts. That level of skill is truly world-class between those two.
No real push out from the B-bomb side yet in this round. They're a little bit further back. Looks like Snacks is thinking about setting up a flash for a teammate. They kind of give it up. I think the Molotov lands right on top.
He had the Molotov flying through it. It wasn't worth. But here comes Wakadia. We'll see if he lives up to the promise. Volt trying to take control of shore. They've got a good smoke down, a stifling smoke. Santaris trying to spray through it. 35 seconds remaining now. Commitment towards the A side has been confirmed. Wakadia, tip of the spear, trying to find some sort of point of access. Woxig will get the opening kill, but Keel's still here. Can he deny the plant? I assume so. Snacks will be into the punch. Back to a 4-on-4, and that's a huge kill from Volt here. They're doing a great job at surviving this onslaught of utility.
They're inside of the smoke. Keos comes right out, sprays. He misses everything.
Keos.
Where have the bullets gone? Santaris now. He's going to get the kill on him at least.
No bomb
planted. Yeah, no bomb planted. Maybe that's the only real problem here. Oh no, if they had the bomb plant, they were planting right inside, right next to Keos.
Yeah, a sigh of relief from Keos there, because that was a pretty ridiculous sequence of missed bullets. bit of a whiff, if you don't mind me saying. Like, it was a high-pressure moment. There was a lot going on there, a lot of smokes down, a lot of communication, a lot of flashes as well, but he knows that was a big miss. But doesn't really matter. They managed to win the round. There was no bomb planted, and it will be...
And I mean,
timeout by the looks of things.
Tactically for Eternal Fire, the problem in that round is, yes, they can smoke off the site itself and try and plant the bomb, but they never cleared out that short position. So there's like 3 CTs out there waiting for them. And you can see as soon as they get killed through the smoke, it's a big issue. It's Acor to go down to the start of the round. Woxic able to land that shot. But again, Eternal Fire really need this round. They do not have any more money to work with.
Yeah.
A little bit of cash still to work with on GamerLegion, but I think the Turkish team needs to pick this round up.
Well, it's a huge frag. Acor currently in 2 kills, 6 deaths. Woxic 5 and 5. He bets them here in round number 9. Very nice opening kill. Applies pressure to CT side. They have to react. They can't rest in their laurels with 2 players on either side of the map here. They will lose pretty much every commitment. So they are going to push down those B steps. Need information here. Fallen AWP of Acor. Sits towards the crane. Smoke down towards short here. Volt has got his work cut out for him. Can go and establish control there. Tease might be in front of the smoke already. He's on high alert, doesn't really have control of the situation whatsoever, and walks into the crosshair of Woxic. That should be round now. I can't imagine a world where they still go for this one, but we'll see.
Yeah, they need the rifles, right? Volt's going to be able to buy some in the next round. Snacks can probably drop something, so 3 versus 5. If you go for it and lose everything, that next round is going to be way, way worse. So you have to consider the economy as well. It's not just about the likelihood of winning a 3 versus 5. It's also about what can you actually buy if it doesn't work out. And they are going to be walking away from it, so... Wow, that's one of the more straightforward rounds, really. Woxic getting 2 kills, open it up, and that's it.
Yeah, that's as pretty much textbook as it gets. You got your AWP, good spawn, and bear in mind, we've got new spawns now on Vertigo. Like, if you get the best spawn, buy the porta potties, you can actually get towards position, peek towards crane, and beat the CTs there. Gets opening frag. CTs have to reposition. We saw them trying to coordinate around the map, respond by pushing the B steps, but Volt was left on an island, had to try and fight for some intel. Got taken down as well, so just 2 kills required, both scooped up by Woxic, takes the total up to 6 and 5, but 3 guns survive into round number 10 here. We're coming to the closing stages of this first half of the 3rd map. Bear in mind, this is a 2-1 bracket. Whoever takes this last map of Vertigo will make their way towards the round of 16, the elimination stage of the first ever CS2 major here from Copenhagen, Denmark. Acor, always known as a streaky player. You and I both know he can be a true star, a true master of the AWP, but similar to Woxic, you don't necessarily see it every outing.
Yeah, and that's a really big problem, right? It's such a big role in a team. When it disappears, the whole team suffers behind it.
So, Eternal Fire, trailing by 1 round for now. Bit more of a calm and subdued round here. No opening kills, no significant damage inflicted just yet. Ricardi, as I mentioned, one of the kings of A-Ramp, going through the motions right now. Flushing out these positions, is getting basic intel. You can see he's alone at it, so they know how good he is in this position.
Yeah, they're trusting him to do a lot of work here. I mean, 1 good kill could make a huge difference. Jiggling for it. Right with the rifle out. It's going to be a trade. Chaos for Calyx at the start of the round. Xantares finding a free kill there, and Ricardia, even while he's backpedaling, able to pick up 2 kills. That's huge. They were actually hunting him down.
Yep. And just like that, the round falls apart. They had 3 CTs on the front foot, pushing and probing for frag. They locked off the short position, but of course Xantares was there. The backstab was sublime. And now Isaac, he's had some impressive moments here. He's got 9 kills to his name on the CT side, but looks like he's not long for this world. In towards T-spawn right now. One of the few positions you have to save guns on Vertigo. Probably be checking this one out slowly but surely. They're coming down the B steps now. There's only really one place he can be, and that is in T-spawn. Here they come. Oh, it's that duo as well. Ricardia and Xantares. The gruesome twosome.
Yeah, it'd be so worth it for them to find him here, even if they lose a little bit. But Oh, trying to get the jump off. That's crazy. Still, 5-5. Game is tied up. Acor on 2 kills. Kios on 3. That's not good enough right now. They need a little bit more. And the problem is they've run out of money.
Yeah, money's in the proverbial bin. So, you've got an M4 save in the previous round. You have to bring out a Zeus for Snacks and HE. This is pretty much eco territory. Might as well try and probe for a kill though. HE at the start towards the generator. I think they've got a kill here. Yeah, there we go. It's a double kill. Not the one you'd like to see with the team frag there as well. And not expecting a third player. We are going to have an advantage with the rifles lost now.
This inside of the smoke. Zeus in hand, ready to go. Snacks on one side, Wicardio on the other. This could be an interesting way to get back into the round.
Wicardio could be in this position. He seems to be.
Yeah, he's certainly thinking about it. Oh, he's going to be walking out. He actually gets it.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. That is not OSHA approved, Henry.
That is like max range for the Zeus as well. It's kind of wild.
And it's recharging. He could be the first to get the double.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's done it yet, have we? We need that world first of 2 Zeus kills in 1 round after a recharge.
I haven't seen it. I mean, the problem is as well, once you get a rifle, you're obviously not going to be thinking about the Zeus any longer, so...
That's the thing. Well, there's a couple of rifles here. If they just save these 3 guns, Anders, and let the round go, it'd actually be a pretty decent overall outcome. There's the recharge sound.
It would, but I'm sure you're so tempted now, right?
Oh, definitely.
It's a 3-on-3. You're going to be
I was just saying, like, both outcomes are like, fine, you can go for this. It's not like incorrect. You can still win this round, but like, even that's the worst case outcome, I would take it. But as Zantara is through the smoke, because bear in mind, they've got no Kevlar. So, yeah, it doesn't look like he's saving anything.
That's such a shame.
Oh, well, it's like final round regardless. They still have a pretty decent buy into that next last round, I should say. But yeah, just saving this M4 now, this is very unlikely with no grenades and no Kevlar. You're going to win that one, but still, Acor saving the M4 is certainly welcome. With Isaac on 4200, he can drop the AWP over and then have a nice strong buy with that rifle there. So good job. And a Zeus kill in there as well. Can't be too mad about that.
Yeah, that puts a smile on everyone's face whenever it happens, you know. Bit of fun in the middle of the game.
You think we'll ever get like a Zeus graffiti? Like an iconic Zeus moment? It blows everyone away. It's so good.
It could happen. I mean, listen, I've been talking about the run boosted Zeus for a long time. I don't even know if it works now that you're so slow.
You're so clunky though. Yeah, I assume it works to some extent. There's some sort of practicality to it, but yeah, I feel like you're so slow. Like it's like you got cement boots on when you're running with the Zeus.
Imagine if you could do the T spawn to B stairs run boost with the Zeus. I mean, you probably could do a knife, right? You just knife out.
That boost doesn't really seem to be deployed that often in top play in CS2. Like, it's still possible, you just don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, the 9 team that are now Ence, they popularized it, made it super sick, and then it just got, I think it just got so overused that everyone started to counter it.
So you're seeing that smoke. I mentioned that's what Mirage is throwing towards the gap position here. You're throwing that from T-spawn, he's throwing that flash as well. That's going to be very meta in CS2 in general. We're starting to see it come into almost every single game. Acor feeling the brunt of it. A lot of vision removed, but Volt removing heads. Zantara's on answer back in kind though, 4-4. Volt's not done yet. He knows he has to be active here. Can't allow him to have full control of the A ramp. Good intel garnered though. They've got a lot of information on both sides of the map. They've confirmed the A ramp is clear and the B steps. So they're going to be rotating into crosshairs here. Oh my goodness, Fight Club in towards the connector. And now Isaac needs multiple kills, but Calix absolutely decimates them with the AK-47. Brutal headshots delivered, and maybe the half secured. Looking for 7-5 here. In the 4 versus 2, it's down to Snacks and Volt. There'll be no saving here. Snacks good for 1. And Volt, a difficult but possible 1 versus 3.
He's been playing well. He's going to get the first one on Madra. That's at least a bit of a start. And interestingly, the bomb is not planted yet, so he has some time to walk around. Now it's finally going to be put in. Returns up here, but how do you even start this one? He could have been dead already, but a little bit of a bait out with the shoulder, and he does get shot on the second time. 7-5, Eternal Fire looking very, very good. It's a dreadful start to this whole best of 3 for them, but they've been on the incline ever since.
Yeah, absolutely true. Not a foregone conclusion by any stretch of the imagination, though. 7-5, Pistol has a lot of weight behind it as usual in MR12, but not necessarily the deciding factor. Both teams will be feeling confident they can still pull this one back. GamerLegion now swapping over to their T-side campaign. Ash, the coach of GL, is coordinating with the troops. Nice little 30 seconds to discuss your options before you get into that second half. Acor, when you see more from you, my friend. His CT performance wasn't too much to write home about with the AWP, but we'll see what he can muster together. On the T side, Calyx, brutal sequence of events there, managing to dominate those two pressing CT players. They had full information as well, Anders. They had everything going in their favor. They confirmed A ramp was clear. They maybe pushed a little bit too far on the B side of things. Run into that tight choke point where Calyx came out on top. Here we go, right into the action. Calyx to defend the B bomb site.
They can win this pistol round Eternal Fire. They've set themselves up very nicely. Ricardia back here with the dualies. He's going to get the first kill. Woxic also gets a headshot, but it's Isaac who opens it up, and that's going to give them the bomb plant for sure here. 3 versus 3. And no real utility to try and retake with. What a shot. Isaac keeps it going. That's 4 kills, 4 headshots to bring this one home for GamerLegion. That is a massive impact.
Yeah, love that from GamerLegion. Nice and fast, punchy, T-side pistol. Flashbang's very effective. Isaac not wasting any time. Pixel perfect precision with that Glock, mowing them down. That's just what they needed here. Revitalizes the squad in the second half. On their T-side campaign, it's a 1-round game now. It's an old classic on Vertigo. MP9's Kevlar in the second round. A map with a lot of tight choke points. The SMGs can be a real nuisance to deal with here. Got no utility behind it, but honestly, the MP9's such a good gun. It could be enough here. First frag about to come through. Not quite.
Ooh, HE as well. They're going to run right into that one with the submachine gun on top. It's Ricardia going down. Woxic, it's the right idea, but find enough damage to do any real difference here. Nearly flipping the cone perfectly, but not quite. Santaris is near death. 5 health left, and they've decided to walk back, and they're going to find an empty B bomb site if they keep going. There is nobody on this side of the map whatsoever. This looks like it's a done deal. GamerLegion going to tie the game at 7-7. I think they're now realizing that they've pretty much left the premises.
You might just consider saving. I know that's not the most exciting prospect, but once the bomb's down, you don't really have much to work with. Tell a lie, Woxic fancies a go here. Problem is, you don't really have much to work with. You're just kind of running into the lion's den. I would have preferred to save, quite frankly.
I kind of agree. Like, I feel like they realized so late that it was always going to be a bit of a stretch to try and go for it. But, yeah, once they get a little bit of damage in, they thought maybe they could.
Didn't quite work out. It's going to be 7-7. GamerLegion tying things up still. With a fighting chance here. Booking themselves for a place in the elimination stage, the round of 16. Considering they failed at the RMR, technically, went down to last chance qualifier, got to the very last game. Didn't work out for them. Here they are, on the precipice of glory. What a week it's been for them.
Yeah, some pretty big ups and downs. But they're starting to put it together. And I've got to say, I mean, I feel like they're looking slowly more and more like a coherent team.
And I guess as well, it's worth mentioning, like, of course, the last major, GamerLegion, there in the grand final.
Yeah.
Like, an organization now synonymous with majors. They seem to be coming back for more each and every time.
That was, I mean, such an unlikely run. I don't know if many people saw that coming. I certainly didn't.
I got the diamond coin, Andy, so I suppose I did.
Yeah, the only diamond coin
the only
in the world,
diamond coin in existence. I've got it.
It's wacky major in many ways. Pistol, gonna get completely overrun, and even more so for the rest of them. It's an absolute slaughter.
Okay, we'll take those rounds. Quick round's a good round.
Yeah.
Chad says.
Get it out the way.
Get it done. Okay, a bit of insight there. I like that.
Yeah. Snack's not very bombastic in his delivery of the strategy, but you know,
just keep it simple, keep it clear. Bear in mind they've got a bit of a bonus situation here. They've got the Galils, the Mac 10, See what he's got in mind. The classic grenades on the girder. Does some damage towards Voxic. Volt's patrolling the A ramp here, just making sure that no one can get information down towards the scaffold position. Spot spawn as Ricardi up. Like I said, a bit of a master of the A ramp. Smoke delivered by Snacks. Oh, it's a nice deep one in towards Elevator. Suggests a mid-split might be coming through. They've actually got multiple players here towards the ramp itself. Ricardia to defend. He's got a prime position to get a couple of kills. I'd say he's quite fortunate that was such a clean connection. It looked like he's still moving on Volt, but we'll take it. Smoke's down and still has full control. Not until that Molotov arrives, though. So they have to reposition, reset, which is absolutely fine. They've got the man advantage here.
They've got 3 HEs. They can fall back and blow up the
Xantares
bomb.
is known for this. Like, he loves denying the plant, getting loads of damage on these HEs.
There's another one coming. Oh,
God.
He had them stacked right on top of himself. Completely wrecks GamerLegion.
Yeah, people
That
don't give
couldn't
them
have
enough
been better.
credit. Like, they set those sort of plays up for Xantares all the time. Imagine now looking to deny the plant. They've already done a ton of damage. Here comes the next grenade. He should do quite a lot as well. A little bit late. Probably would have denied the plant if he timed it well, but look how low they are. The walking wounded now. Our GamerLegion. The grenades were stunning, to say the very least. Eternal Fire should have a reasonably easy retake here. The trade should come through. Kios makes his way towards shore. No utility on the T side now. Kits surely available for the CTs.
Yeah. Actually, there isn't a pretty long defuse here.
Yeah, you're right.
Could have been scary even in the 2v3, but they're going to be fine with it, and they have the smoke at the end, so that kind of makes a big difference. But
you can see the smile on Xantares' face. He must have done a boatload of damage. See if I can get some insight.
that was so disgusting, wasn't it? Like, it was... The first one was so good, like, boom. And then the second one, he even flipped the cone perfectly. Can we get the replay again?
Yeah, so Xantares is up to 260 utility damage.
Look, he flipped the cone, Henry. It's cone flip.
It's
a rare art. No one cares about it any longer, but...
Was it ever a thing? I thought it was bottle flipping.
Yeah, but...
You can't do that. It's certainly rare. It never existed, but I like it. Definitely cool.
Some of us cared, Henry. Some of us
cared. The cone flipper community. All right. 8-8.
Aiko still 3 kills.
He's had his think up.
Where is he? We need that AWP to shine right now. They're starting to warm up a little bit in this game. I mean, they've got some players that are working. Volt's been playing well. Isaac's up to 16 kills, right? They've got a couple of players. They could get Kios and Aiko a little bit back in this game. It's possible still.
Molotov thrown for the ladder room. Cardi up. Not panicking just yet. Jostling for control of the A ramp. Utility from both sides here. The spam coming through. Walks to take a bullet to the face. All the meanwhile, though, Volt is helping himself. The prime real estate on the map, but Calix is known to play this go-to position quite often. He's getting burnt alive, but he's got Magic to back him up as well. 2 kills found for Eternal Fire. They are holding on admirably. On this B side of the map, he's going to try and flush Calix out. Will they finally get him? There it is. Magic, though, great work with the M4. Might be enough here. Acor finally gets himself his 3rd frag. And if he can win this clutch, Anders, all will be forgiven.
You're asking a lot, Henry. It's a 1 versus 3, and he's already getting flanked. He didn't even stand a chance. He didn't even really get into the clutch to begin with. I have to say, that is such a strong hold on the B-bomb side, in spite of the fact that they had a lot working against them. The Molotov to the back pillar there, the fact that they were almost on the side itself, that's a very hard push to hold if you're Eternal Fire, but they made it look easy.
So far, we've had Heroic and Cloud9, the 3-0 teams, make their way towards the elimination stage. Whoever wins this map, Anders, will be the 3rd team out of 8 making their way through. And it's very close right now. It's difficult to call. The first 2 maps, complete blowouts. We're not even going to talk about those. So with Overpass and Inferno, pretty boring games, quite frankly. Didn't really get me going.
No.
But now you can see they are locking horns.
And I mean, there's a lot on the line I think for the organization of Eternal Fire itself, but also representing an entire region, right? I
Sure.
think of how long, because Turkish Counter-Strike's been a thing for a long time, all the way back with Space Soldiers and all these
They
things.
kind of get wrecked because when the online qualifiers happen, they have to play from Turkey, right? And they get like 60, 70 ping.
Super difficult.
It's really hard to qualify for the big tournament. So yeah, the majors are massive for them. They have to turn up. They have to make a name for themselves to make sure they show the world their tier 1 quality. They can make deep runs here.
And some of these players have been around for a very, very long time. Obviously, Magi's got so much experience, but they keep finding these Turkish players that are really, really good.
Yeah, Wakadia came from the academy system
of
Eternal Fire as well. He's been with the main squad about a year now, kind of exploded onto our screens at EPL, and that's where I notice his A-Ram plays on Vertigo so much. So, yeah, he is a world-class prospect for the future. A lot more to come out of him, for sure. But for now, Eternal Fire, looking for double digits on their CT side. It's Calyx. Normally rock solid on this B side of the map. It looks to be an execution. River of Flames deployed. That could be a bit of a ruse here, trying to suggest that's where they're heading. And Wakadia.
My God, this
could be
is
the
crazy.
flank from hell.
It absolutely could. I can't believe he's done this. He's walked, there's nobody looking anymore. They're all focused on the B bomb site. Not an eye looking this way, and he does get a little bit of a spray. It takes a long time.
Oh no.
He might have screwed it up, shot in the back instead. And suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. What happened?
It was looking so good, Anders, but it's starting to fall apart. Xantares, though, can still save the day. Acor will find his 6th kill, thrusting Woxic into the clutch. AWP, not the ideal weapon for the job as he upgrades to the AK-47. 2 versus 1 now. Need to find the first kill. Can't quite connect the dots. And GamerLegion to tie things up. That's a very important round. Money will be a massive question mark now for the Turkish squad. I think I spotted 2 players hovering around $2,300. So it's do or die time right now. You definitely need a tactical timeout. Loss bonus of 1,900. So let's talk about it. I think if you buy into this round, you'd have 3 weapons, a couple of pistols, but if you lose it, you're in a lot of trouble. You can take a partial buy and have a pretty decent overall look of the round, but it's not going to be as powerful. So we are going to see, the half buy. So pistols, an MP9, no real utility, knocking on the door of Eco, really.
Isn't that just the quintessential Counter-Strike experience? You've put yourself in such an insane position. You could have the triple spray down of your life, and then it just crumbles in front of you.
Well done to GamerLegion to even be checking that potential, though. They had a player in T-spawn deploying utility, and even still, they're just checking. The player's making their way up the steps, or just having a quick look just to make sure. And they spotted him, and he gets 1 frag there. He was set up potentially 2 or 3. They're completely shut down.
This round is unlikely to win, but it's not impossible, especially when it starts like that. All right, it's a pretty good reply with guys coming in here. Still, Maja and Woxic, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3.
They've got the
no
bomb,
way.
thankfully, so Kios can just hightail it towards the B bomb side, but that's 3 guns presumably picked up now. Couple of AK-47s now begs the question. We've been here before. Sure, you have the man advantage, but still a very difficult round to win. We'll see what they opt to do. I think you almost certainly go for it, but...
Yeah, they have the money in the next round, right? Looks like they want to. No surprise there's not a defuse kit in play.
It's just, it's still a very difficult round. That's the problem.
It is. Like, this next fight's everything. And I think Isaac winning that one probably is enough. It buys extra time, and that's the real thing that they were fighting against in this one. Woxic, you can still stick around and make it expensive if you want to, just to be a little bit annoying with the MP9. Walking up close, that bomb just about to go. It's a good solid defense, even in the 2-on-3. But I think there's a calculated risk there going for it. You know you're going to be buying in the next round.
Yeah, it's absolutely. If you had a 3-on-2, the bomb was just planted. You're going to go for it. It just would have been lovely to have those AK-47s and a nice buffer of cash. But the prospect of winning an eco, it's too tantalizing sometimes. But nice reaction, though. Isaac and Kios making their way through. They got the call. There's 5 players on the A ramp. And sure, you lost those key frags, but you had the bomb, more importantly, in a secure position and managing to hold strong and fend off the rotating CTs there. It is going to be a tactical timeout for Eternal Fire. They can feel this one slipping away. 10-9 in favor of GamerLegion. 3rd and final map of Vertigo. Ash keeping morale high. Magic trying to do the same thing on this side of the server. There's a partial buy in the previous round, a pretty decent one. They've got himself a strong buy here. Kit for Maja, or for Woxic. Acor starting to come to life as well, Anders. He's up to 8 now.
I mean, better late than never and all that. If you can find some important impact in the last remaining rounds, that's all you need. 10-9 the scoreline, moving into round number 20 here. Oh, wow. He's sent flying down there, but it's only the one kill. Good reply. They lined up. That could have been a multi-kill.
That's pretty sick, regardless. Enjoyed that. Run boost to kick things off. Nice opening kill from Woxic, but quick on the trigger is Snax. Who will be posting the next round here? GamerLegion. He'll pitch him in touching distance of the elimination stage. Eternal Fire will tie things up. Shatter the money of GamerLegion as well. This is a series-defining round. Isaac with a beautiful shot there. Looked like he was moving, but times it to perfection. Maja towards construction. So far removed from the bomb site here, it would take something magnificent. I think you just have to give in, yield.
Yeah.
Unless that nade somehow denies a plan, you just have nothing to work with here. You've got smokes available, sure. I think that's the correct choice. You just got to fall back. You got to accept that one's done. You can't afford to throw this cash away.
That was so sick. I think he was just crouching forward, like still moving, and I think he sent 3 bullets that way, and it was a lock-in. That's a clean way to win a bomb site.
You'd round, and you'd get to go over these hunts as well. If you can just find even 1 kill, it's so worth it. In terms of loss bonus, CTs actually do have a pretty decent amount. They'll get 2,900 in the next round, but still on the CT side, it's not quite enough. They definitely need to save the AWP and the AK-47 for Xantares.
Let's do the same. Let's exactly do the same mission. What? Yeah. No. Just 4A. Oh, mouth. I mean, sorry.
There you go. That's all you need to do. Same again, 4A. Get stuck in. Take those jewels. This is the run boost. Cool idea. I think you're supposed to get towards the back. The back wall, I assume, didn't look like that was ideal, but still got the kill.
There was a world in which he got multiple kills in that one, just 1 bullet.
Here we go, then to 4A. Snax called it, you heard it. A-core to watch towards the scaffold / gap position as they their way up slowly but surely. 4A was the call. Execution likely. Xantares just an absolute beast for this AK-47. Mows them down once again. Nothing but headshots. As it's his turn to dominate the A ramp.
He just made it look so easy.
Yeah.
Isaac and A-core, teammates, all dead at the top of the ramp here. Maybe trying to see if he could spot anything right at the edge. He's hoping that there's going to be a mistake here from Ricardio on the other side, but you said a very routine player in this one. Ooh, he will actually give it up, so it's a start for something. Eternal Fire don't just need to win this round, but they need to win it with a lot of people alive. They really need the rifles going forward. The surefire way to lose this kind of a map here on the CT side is running out of cash. 35 seconds. Isaac and A-core, they know the round is lost, but they would love to do more damage here. Just anything they can get. Maja nearly giving it up. Yeah, you have to stay alive on the CT side. It's the only thing that matters right now. 10 to 11 though. It looks like it's going to be all 4 people alive. That's huge.
Well, there it is. Started off in a beautiful way. The round is Xantares with 3 disgusting headshots there. But GamerLegion, they didn't want to catch any more smoke. So off they go, save the weapons, hold on to the AWP, and deny him the ace. 11 to 10, coming down to the wire here. As we said in those first 2 outings, we didn't want to blow out on Vertigo. We wanted to see this one go the distance. And here we are, getting into the closing stages of Vertigo. Absolutely fantastic work from Xantares. That's more like it. Money's still pretty decent for GamerLegion. And a chance to post series points once again. Vault. Smoke off towards B, trying to deny the initial incentive. If that is the place Woxy wants to land. Seems like he's getting there consistently.
That's a cool trick. Well, obviously we can get that popularized a little bit more. You can see how if you're on the other side, you're going to get shocked by that one. Smoke down towards the top of the stairs. Isaac has been a bit of a beast over at this B position, though. 21 kills on him right now. I mean, if he can keep finding openings, maybe they go for the Exile boost once the smoke is gone. They can try and do it that way. It's a couple of different things they haven't tried. A lot of exchanges. Wakadia a lot more forward than he's been in other rounds.
Yeah, that's an important note there because they're going to rotate back in towards B. It does set him up for an amazing backstab potential. GamerLegion will finish up at the B bomb site. CT seem to be very well equipped this side of the map. Madja spotted by Isaac. He got a beautiful shot here last time, but now backed up by Calix. Dantares starting to do some serious work here. And it's going to be a clean, convincing round. Eternal Fire will tie things up. And it could be the worst possible moment as well. GamerLegion, their loss bonus, not really established, Anders. They get $1,900 into the next round.
Don't even get the bomb plant.
Yeah, there's Isaac 600, Akel 100. If Snax doesn't save this AK, they will have next to nothing. So what's the play? Do they hunt him any further? Do they want to sacrifice their AKs on the CT side? Doesn't look like it. Snax will have to make do, save his weapon. Thing is, he gets no extra cash as well. This is a real problem now. This is tactical timeout territory for sure. So bringing this one back to life here. Getting a little bit ropey in the second half. The CT campaign, at one point they were down 6-2 after losing the pistol. Now with 2 rounds in a row in their favor, tied things up 11-11. GamerLegion might have to make a wish here.
It's getting way too close for comfort at the moment.
Because, yeah, as mentioned, their money is busted.
Again, what a difference it's been for GamerLegion. Like 2 different experiences. Playing this team where Santaris wasn't really showing up on the opening map of Overpass. It's a delightful experience. You're loving life. You're just cruising through everything. Now, you get into the second map on Inferno and suddenly Santaris is there and you're just getting completely blown up. And it's kind of continuing. It's back now again. He's been such a huge decision-making decisive difference here for the team. 17 kills on him, 15 on Wakadia, and 15 on Woxic. On the other side, it's been a little bit more. Isaac on 21, Snax on 16, but they've been missing Acorn Kiosk for a lot of this game. Even if it's slightly stepped up now, might have been too late.
Okay. It's the partial buy with the saved AK of Snax. Dantares, though, in such a prime position to find multiple kills. He normally delivers on that promise time and time again. Another hat trick for the King of Turkey. It's going to be Dantares once again picking up 20 kills in total. Isaac and Snax.
It's an incredible blow to GamerLegion.
Yeah.
One thing they wanted this round was at least a bomb plant, at the very least.
They can make them uncomfortable, get them on the back foot, a bomb planted, and maybe some signs of life yet. Isaac will pull a frag back with the P250, but it is going to be Eternal Fire posting series point first. Bear in mind, like, sure, losing this series, you're not out of the major, but you go down to that 2-2 bracket, there's going to be some really scary fights coming your way. Everything on the line from here on out.
You don't want it.
Certainly not. Bombs down towards middle. CT's don't have to work too hard for this one now. Sure, you can boost all your like Snax, but no one's going to be presenting an opportunity to fight.
I mean, it's a sick idea. If someone had been there, you could have been able to surprise them. But yeah, the fact that the bomb's that far away means most of the danger is averted, and they're going to be saving the rest of the guns here because they can't do anything else on the GamerLegion side.
Snax definitely has to save his gun. He has no choice about it because he's only got 450 right now. So hold on to the weapons. 10 seconds remain. Another hat trick from Zantares. Got a full belt of utility as well. Orp in hand. He'll give that over to Woxic in the final round. Potentially final round. We could go overtime, of course. But that's actually not too bad. All things considered, GamerLegion. Oh, goodness. I thought that was a chance of a kill, but not going to be the case. And do we close things out right here, right now? Final round of regulation. That's now 3 rounds in a row for the Turkish squad. Zantares making light work of them, as I said. He has the opportunity for a multi-frag more often than not. He's going to convert it. Bomb goes down. Round's already over. And a compromised buy to say at the very least. Look at the distinct lack of utility across the board here for GamerLegion. They've gone for the old classic, the 4A, and it's worked out a few times for them.
Yeah, they want to see if they can put some pressure on the ramp again. I don't really blame them for it. Ricardi is here, though. He knows the angle well, and he's going to take down Snacks. He's disappeared from the round already.
That's huge. It seemed like every bullet connected as well. Like,
it really did.
Stun lock Snacks to the back wall. So Xantares is setting his grenades up again. You saw him get in position, but oversteps the mark. A little bit too eager to be part of this one, but Wakadia, he wants to get himself a place in the elimination stage. 3 kills in total, Anders. Speaking of which, is the 3 versus 2. Woxic, not known for his utility, I'll be quite honest with you, but he has got a chance to deny the plant. Didn't quite hear the bomb go down, I don't think.
No, and they're planting in a little bit of a different position, so the grenades aren't really going to be doing that much. Retake heavily favoring Eternal Fire right now. 2 people left. Like you said, there's no grenades left on GamerLegion here, so they're going to have a big problem holding on to this one.
We've got multiple smokes here. You've got to play on the front foot if you're GamerLegion. Got to go for these fights. It's down to A-Core. Been underwhelming so far in Vertigo. Playing behind enemy lines. The bomb's ticking at some pace. They overlook his position for now. First kill is his. Can he get the second? He absolutely can. 1 versus 1. Has to go for the defuse. Is this where they find success? He can't find him. Isaac, no! He's not going to do it. The defuse comes in, and it's Eternal Fire making their way to the elimination stage.
What a tense way to close it out. I can't believe it. He was tapping the smoke so carefully, surgically trying to find him inside, and he just couldn't land those bullets. Oh, that's a tough way to go with your GamerLegion. But unfortunately, they're not eliminated, but still, Eternal Fire, some massive victory from a huge opening loss and into a victory on Inferno and on Vertigo.
2 blowout maps, culminating in a really epic Vertigo. Quite frankly, I really enjoyed that last map here. You can see how much it means to the Turks. Going to the next stage of the tournament as well. A dicey 1 versus 1 to close things out. Smoke down on the bomb. Spam's not connecting. Commiserations there to GamerLegion, but there's one thing left to do, Anders. That's to break it all down with Dickie Lewis in the desk.
Yeah, and finally, after 2 maps of, frankly, hot garbage, we actually got a really good game that delivered on a lot of levels, exciting moments, and, of course, big players coming alive on the big stage.
That was a game of inches of millimeters, tiny little mistakes being punished and whatnot. But yeah, I'm glad to see such an intensely competitive map of Counter-Strike after what was pretty much 2 blowout games there. And that groan, I wouldn't say a sigh or a yell, the groan of relief from Eternal Fire. Yeah, I felt that, man.
Yeah, I mean, the last round is very indicative of what we had in front of us. Super tight game, back and forth, clutches left, right, and center. For Eternal Fire, it's a victory that is extremely meaningful. Not only, of course, making it to the elimination stage, and we know what that means for them, but just being able to figure it out in this second half, because we all got a little bit uneasy when we saw these B hits happening time and time again. We thought, oh no, it's happening again. They're having the same issues that they had versus Heroic, but then they had a couple of very well-inspired positions. Wycadia with the pushes, Xantares with the multi-kills. Ooh, that one feels really good for Eternal Fire.
And I think it's very fitting as well for, it was, what, 11-9, if I'm not mistaken, for GamerLegion. And then Xantares just comes alive. 3K, 2K, 3K, back-to-back-to-back rounds. You can see this 3K right here. This is what started Eternal Fire to wake up and close it out. 4-round streak right there. And yeah, they get it done. And congratulations, considering how flat they looked in their first map. It is a good sign to see them kind of rebound back and close it out here.
Yeah, and look, credit to GamerLegion as well. They did make a real good fight of it, but ultimately, this is why we rate this Eternal Fire team so highly. It's that in these moments, you can see the reaction as well. Wow. In these moments, I feel they have these players that when they step up, when you have a Woxic that delivers, when you have a Xantares, when you have a Wycadia, what a find he's been. You know, these players, when they deliver, they do deliver at the highest level. It was very hard for GamerLegion to really match that down the home straight.
Yeah, Xantares is a standout player as far as I'm concerned on Vertigo, and for more reasons than one. We can talk multi-kills, and he's had a couple of moments where his spray abilities come on display, and of course, we'll touch on it. But the triple kill that we had in the highlight reel, where he's at the top of the ramp at 9-11, that is the moment where you strategically checkmate GamerLegion. Because what you've basically told them is, listen guys, if you're not going to try to play B, B, you are not going to win the round. I have closed the ramp, and that is it. What happens the next round? They use that space to put Wycadia down close to the left, and that is because they've sort of established dominance prior to that. So what does it mean? The B stack is now here, and when the B attacks comes in, you have 3 defenders. It's not just Calix having a hard time. No, he's got all of the help. So it's this beautiful game of Counter-Strike, which is cause and consequence, and that worked beautifully for them.
Even better was the round following that. I love the way you constructed that, right? The round after that is when they go mid on a bit of a half buy. They were around the same AK-47 from Snacks, and who did they find there? Xantares with an AK, the 2K spray down he got there as well. So yeah, just a good sign of eternal fire, considering how close it was looking, considering that GamerLegion were about to seemingly run away with this game. They were able to wake up and somehow just wrest complete control of the game.
And Henry kept calling him the Turkish Terminator, as he likes to do.
T1000,
I was a bit worried he was the T800, you know, he was the obsolete model at the start of the series, but yeah, he did get an upgrade. I don't even know what Terminator they're on these days, but
I think it ended up 2.
Yeah, okay, well, whatever. Yeah, it's a 1 after 2, I don't even know. Anyway, look, maybe we can ask some questions about Terminator now. We've got Major with James Banks.
I'm not sure if I've got any Terminator questions for you, but I'll try my best in there, Rich. But I do have a very happy Major, and this is 3-1 through. This game, maybe not the prettiest, but 6 years since your last Major. Just how satisfied are you to have done it? When you told me in the first interview you did, you felt like favourites this time around.
Yeah, very happy, but also very sad also because I think we didn't play very good, but we win. It's important sometimes to when you play bad CS, then you can win. It's very important. But like you said, yeah, it's 6 years going to the Legend now. It's obviously very good for us. And I'm happy about our teammates, my teammates today because they really perform well. We just started Overpass really sleepy, like it was very, very bad. And I'm very proud of these guys because we came back and we show strong mental.
And what happened on that Overpass, though? Because this is a map, we've seen you maybe not be the best map to win, but you've been competitive on it. I remember the phase games.
I think, yeah, off game, we are sleepy, information was a little late. And I think that's why maybe we win this BO3, because we take a good hit, and they also pause at 12-2, and it's make us really like banger, like we all wanted to win a lot, because they paused at 12-2, like it was like an respect, but all good. Then Inferno, I think we play really, really good T side, really class. And Vertigo was close, but happy to the end, like we win in the end.
But Vertigo, again, is one of the maps I consider for you guys is a staple map you can play throughout here. So it getting that close, does that give you some worrying signs going into the next stage?
Can you repeat the question?
Is it now worrying for you going into the next stage of how close that Vertigo was, which is normally a good map for you guys?
Yeah, a little bit. I think like we can't play every day the best CS. We try to be T1, like I said. We have potential to be T1. We are in the way. The first day, we played really good 2 maps. We was really good. We played good CS. The second map, yesterday, we lose. We didn't show good mental. We lose on Mirage. Yeah. Obviously, when we have 7-0 lead, like I think we're just fighting. And I'm very happy that today, even if we didn't play best CS, we just win. That's important. I think the good teams, that's when you not in the good day, if you win, it's a very good sign that something is good, you know?
Definitely positive signs to take away from it. Thank you very much, my man. Richard, we'll go back to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's sort of reminiscent of the picture of Dorian Gray, if you know that story, because he's aged visibly over the course of that series. It's actually crazy. But I want to just talk a little bit about it. You know, you talk about emotional labor. He's a leader for me in the classic sense. When I think of an in-game leader, I'm not just talking about a tactician. I'm not just talking about someone who says we're going to run play A, play B, play C. I'm talking about someone who puts emotional investment into trying to keep his stars mentally attuned. And we were stood behind him right at the end, and you even said it. He's orchestrating these clutches. Right. He's calling it. He's singing from the hymn sheet, and the players are doing what he says, and it's working. I mean, he gives everything to this team.
He truly is a captain, like by the definition of being a leader of men and a tactician, as you mean. Sometimes, some could argue a little bit unhealthy. I think he has to do too much sometimes to keep them all on track, and it could be one of the reasons why they might dissolve, because there's only so much he can do. But he brings so much energy, and he makes sure everyone is on track. We heard him say, come on guys, we can do this, let's pick it up, we can do this. And then organizing these late round clutches where he is basically spamming the comm to make sure all of the nades are going to be put together. There's a whole lot of work that Major is putting in. I also wanted to quickly bounce on a point that's very key, I think, when he says, you know what, we didn't play good CS, but we win. And I agree with the statement. Not that it is a victory that needs to be absolutely fantasized about, no, but because you did not give up and you didn't break down, even though you lost the silly rounds, you had a bit of chaos here and there, you still maintain at the very end the ability to cross the finish line, and that is a key value that any team at Tier 1 who has a decent finish track can do. They can close the games even though they're suffering.
And crucially, they avoid that last day nightmare.
Absolutely.
You know, you get an extra day of rest, an extra day of work, an extra day of prep. And that's so important if you want to, you know, beat the better teams when they turn up next week.
Especially when you're talking about mentality, right? And I really appreciate that interview from Azure as well, because he was talking about, he's very aware of what the problems are, right? The mentality and how they can crumble at times and whatnot. And as long as you're aware of what your problems are, I think that's a good sign. That means you can fix it, you can, you know, talk about it, discuss things and whatnot. And agree with you as well, going down to 2-2 scenario. If your biggest weakness is your mental strength,
exactly.
players,
Not
you
where
don't
you
want to go
right?
there. So you could see that groan of relief coming in from Magic, but they get it done. Also, man, shout out to Xantares being the bottom fragger. He had 4 kills in the first map to just completely dominating the entire server.
Vengeance.
2 3.
I think last time was Vengeance.
Is sweet. I didn't know about that little BM timeout getting called by GamerLegion. He mentioned in the interview, right? Which I honestly think is pretty cool, but unfortunately it bit them the wrong way.
Backfired, didn't it? Well, guys, it's been great talking to you and hanging out today. You should probably tell by my tone that means we're actually out on the desk for us. We're off to get a cup of bubble tea. When we come back for Pain versus Saw, you're going to have Shocks, Pimp, and Moses. Stick around.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Pain game are coming in to the PGL Major Copenhagen. I've got Big Uzera with me here, and I want to just look at what's been going on with Pain, because you've been there for the whole ride, you've been there on this whole journey, and you've been rebuilding Pain slowly, piece by piece, but doing so well at the Americas RMR is great, but you almost didn't make it through the South American qualifier. So what has this wild ride of emotions been like for you?
Yeah, it has been a lot. We changed everything in the team. I think we put young talents in Brazil that we bring, and I think that this kind of things is not just in the moment, in the future as well.
Yeah.
So I think this kind of choice is good for us, because in the first try to go to the major, we did. So I think we are in the right way.
Talk to me about going through the South American closed qualifier though, where you may have not made it to the RMR, yeah? Then you get to the RMR and you seem to make a big improvement, or did you feel like there was a change in the team? What happened to make you play better at the RMR?
I don't know. I think when I play like in big events and this kind of things, I can keep my emotions, my mental, and help a lot my team. I think I'm good. I'm better in good and big events that playing at home. I think at home I'm just give some calls and not the emotions as well. And I think this kind of things helps a lot.
So being on land, not being at home, that's a positive side for you. That's where you can do some more damage. I also just want to look at the games at the RMR, right? You lost to Imperial, but you didn't have a chance. They took you guys down pretty heavily. But then you also played worse than when you played them before that, because you played them again at the closed qualifier. Why is Imperial such a tough team for you guys?
Right now, I think they are so confident to play, and almost everything that they do is like working. And even if they don't have like the right choice, but goes for them, you know.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to play against them right now because they're at a level of confidence like so high. But I think we were like unprepared, you know, to play against them. And the next challenge against them gonna be different.
Okay, I like the confidence of that.
Yeah.
I love hearing that. For you though, you have major experience, and I'm looking at like your first major, you go 1 and 3. In Paris, you went 2 and 3. So do you feel different about this pain, and how do you think your chances are of moving from the opening stage to the next stage and going further than you've ever been before?
Yeah. Right now, I have to be honest with you guys. Right now, I think this stage is easier than Paris or the other one.
Wow.
I think right now we have more, how can I say, the things right now is more balanced, you know. I think have a lot of things in the same level, because a lot of new players going to the major as well.
Young guys,
and in Paris, the second match was against FaZe.
Not ideal.
Yeah. So it's quite different. But right now, I think the things that you know is so similar.
So you feel like there's more of a chance this time?
We have more chance.
Good luck going into the major. Thank you very much for all the insight, my man.
Thank you guys.
Well, one of Saw or Pain will make it to the elimination stage here at the PGL CS2 Major in Copenhagen. My name is Shox, taking over the desk with Pimp, as he has been a staple of my evening shift. And finally, Moses, who for some inexplicable reason did not want to share a desk with me, has found his way here.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm actually doing the job I was hired for. It's a nice change of pace.
For once.
Yeah, it's
once in your life. Yeah, cool, man.
Kind of interesting.
Cool. Well, let me welcome you to the desk and immediately ask you how excited you are about this matchup and about the prospect of one of these two teams making it into the next stage.
I actually love it, because there's really cool parts of both of these teams that I've enjoyed, and I think Saw from the RMR, from the point they went 0-2 down, then into the Blast Showdown, they've been playing really, really well. I had this team kind of locked in my mind of going on to the next stage, so I think they can still kind of progress through that. And on the other side, Pain, I love Biggie Zera. I've loved watching him ever since like the Paris the Americas RMR for Paris was like the one where like really opened my eyes, and I was like, this guy's a beast. He's one of the coolest and like most effective and impactful like fragging IGLs we have right now. The fact that after the Paris major, this team was decimated. 3 players left. It was him and Skulls sitting on a bench doing absolutely nothing for months on end, and it was like, why? How is this happening? And the fact that he's rebuilt Pain is so impressive.
I watched your cast yesterday. I rewatched a match when they were versus Ence, and you simply said the best in Brazil, so I wanted to ask Pimp, do you agree?
I mean, the best in-game leader in Brazil, without a doubt. You know, the individual performance that he's putting out at this tournament has been nothing but stellar. We saw him doing the RMRs as well, do fantastically well, and I guess it is, as Jason said, it's kind of respectable in a way that he didn't lost his way. You know, when you get stripped off your best players, you're getting left out. I would almost argue that you're not being called out to Furia, you're not being called up to a better team, and then he rebuilds Pain once more. It's very impressive. He's currently the highest rated player in the tournament. He's the in-game leader of a team that wasn't expected to go through. It's mega impressive.
It's super impressive overall, and maybe we can relay that, or parlay that rather, into the other team, and Muterius, who also has so many years under his belt and had to kind of reassess as well after that heartbreak 2 years ago, not being able to qualify for Antwerp.
Yeah, and really, it's that heartbreak was really harsh and fresh in our minds. But remember too, like he's been trying to make majors majors for 10 years. This is the first one he's qualified for. So in that sense, it's like hell yeah, let's go, let's see what he's got. And I think the story's a little bit different with Saw, where you have Big Uzera kind of leading from the front for Pain. On the Saw side of things, it's about, you know, Mirage having these young players kind of come into this team and really find themselves over the past few tournaments. He's been fine, calling good games. They're playing good Counter-Strike. He's got this team prepared very well, but he's not the engine the way Big Uzera is. It's guys like Dos, it's guys like U-Jerks, Story as an AWPer performing well. So those are the three guys kind of powering Saw into this this better performance that we've seen out of these guys recently.
It's a good mix of having experience with you, you know, having a elderly presence, so to speak, just like we have on the desk right here. And then having
Wait, which one?
Well, he's both of you actually, but he's the experienced one, right? He's the one who's calming down the guys. He's the one who's letting the youngsters loose, and I agree with you. It's not necessarily him we're looking towards having the productivity on the server, but as long as he can hold up a 1.1 rating, we're going to be just fine with him.
Yes, and some things do get better with age, and let's just say that's the case for this desk as well.
Like us.
Yeah.
And wine.
Jacob, I know that you also particularly wanted to look at the AWPer, so what's your verdict here?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Story yesterday. I wouldn't say struggling, but he's kind of like an interesting AWPer, especially going up against NQC, because they remind me a lot like each other. NQC, he was in Legacy, couldn't get it going under the leadership of coldzera, then came into Pain Gaming. He seems to have been revived. The same could be said for Story. Kind of similar in the stats, kind of similar in the productivity, and they're similar in the way they play Counter-Strike. They're very much hit or miss. Either they have a great game or they completely disappear from the server. We saw it from Story yesterday on Nuke, the deciding map. He had some odd misses, some weird inconsistencies on the gameplay. Same could be said for NQC. When he's feeling it, when he's hitting it, he can take over the server, he can dictate the game just like Story, but they're both hit and miss. So if you're talking about win conditions, have you both AWP players being the one, you know, dictating the game today, it's going to be a great asset for both of them, but it requires them to play well and not be the missing part.
I think AWPers are still like a really interesting conversation in CS2 because we don't see them dominate in the same way we did in CSGO, right? Like your AWPers is kind of, you want them in position to have some impact kills here and there, but we're not seeing them pop off in the very same way in CSGO. So yeah, interesting to see which one of them is going to have the stronger game.
Definitely so, and we love to talk about momentum, and I think it's super apt in this moment. Jacob, you were talking about it a lot for Saw yesterday. How are they going to react when that winning streak ends? And on the other side, Pain absolutely dumpstered Ence. I saw them in the elevator, I think it was Big Azera, like 10 hours later, and they were still smiling and saying, this was amazing, this was so great.
Yeah, I saw him at the restaurant last night, and I was like, hey, nice game today. He's like, yeah, you liked that, didn't you? And, you know, it's funny, I actually, you know, that map, the more I've thought about it, because I was casting it, and it felt like such a domination inside the server, but when you think about it, Big Uzera was so good in that, obviously, but he was playing Yahtzee. He had a 1v1, a 1v2, and a 1v3 in 3 back-to-back ensuing rounds. But without those clutches, that map might not actually be as dominant as it was. Like, the fact that he's put in those situations mean Ence was doing some good things against him, right? It's not like the defense was holding strong each and every round. It's some miraculous clutches coming out for the side of Big Uzera and the side of Pain. So, yeah, the scoreline is extremely dominant, and Ence couldn't really get anything going, but a lot of it came down to the individual Big Uzera. Interesting to see what Pain's going to do if the #1 rated player in the opening stage of Big Uzera isn't there today. Like, can they actually recover if he's not performing well?
So many clutches. So, Vertigo, Nuke, and Overpass.
I love the fact that Saw picked into Nuke once more. I know they lost it against Cloud9 yesterday. It was a double overtime, a game they definitely could have won. Apart from that, they had won it, you know, every single time they played it in 24. So we spoke about the mentality. Are they going to be a little bit flustered by losing to Cloud9 yesterday? By the Veto, it doesn't seem like the case at all. There's one more thing I want to highlight before we're heading into the game as well. We did see Pain Gaming win 13-2. We have seen them win 2 games so far, but they still have the 2nd worst rated player in the tournament. That's a massive weak link within the lineup right now in Chaos. He hasn't been showing up whatsoever from an individual standpoint. If I'm Saw Gaming, I'm highlighting on him. I'm finding wherever he's playing on the server right now because he's not hitting anything.
Yeah, well, not if he has Big Uzera covering for him. Homeboy's picking up all the slack. I actually think the Veto, the way it plays out, actually like lends itself towards Saw. When you get to, if you get to that 3rd map, Overpass, I thought Saw might have actually picked Overpass just because they've been winning it each and every time they've played it. Pain have only actually played it twice back at the RMR. They won both of them, but it's not high-level competition, and just the sheer amount of reps aren't there for the team. But if you get to that 3rd map, I think Overpass is a huge advantage for Saw.
Hey, let's see what happens. Pain definitely flying high, but they haven't played a best of 3 yet at this major. On the other hand, Saw is coming off that unfortunate loss versus Cloud9, but it would be monumental for either of these teams to make it to the next stage. So let's head over to our wonderful casters, Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, this one I think has a lot of legs to get very exciting. When we see the Veto coming in, you and I were having a little discussion about that earlier on. it ending on Overpass is where it gets really interesting for me, right? I think I'm inclined to agree with Lil Momo there and say that Saw do have a bit of an edge if this ends up being a very back and forth affair and we long it out all 3 maps.
I think just going off of what we've seen from Saw in the past couple of months, that they're shooting above expectations, and same for Pain for sure. I think this is a team we are ready to write off straight away in this opening stage of the Copenhagen Major, but that's mainly because of how they got here, right? Saw's run was so much more impressive, going from back against the wall 0-2. We called them a BO3 team, only losing their first of the year to Cloud9 yesterday, but Pain barely beat anyone relevant to qualify here, yet they're still taking names. A dominant win over Ence, and yeah, a statement today if they were going to qualify in this fashion in a 2-1 game over Saw. We'll have to see as we get right into Vertigo. Pain's pick and fast up the ramp in this pistol.
Yeah, Ujak's dead immediately, and even though those supportive flashes were on their way, they get there just a little too late. Now we're going to look to Story, and he is cut down immediately. Big Azera starting this one off well. Fast play up through the ramp, kill from the man at the helm, and Big Azera continues moving in. He has been the one to watch for Pain. He has been the one to watch across the tournament, but it's just the one and done in this round. However, his team will find success to follow this one through, and so Pain looking to lock in a pistol immediately.
I do like that alternative smoke that lands on top of the red box on the boost box and completely covers someone jumping if they wanted to chase the plant down. You sometimes see players run through the gap side smoke and jump over boost, but yeah, there's no hunting this bomb plant. It's Pain on the hunt instead. They will chase down Mutiris for the end of the round. Ooh. Okay, something to say, but shouldn't be surviving here as Pain take a pistol. And there's going to be some Portuguese smack talk in this game. I certainly hope so, between these two rosters shouting across the pitch. Because they're obviously the huge talking point right now for Pain Gaming. The fact that he did it at Paris, he had his team absolutely swiped apart. He never got the call up, you know, against heavy criticism. Yet he comes back into Copenhagen and he does it again. This guy's playing like a beast right now. Let's see if Saw can put a stop to him, because on the contrary, I'd say they have more depth of talent across this team. Multiple players we can rely on. As you know, Pimp said on that desk, Cowes has been struggling extremely for Pain. For Saw, the board is something you can rely upon. But Big Azera, say his name and he shall shout back. 2 kills up on Gap.
Is he going to try going for more? Instead, he's going to take this little gap that he's found.
They know.
And they will chase him down. Roman with the key trade there. Suddenly we're looking at Aros Dos, but this guy meant to be the star for the Saw squad. Only good for 1 on the Deagle. But he brings it down to this 2v2, and with the backstab coming in, Cowes going to try and deal with Story here, and he catches him nice and easy. Landing 2 kills in the round already. Spots out the player in at the back of quad. Flashes continue to just harass Roman.
I think Pain realizes, well, this is a really good matchup for them. This is like you know, if they going into that 2-2 game is terrifying, especially when you have so many upsets and you have a team like, for example, the Mongols waiting, who we have called the Bane of Brazil. I think Pain, they would rather take on this, you know, sort of regional game at a 2-1 chance. They're hungry, you can already tell just from these opening couple of rounds.
Yeah, you know, and I think another thing, even, you know, when you look at this Saw squad, one of the things that we've been saying about them is how good they've looked in the BO3s and the hot streak that this team has been on, right? And that got broken. Yeah. Does that shake you up at all, right? Because they're not like, you know, they've always been at that top level. They've kind of been riding a high, and does even losing that 1 game to Cloud9 after a close, you know, OT loss on what is meant to be the home map of this Saw squad in Nuke, does that shake their faith at all?
Yeah, not even just that, but coming off the back of being underdogs is a great feeling. Wow. And as soon as that argument changes, you're no longer underdog, you're maybe a favorite, people have expectations of you, that's when it can get hard. So Saw are supposed to win this game. That's even more pressure. They don't want to do the inverse of what they did at the RMR, go 2-0 up and then fall short in the BO3s. Pain right now fighting for that. opportunity. Oh, Arosdor's definitely been the standout anchor player in the last couple of months. I think, you know, him on the B-bomb site solo is kind of similar to Isaac on GamerLegion. We just saw them take on Eternal Fire. Such a rock on B Vertigo, can be left to his own, can get 2 out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Really enjoyable player to watch on this map. He's going to have to stand tall in this game as Pain find that 3-0 lead. We wait for the guns.
They're going to come through now. Story gets to bring out his AWP right away. Someone who you've seen a high ceiling from.
Destroyed Cloud9 online the other day. Not so much yesterday.
Now, as Boomage kept reminding them, it's not online anymore.
Well,
Story, what a player to find in the opener of this round, right? That AWP makes its first appearance, and look at who it's removed. Big Azera from the other side is knocked out from the get-go.
Arosdor's getting pressured on this B-bomb site as well. He's got support, though. Meanwhile, it's all a bit of a fake-out. Pain are taking space on the A side. Roman pressured in front of the crane. Lux is the one locked in a box right now, trying to fight his way out. He's done a lot of damage there. No grenade, but his team are coming up on the ramp at the same time. They can swing together. Are they ready for both players? He actually escapes. Ujerks, oh, I like this cool re-aggression on short side. Instead, they're going to try and catch Pain out while they're setting up smokes.
And that one smoke in, line still open for Story, and this double short aggression is kind of slowed down now for Saw. Spam on Ujerks gets rid of him, and Pain completely suck the pace out of this one. They don't explode on the back of that util coming in.
Smoke's a problem.
Story, that would have been a keen opportunity to have retaken the advantage here to stop Pain in their tracks, but it just gets away from him. Second time's the charm for that Story AWP. With NQZ missing on the other side, that gives Story more opportunities to get involved on this AWP. He's still a threat. Will miss the timing on Anissim out through short, but very little time left, and everyone from Saw is here. There's no winning this round, surely, as Story puts a stop to it. A great debut from the AWP in this map. Out of all the ways you wanted it to start, that's about as good as you could have hoped for.
Every single repeat, he's just going for different angles and swinging off of his teammates' contact. NQZ feels like he has just the right position and catches a whiff of a player on default. Takes one shot, Story just crouch peeks in. Feeling it right now, that's a good way to start for Saw. Not waiting long. And his Pain put to pistols already around the 3 AKs. Ramp control denied, double Molotov on both sides.
Little awkward.
Not the end of the world.
Pain never to capitalize around that missed smoke. Instead, they're looking for this B split. Azera's going to boost up Cowes. In the meantime, double B setup. Gutierrez flashing in Arosdos. Nice way to set up his star rifler there to get that opener. Nothing that Pain could have done about it. They try to flood over middle, but Arosdos head on a swivel. As quick as he arrives over towards ramp, he is now involved in these mid-fights, and he is dictating to Pain where they're allowed to be at any given time. He's locked them out of B, he's locked them out of A. Now attention focused back over towards the ramp. And even though the journey ends for Arosdos, the rest of his team have moved in.
Just hunting a kill here on the flank, hoping that putting a bit of pressure on B will force a player on the behind, but no one's coming in for Saw. Story has full A control. They can stay 3B for a moment and then check out middle. NQZ has no route back in this round, and he knows it. Already looking to save, it feels like. The Saw are not going to give him a chance. Nice B hold for Arosdos again. And Ujerks coming in, swinging off of the elevator side. You know, you can talk about Arosdos. He's definitely the player that has been standing out a lot, but Ujerks is, I think, even higher rated. He's extremely reliable on this Saw squad, especially on T sides. So as we said earlier, the depth of Saw players, the experience, it runs deep, far deeper than that of Pain. Big Azera has brought them here. who's to say how far they can go?
No, maybe.
Yeah, you know, I like this whole little move at the start as well. One of the things that we saw in their GamerLegion game from the early day of this, the first day of this tournament, rather, was that Saw would often just leave Arostos entirely alone, even as GamerLegion were really looking to like abuse this B bomb site and the solo hold there. And even then, they struggled to get through most of the time. But already we've seen Mutira is more than willing to kind of lend that early helping hand over towards B. It's clear that Saw want to be a little more proactive on that side of the map. Ouch. And I like that, you know, because sure, when you've got someone as keen and kind of as good as Arostos has looked, you're more than willing to leave him to his own devices. You've got full faith in him there, but I like that they're putting a bit more of a spotlight on setting him up, trying to get him involved in taking that ramp control away. This round, they've done something similar, right? They had the AWP start over towards B, and then when Story doesn't get contact, he rotates away, and that leaves Arostos now with a deeper angle down towards the B site.
Having this much control, you don't need any other players anywhere near. With Mutira's pushed up, they've got 3 eyes ready to fight ramp together. That smoke is a big problem. Pain throw it up late, and they know that Saw have used a lot of util on this A site already. That will give Pain some room to move. Mutira's doesn't need to activate. If they try and leave either which way, he's going to probably catch Cowers rotating back. Right now, Cowers is faking out that B bomb site, but Mutira's knows it's going to end A, and they're about to confirm it.
Yeah, there's the flank activated. Cowers dead on that rotate back around. When you see him leaving B, it's no illusion where this one's ending up. AK dropped over it short. Nissim's going to trade that out, sure. There's guns to be retrieved here, but will they take it any further? Story's AWP bears down upon them, and out from behind the sandbags, he's got support every step of the way. So a nice little 1-2 punch between him and Roman.
That swing just comes so late. He's just thinking, where is it? Where is the help on this sandbags player? The second he looks back, that's when he gets it. Story's just firing off pot shots. Really nice info taken there. I like the Mutira gets down bottom ladder, but he doesn't activate the flank. He just knows that he can go whenever he wants, but he's also locking the door behind Pain. It means they have to commit, and they don't even know. As soon as they get shot in the back, they realize, okay, well, only way is forward. First pause coming out. Pain not liking Saw's initial response. And they've got a rebuy, so it's all on this one. Saw looking focused, though, not getting deterred by the 3-0 start to this map. They have taken these rounds very clean.
Yeah, you know, and that's a real feel-good moment if you're Saw. It's like, yeah, you know, we fell down in the kind of early stages, but since we've brought out the big guns, since we've had that AWP, since we've had the rifles, it's been success after success here into a tie game. And now they're in a position where they can look to take the lead away from Pain Gaming.
Yep, smoke lands this time. It's reassuring. A lot harder to get away with these A rushes. Especially the amount of util we're seeing Saw throw early, double nades, mollies. They break the smoke for the AWP, but Story sees nothing. Arostos got to be careful here, but they just come swinging. He still takes a kill. He's not alone entirely. The B bomb site Mutira is nearby to try and offer some assistance.
Yeah, gonna have to be a great bit of resistance here, though, out of Mutira's, especially as the mid-split's coming in. Cowers! He's been struggling throughout the major so far, but that round right there, that one has teed up Pain to maintain this lead. A beautiful hat trick, and that's just raw inertia out through mid. He carries that momentum through, and he uses the little gap that he knows he's found as that player is caught rotating through elevator to clamp down upon the B site. Very well done for Cowers, and I think it's even more impressive just because you know he's been struggling lately, right? That's a pretty heads-up play as far as they go to run it out through mid on a timing.
Really, yeah, perfect timing. As soon as they trade Arostos and B, he knows someone's got to adjust their setup. He finds that gap. Clinical headshots as well. Story is not guaranteed a save here. Will they risk a gun running into what they know is an AWP? Oh, they get it! I don't know if they'll grab it in time, but either way, it's certainly not going to be a factor for Saw. Fantastic shooting for Arostos, for Cowers, sorry, and Arostos, who feels like he's in a position to get one and survive, but wallbang through the wood, he was very wide on that position and just gets contact played by Pain. So They realize he's been playing aggressive B stairs and they go back to punish him. That's the danger of being solo B. You don't want to feed like that. You don't want to die 1-for-1 at the stairs. Materials was way too far away to help or trade. It's a bit of an awkward one for Saw, a reality check. Check these shots. Oh.
Love, I mean, it's that third one onto Meteorius. It's just a great read of the situation, right? As his teammates are moving up ramp, they've calmed it. They don't see anyone else. They know Meteorius is usually that rotate player over. So a good, mental image in the head of Cowes of where Saw were. And now they're looking to play with a bit more of this pace. This time, far more dominant take of ramp. Nades onto the sandbags and Roman fed to the Wolves. One back from Ujax at least kind of slows down the ramp take now. They can't just spill over here. It's leveled the playing field. But Pain are fine to concede this for now. They're going to slow it down just a tad.
Saw's util has been really good, like I've been saying on A, but it's not quite Xantara's level. But HEs have still been finding decent damage and, well, good timings on the mollies. Cowes making noise in mid this time. He'll keep the AWP here. After throwing this Molotov, he's not in a hurry to make a play. Just clearing out the close box. A lot of util getting burned, but throw a molly here. This CT can just push right back in the position. Still gain that info. The B is empty. Pain grouping for an A hit. It's only Ujax here with an MP9, so as long as Pain get these two smokes in the right place, they will have a bomb plant in this round. Nothing should be able to stop that. Ujax has to wait for his team and play a retake.
Yeah, the bit of util that's coming out here is quite the hint to Saw that this will be the A-take. Smokes come in, they're going to try and boost that AWP up and over. Will Story deliver? There's one from the man. If he can find any more, that would be huge, but the jump up feeds him to NQZ. His MP9s are going to try get involved, pushing up close through the smokes with those flashes, but not flashes of brilliance in this round as Mutiras and Ujax are both cut down. It's left to Aros Dos. Damage done to Nissim earlier on. But he won't get given these fights for free. I say that. Nissim goes swinging out. And now Aros Dos in the 1v1. A little more comfortable, perhaps, over at Sandbags. Head's been spotted. Aros Dos moves in, closes the gap, but he needs this kill quickly. Gonna get it. Very little time left as he runs over. Hopping on the bomb, he's got it. That's 4 on the board for Saw as Aros Dos ties this game up on the back of a 1v2.
Man, anchor, clutch, carry, he's got it all right now. And I love that footstep bait. You say he's not getting given any free kills. He forces that. He makes a step the other way and sneaks back into the angle. Sick flick from Story to start. It was the jump that let him down on the escape. But Aros Dos, even the jump on the sandbag, everything about that clutch is played to perfection. And he had no info as well. That's a huge round for Saw. Pain still plant. They'll still buy, but Saw are trading out with them right now. Their money on the line. But as long as they keep putting them up, expecting a change of pace. Again, early Molotovs dropped on ramp. More damage off of nades. Pain are experiencing exactly that in this early assault on the ramp. Oh, welcome back. Oh, Dos just caught in transition.
That's revenge for the last round, right, out of Nissim. First man caught swinging in the 2v1.
He's got such a good position.
Gonna try and walk this up through mid with the AWP cover, and Cowes is still floating around here, but he's just about to drop out of there. Ujax in at ramp has missed the timing on Big Azera creeping up underneath him. And so they've fed this ramp kill now. That causes problems for Saw. They can't commit to that mid-aggro. Instead, they're trying to rotate in, but Big Azera just taking more and more space, and he does it solo. He was meant to be lurking over here towards A, and he's just found every single kill. They have both bomb sites. Mutiras is in T-spawn.
Could have won the round off the bomb drop. I mean, it's just a death squad for Pain, all spread out, all fragging. bit of a mystery there for Story that, you know, Bigazero could have walked all the way in with his teammate tucked in. But you're not expecting that kill to come on gap, and then immediately Bigazero have crept onto default. Pain just take every bit of space. Okay, we've seen, you know, flashes of brilliance from Arostos, but we've also seen 2 rounds where he's been caught out playing a little bit too aggressive. And part of the danger on this map are those new T-side spawns. Vertigo feels like the map that's most affected by it. T-side spawns are pushed forward for the most part, and so you can get to B way quicker. It almost feels like the CT, unless you're playing heavy nades or 2 players with best spawns on CT side, you're not going to get stairs control at the start of the round. Yeah. Even just the typical smoke pre-smoke on the Molotov that T's throw is going to get you on stairwell. So Arosdos needs to be very careful about these instant B plays for Pain.
Yeah, I mean, we have really noticed a bit of a change with it as well, even in terms of, it was in that last game, right, where like GamerLegion had crossed, I think it was like 4 bodies to the left side of A round. Yeah. Kind of completely changes how you can look to boost. Yeah, how you can look to play around the A round with the AWP. It feels like short is hands down the most and maybe even only viable option if you're not going for, or if you want to go for the early peak rather.
Really good reaction from Pain. They spot multiple players pushing A. Sure, they lose a man and a gun, but if they just take this B bomb site as soon as possible, there's going to be minimal resistance. I say minimal, but Arosdos is still here.
Yeah, his Deeg's got to shine now. Arosdos, couple of chance deaths early over towards B, and this one, he can't find a thing. That lone B site defender dealt with, and now they just deal with these pistols as they try to aggress through the smoke. So already know that they're not winning this round anymore, and so they fall into a bit of a holding pattern here, just trying to save the AK. Try and keep that one going forward.
Pain playing solid CS right now. It wasn't just a flash in the pan with a 3-0 beginning off of a pistol round. They are adapting nicely. They are dragging Saw back and forth, and they are not telegraphing their end goal in these rounds. So another gun round coming up after this. We'll have to see what adaptations Saw make. Love to see them do something like double pushing mid, taking Kawes out, who's been on his own, playing very passive for the most part. Get that kill. You don't even need to set up a flank. It's just going to make Pain paranoid. We already saw Materials drop ladder once. But the fear for Saw is that after this bout of success, that now Pain will be overconfident. Maybe they'll call a rush out of spawn. Maybe they feel like B is a way in.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy the Pain squad ability to kind of change pace on the fly. You feel like for individuals, there's a pretty good degree of freedom to facilitate that in the first place. In that round there as well, you were dead on. At the moment they got the spot, they were already in the B site, it felt like, right? They see 4 players, they're straight up B. So a real kind of affinity for these fast-paced changes on the fly. You're never quite sure what you're going to get out of them. They're not in this rigid system, this rigid structure where it has to always be slow. It has to always kind of hinge on Bigazera's every word.
And that's why we give him so much credit, because it's not just, oh, this guy can frag really, really capably, which we know he can do. It's that he's calling while he does it. That's the craziest part. And he's consistent. 1.2 rating already in the 3 maps average, and that's with a 13-2 loss. Mid-explosion here, we've got an elevator smoke. It's only a pistol in middle. Materials tucked in behind the sandbags, headshots, and Pain just spill out, flood the CT spawn. This round feels unlosable from this position.
Oh, Bigazero with the turnaround. And with Kawes alongside him, it's a clean bout out through middle. Pain are feeling good right now. And Kawes, as mentioned, he's been kind of a non-factor so far at the major. Second lowest rated player of the event. So having him in good form and finding a lot of success over in mid, sometimes with players by his side, sometimes left to his own devices, you know, what does that do for Pain now that it feels like they have a whole extra player switched online? I mean, he's top of the board.
It's a very impressive beginning of the day for Pain. Looking for an 8 to the end of that half. Cherry on top. Arosdos back to what hasn't worked before, and he realizes he'll be better off giving it up. Are they going to go for that double mid push? It looks like it. Aros has left the B bomb site. They're going to hunt Cowards here. This is nice. Double setup, hoping the mid lurk plays first. They're right. Oh, but Cowards gets a spot and he gets out. He's just wasting their time. And with 2 players spotted, space can be taken at B.
You know where that extra man's come from over in middle. And so Pain looking to react to this. They lose Lux, but everyone else is spilling out through the top of B ramp. It's a little spread out here. The bomb still dropped as well. Down towards the bridge. So Cowards is having to waste time to go back and get that. That leaves a 2v3 over here inside of B. Utira is playing the long con, just hiding in this smoke. And I mean, the longer he kind of waits to play his hand, the less expected it is. NQZ's got no idea. Now it's all left onto Cowards. He will have a chance at the plant here. 1 man rotating over. A little faster than everyone else. Ujerk's looking to make a play around this plant, and he is far closer than Cowards is ready for. So Saw managed to find 5 down that final stretch.
Yeah, it's a nice recovery, but still, Pain have impressed more than we could expect to start this T-side. It is their map pick today on Vertigo, but a damn good start. A little awkward on that B push there. Felt like Big Azera just got caught out, blinded. But not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, that was like one of the rare examples where these kind of pace changes for Pain wasn't able to come through as cleanly as it often does. They're trying to react to the info that Cowards got over in middle, right? But because I think it was Lux was so deep over towards A, he's like slower on the rotate back. The bomb was dropped for the A player to pick up, so nothing was like really in the position to suddenly up the pace into that B hit and react to Cowards' info. Yeah, it was Lux getting spammed out.
Map beater for this series is Nuke up next. Overpass as a finale. Overpass has been really, really solid for Saw. Nuke has been their go-to pick for a while. And, well, people have had serious trouble getting rid of that. Koi picked it in the BO1, or at least floated it in the BO1. They were punished severely. A fast pistol, similar to how Pain ran theirs on the T side, is straight up ramp and straight in with an entry. Materas leads the charge. Nice tap for Big Azera, but he's getting mollied. He might have to jump up here. Oh, finding it in the air. 4 on 3. Saw come crashing down.
Big Azera was meant to be dead there, right? The molly forces him out of position, but this guy operating on such a great level here in at the major. Tries to come through. It's all Big Azera right now. 3rd kill in the round. Might still have to do even more before all is said and done. A little worse for wear, a little low on health, and he will get finished off. It's just Nissim left standing. Gets the reload off. Tap on the bomb, forcing a peek out of Ujerk's. But he won't take the bait. With the time ticking away!
No way!
Oh my god!
Does he have it?
It's gonna be close, but... Oh, it's really close! Come on, Nissim, he hit the jump shot, he earned that defuse! And that is one wild pistol from Big Azera with 3 to Nissim in that final 1v2. He had 1 chance to hit that, and he nails it.
Just a little bit of doubt. That's all it was. Him not swinging, him not stepping. He taps it, and wow, the jump just comes to him. Bloody good shot. Oh, that will kill Saw. They're going to crumble after that, surely. You're certainly expecting a force, not just because of the plant, but because of the rage that round, losing that round gives you. They hit the entry, they got the plant, they were 4v3 up, and Big Azera just wipes them with Nissim to clutch on top. That is despicable. Pain are playing better every game. What is the peak for this team? This is not a roster we expected to compete in Copenhagen. Extremely underrated. And for good reason. We had no evidence to suggest that this was just the bar. And this is for qualification. This is for progression to the elimination stage. A 2-1 game.
Yeah, it really feels like they're trying to seize their moment here.
The buy is up, but there's no pace behind it. They're just sneaking through this smoke. Luckily enough, Pain will not be fighting ahead of it. They go back to the bomb site. 3 CTs here now. Util is a non-factor for really both teams. They got 1 smoke to set on the site. There's a player on top of the box.
Gonna get past Lux nice and cleanly, but the Danger Men are still in play. Big Azera on that spam.
He's in, they saw
the
him.
herd. Boost up Brain QZ, and they're gonna catch Ujerks trying to get aggressive. This is awkward now. Saw denied all this space. Big Azera on a tear. Another 3K in defense of this top site, and he'll finish it. Big Azera puts his best foot forward here on Vertigo. Keeping up appearances across the major now is this guy. And it is just a sight to behold. You feel so safe if you look down the line and you see Big Azera with the games he's had, with how good he's looked here and how in control it feels when he's still in the picture. You can't help but feel like that rubs off on the rest of the team. Pain, a dominant lead, and they're looking to take it even further here and now as it's just pistols for Saw.
Absolute monstrous performance from the captain. Gonna break the smoke again, or it's a little deep. Cows is pushed all the way up, and when they're Deagles, Pain getting ready with a deep smoke, they're just gonna try and remove them immediately. Right side molly gives Cows so much room, and with this rifle baiting for him, he's just ready to go. Bomb your frags. Nothing Saw can do or say about it. They've been locked out of the A side. Looking for picks that are not being presented.
Re-smoke in at the top of B.
It's clinical from Pain right now.
Great management of when and where they're putting these resources down. I mean, they've got ramp, they've got B, they've got middle. There is nowhere that Saw can look to go here. Everywhere they go, there's 2 players ready to trade. The one exception is middle, but even then, there's fast rotates available. And it won't ever get that far. It never even gets that terrifying. As Kawes and Lux put a ring on this one, they look to run away with Vertigo.
Yeah, it was back at Challenger stage, you know, for the Paris major, Big Azera. He went 2-3 with Pain. He had a 1.2 rating. He's already exceeding that now. And if they win this series, I don't want to jump the gun. Nuke's up next. Overpass has not been lost by Saw in recent history, but this is dominant right now. And Big Azera is looking to take this new Pain team 3-1 in this opening stage, exceeding his previous placings. And with the ratings to back it up as well. Aros denied by the aforementioned man. Now there are kills in response on A. Lux is playing on an off angle, catching jumps. Careful, boys. Punished before and punished again. Roman will get a crucial trade. 2-on-3. The aggression in mid. It looked like a whiff, but Mutiri's will fall. 2-on-2 now. Retake for Pain. They've got the nades.
And it's the terrifying twosome that robbed you in the pistol round left standing for Pain Gaming. Azera and Nissim to close the net on this A site. A good bit of time ticked off the bomb already, so the pressure is on. They've got to move swiftly here, but good util still in play. They've got smokes, they've got the kit.
Go. Oh no!
Oh no, one of those smokes misses.
Oh, this
the
is
util
cooked.
might not come into this. Nade is nice, Roman dead. Story's gonna win this alone, and he can't wrestle with the AK. He's got it. Another clutch for Nissim. Another last second defuse keeps Pain's ball rolling. 11-5.
They absolutely bungled it, Harry. Pain, it felt like they're hitting themselves with nades. They're both nades out, they're both blind. They felt like they're just overdoing it. Not going for fights, just lobbing every bit of util, but turn around off the defuse. A last second kill, a last second stick, another clutch. It's meant to be for Pain. Coach is just sitting down, it's too easy. There's no stress. It's Saw who are feeling the burn and the burden of 2-0. Sat up just 1 win away. Pain are trying to push them to that last day of the opening stage. And they're pushing them all right. This has been an empty game for Saw.
And it's even wilder that it felt like it started really strong for the Saw squad. It's not like they've been sleepy across the board, right? When they first brought the rifles out, you had a great look put forward from Story. The moment he bought that AWP into play, he was finding success. You had Aristos with some nice starts over towards B. The usual pieces that you look to in this Source squad were finding success. But there is none of that now. There is no salvation for Saw.
Throw themselves up ramp. That might be the only way in. Okay, I was going to say, if you don't kill Cowers there after 2 perfect nades, it's never going to happen. He's done some damage. Bigazera pushed all the way through. So we'll call it off, and I like this slowdown here in a 5v3. You know that Pain will make plays.
Yeah, I mean, where it does get wild is Bigazera could find himself in pole position to turn this one around, but he plays his hand maybe a little too soon there, not to know just how good the spot he was in was.
I mean, he had to take the fight. He had to walk down the stairs. He didn't want to make noise, and so that opens him up to the angle. No other silent way of getting down, really. Sort of got this round. Pain are willing to accept that, but they don't know that these guns are not guaranteed. Good check. NQC hits that flank. Pain, a path to save has been allowed, but they're still poking their head in. I mean, even, you know, if you trap Saw on the site here and you take a couple more kills, and then you win next round, they're broke. So it's more just about just playing for later here for Pain. Lose a couple of early kills on that A rush. They pay the price.
Yeah, and of all the ways, you know, to win around for Saw, I think that's like a nice, you know, that one kind of, it feels like it comes from a place of frustration for Ujo, because he's like, look, I'm tired of kind of playing on their timer. I just want to run up ramp. I want to take some fights early. I want to be involved. And those 2 kills essentially win the round, right? Like, you kind of shuffle everyone else out of position. You get that free route back around to B. But will you be able to replicate that, right? That's the big worry. It's not like Ujex is going to be able to run up ramp with a double kill every round with no util to facilitate it. You're going to have more to go up against now. That's surely coming through for Pain. And already you see that AWP starting over towards A. Going to look to get involved out of the gate. Util floods up ramp from the Source squad, but this time they're not able to play ahead of it.
They just recognize that a change will be made. And this time it's Cowers coming out from gap side. Oh, good Molotov. He runs backwards. What? That's crazy, to be honest. You have to go forward. Not dealt with that one before. Perfect molly from Saw. Another util opening kill. Nissim close at B after the flash, ready to peek. Oh, he catches him with nades out, and the wallbang will do it. Nissim looks for more. Maybe a bridge too far. Ujerks gets his punish. 4-on-3 still. AWP hunting middle. Uncertain about Mutirius' position. Lazy clears in mid this game, I'll say that. So Saw can lay up the smokes and lock in the round. Hey, map's T-sided.
Oh, buddy. He just wants to get out with his M4, but they will not let him. Ujerks goes hunting. So it is back-to-back double kills from Ujerks across this T side now. Bigazera is at least a safe pair of hands to hold on to his AK, but that's really the big ticket item that Pain are going to have with them in this follow-up. And even then, ooh, I'm nervous. Mutirius really wants to take this gun out, and easier said than done.
Yeah, Bigazera. Ooh, he is the real deal. There's absolutely no doubt. Doing this at back-to-back majors with different squads, with arguably a worse squad, at least off of paper and off of what they've achieved. You know, at least back at Paris, that Pain team was on a hot streak coming into the event.
Yeah,
we haven't seen much from this Pain roster, with the exception of their RMR run. Not playing this level of European competition to the level that they are playing. And a completely fresh-faced squad with none of the old pieces. Hardzao, Redkinids, Zevi, Fluxo. These are teams that didn't make it, some even to the RMR, let alone through.
Well, so Bigazera is very much the man you would want with the hero gun here, but he's still going to have his work cut out for him. He's trying to be mobile and stay ahead of the curve. For Saw, they're really desperate to figure out where this one gun is. They're not going to get that hint anytime soon as Big Azera waits over towards CT and middle.
What was that Big Azera quote before the Ence game today? I will bait. Well, this is a perfect round to do that.
Util up and in towards B. Sim's made the call. He hears a lot of footsteps right here. And so here comes that AK in rotation. Big Azera, how much can he do with the hero gun? First kill comes out, second one for Saw, and Big Azera might never even get a chance to be involved here. This one just gets written off.
Yeah, Roman should run away after that kill on the flank, because you don't want to give them another AK here. It's nice, he just poked his head through elevator, kill and leave. And Pain are paranoid, but Saw, hey, they're putting together rounds on this T side out of nowhere. Right when you're ready to write them off, I was. 3 rounds in a row. It's all on this next full buy.
Yeah, kind of impossible to ignore the impact that Ujax has had to even make this happen, right? It was him who kickstarted the streak that they're now on with the double kill up through ramp, replicated that with another double kill in the round following, and still able to get his piece of the pie here and now on the B play up against the Pistols. So it's not, you know, it's not Story, it's not Arastos, it's Ujax rising to the occasion right now, trying to keep Saw in this game. Pain call in their last TAC timeout. They are starting to feel that pressure. They're starting to feel the game getting away from them. And they don't want that, considering this could have been a pretty easy walk in the park win for the Pain squad, and it felt like the stars had aligned. Everyone was playing well. Kawes had massive uptick in his individual form. Big Azera with some lights out moments in there, some huge multi-kill rounds from him. Nissim with back-to-back clutches over on the A site. It felt like this one was set in stone, but now it's only a 3-round game between these teams. And Pain have got that CT money to deal with, which makes the task infinitely harder.
Yeah, 2-for-1s right now on Saw. They got coupon codes. They're checking out what this T-side has to offer. 3 at A this time for Pain and a 4th in close proximity. Good molly. Gets run right through. Roman's burning. He's crispy. Triple boost on the short side as well. Oh my god, he gets spotted with his gun over.
Oh! Again!
How's he done that?
Another double up over towards ramp.
Can't be stopped.
Ujax is him. He is that guy. Big Azera, his biggest competition, and Ujax brushes him aside. 3 in the round, but who's to say he stops there? Still very much in the picture. It's Arastos to lock in that final kill. And now for Nissim, they up and leave. They've already got full B control. Mutir is holding it down. And as he rotates in, he shouldn't be ready for a close player. Mutiris locks in that final kill, and Saw keep the streak going. Ujax hitting another level right when they needed him to.
And that's off of a 5v4, and he just spots that barrel. The view model obscures his position. He wall bangs out 2. I don't know how he finds that kill. This was despicable. 3 frags. Everything you could have wanted from this player. Highest rated for a reason on Saw. This guy is playing monstrous right now. And look at what it's done. It's brought Saw back in this game. Ready to be written off. They're only 2 rounds behind. This one should be a novelty round. Should just shatter off the shelf.
Once again, right, they passed that hero gun on to Big Azera. Fair play.
He's got over 100 ADR. 5 multi-kill rounds. But it still might be nothing. If we just see a flat B execute here, he's close by, but he's not in control at all. It's Nissim. And they're just creeping up B and A again, the same time. Oh, nice shot. Okay.
Oh, hang on a second. This one could still get a little wet and wild for Saw.
Guns to grab.
Yeah, you're suddenly armed. You're suddenly dangerous. Mutir is dead over in middle. They're starting to make this one happen with the pistols. And Ujax, he's been the driving force for Saw throughout this entire comeback. But now he's got a 1v4. It's not going to happen. And so with the pistols, a way back in is forged. It's not Big Azera going huge on that hero gun. It's the Pistols earning their stay, earning their claim to this map.
Oh, someone shatters, that's for sure. And it's Saw absolutely shredded every single fight. And those 5-7s, they tear faces off. Saw get ahead of themselves. And now they got to fight up against map point. 3 in a row for overtime. No timeouts left. Oh, through mollies again. If you've not learned your lesson, NQZ hits that tag with the orb. Story, meanwhile, has killed Cowers somehow. That's over on the A side. Probably through the gap side. Still a player inside of the smoke. Pushing further down, Story. Oh my goodness, nades out. The flash is perfect, but it doesn't matter. Lux just fires. He's got all of the A ramp now. The whole room to himself. Saw know what that means. The implication is clear. Other sites are far better defended. Despite that, they still walk upstairs into a heavily held triple B setup. Boost is a nice idea. We've got nades first. They're going to execute in this must-win round.
Yeah, but look at Pain. They've already got 3 bodies over towards this side of the map. You really need this opener, and Nissim goes looking for the boost. Ujerk's off on the man and get these balls rolling, but he's low on health. Someone else might have to do it. Roman throws his name into the hat. Big Azera on the orb, nails Ujerk's as he comes around the corner. Pain, man advantage. The final round of play, Roman looking to be the hero. He's got players all around him as he's crept up close to the gens. He is looking for a multi-kill here, a multi-kill that decides whether Saw stay or die on Vertigo. 1 kill from him. Why not make it the double? And now it's just Big Azera, low on health, low on chances, and Roman builds his empire there as he keeps them in this game.
That's unbelievable. The risk-reward of that play pushed all the way up, putting his teammate in a 1v3 if he finds nothing. But they do not consider it. So long in that corner behind the smoke. Story set it up. Roman knocked it down. And Saw find yet another round. They don't crumble under the threat of pistols. 2 to do. NQZ is again dropping guns. He's on a USP, surrounded by M4s. More ramp control taken. This has worked for Pain. They've been able to push Saw out, but you know what's worked for Saw? Ujerks. Working overtime right now. Double pay. Gun drop back in spawn. Big Azera mauls them with the MP9, but he's low on ammo, and Story will respond. Don't get ahead of yourself, Saw. There's still men in the site.
Yeah, this is the bomb as well on Story. Has to throw that back. Tries to hang around for just a moment, see if he's given anything else. If they go back to A, there's this deep ramp control from Lux. And so Saw slowing it right down, hoping that Pain overplay their hand. Shadow seen.
Yes,
Lux knows that one's free. And Roman had no chance in that head-to-head.
Weird clear that he thinks they've pushed all the way up there. That just feels like such an unlikely move from Pain, but it shows the paranoia that Saw are experiencing. They flash themselves. Again, the Shadow, it's such an easy kill, and Lux locks it in. Saw pinched as Pain wake them up from their slumber. But it might be back to bed for the Portuguese. 1v3 for Story, and he will fall the same way his teammates did, surely. Lux with a pistol out, and he will close the map in style. Pain take their map pick to start off this series. Everyone expected Saw to make a run into that elimination stage, but it will not come easily. It will not come free.
No, that's in spite of some real heroics from the likes of Ujerks and Roman with that big clutch round in there. But man, lights out from Pain. And now we go to Nuke, home map for the Saw squad. Can they turn it around there?
That is the million-dollar question, because our panel is set right next to the Saw booth, and I want to say I heard some real tilt. I saw Materius standing up, just having to let out some emotions, and I think it's understandable with how some of these rounds have gone.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, especially in the second half, is the clutches from Nissim. Like he set the tone. That pistol on clutch in a 1v1. He got a 1v1, 1v2 later on as well at that same A bomb site. Like absolutely disgusting. Big Uzera picked it up in the second half, but yeah, especially in the second half, it was just so close. This is Story early on. He's someone we talked about in the pregame as an AWPer who needed to kind of step up, had a good quad kill. Same with Kawez here, lowest rated player in the opening stage so far. And the nice thing about MR12 is even if you're having a tough tournament, like you throw a round like that in where you just have massive impact, it sets up an economic reset later on in the half. Like that's all you kind of need to do to have a really good game in MR12.
I'll be honest, it did feel like Soul Gaming were the better playing team in the full buy rounds. They did seem to be, better at playing out the map, finding the openings, and actually closing out some of the rounds as well. You're looking at a Pain Gaming who won both pistol rounds. They converted both pistol rounds. They go up 3-0 in the first half. They go up 3-0 in the second half, and they win the 2 clutches you're speaking about.
And they win a low econ round. This one right here.
Exactly, that one as well. That makes it 3 rounds. So in terms of raw, I guess, full buy rounds, it was only in the last one right here they actually ended up winning, for the vast majority of the game. So as much as I want to say it, I understand Murderous, why he's mad, why he's sad, why he's frustrated right now. Saw were the better playing team, yet they still lost the map.
Yeah, but Jacob, of course, if you have the full buy rounds and you win, but you lose against a couple of pistols, even though you have a full buy yourself, come on, you get it. I mean, that's the most tilting thing almost that can happen, even if you feel like you're the better team on the server.
It is. There's no worse feeling than being on the server feeling like, okay, we know what we gotta do, we know how to win the rounds, but then you're constantly messing up scenarios you're not supposed to mess up. Obviously, Big Uzera had a fantastic show, and we spoke about him again. Another fantastic individual display. But it did feel like, for my money, at the very least, that Saw they were making it tough for themselves. They were making it harder than it should have been for them. And I guess in that aspect, it's only fair they lose the map. They made too many mistakes to win.
Sure, I think too, when you look at some of the strengths of the Saw team coming into this, like Arzdosa is like an anchor at the B bomb site on Vertigo, especially. He got picked off a couple of times in that first half as well, just kind of someone walking up the stairs, ripping his face off. He had a really tough time getting involved in the first half. Ujurx as well wasn't as kind of dominant, as strong of a presence towards ramp. He had a great second half. First half, I think that CT side for Saw really struggled and put him in a hole that you're not going to get out of when you lose the clutches, the low econ rounds.
Yeah, I think it's a sign of me not knowing as much about Counter-Strike as you two, because I kind of felt like for Pain, it goes their way when they're kind of up against it in these rounds. Big Uzera is so incredibly dependable, even if they are at a disadvantage. And I just feel like in terms of what that makes you feel like as a player when you're playing this match to go to the next stage, I think that's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, he always seems to find impact in crazy situations. And I think he has his team playing very well also. This Pain team is actually the #1 team in the opening stage at winning 4v5s when they have a man disadvantage. They're really good at converting those rounds relative to other teams. I mean, as good as you can be in a 4v5, because it is such a huge disadvantage. And part of that is because someone like Big Uzera takes initiative when he feels some space is open. They have players who don't mind taking some risks and trying to exploit a gap and finding some miracle way to get back into the round. Today, they didn't actually have to do that a whole lot, actually.
Having a leader that is showing the way, on the server, fracking the wise is always nice. He was the lowest rated player on the the T side, and the highest rated player on the CT side, right? So he bounced back after the first half.
Needs to go back to baiting.
Yeah, I guess so. He's just playing some wonderful Counter-Strike right now, and you can definitely see that transpiring on the server.
But I can see what you're saying as well, Jacob. Of course, Saw, have all the chances left in this best of 3. It is, of course, their map pick as well, going on to Nuke, right? It's all about getting back on that horse, so to speak, after yesterday, but now also after losing this first map.
Yeah, it is a rough one to lose, and I think that's why they were frustrated. We have a couple of rounds we may show as well, to 16 first and foremost, that showcases why Murderers perhaps were a little bit frustrated. You're going into the right here again. Again, it's Big Uzera being aggressive, finding an opening kill. Soul Gaming trades the frags quite wonderfully. You're in a 4v3 right here. You said it yourself, they're very good at playing from behind. You get another trade coming in right here, and it's now a 3v2, and you have side control. A bit of a lazy peek coming out from Murderers right here, being caught in transition. You have a 2v2, and at this point, they're messing up a smoke. Look at that. The smoke that was supposed to land on the bomb doesn't go on the bomb. And for some reason, Story couldn't figure it out as well. He panic sprays, goes up there, gets the duel, and just in a split second, he gets another Ninja Defuse right here. The issue for me is that we had a lot of these rounds where they were supposed to win, they couldn't convert. Once we got into the 5v5, once we got into both teams having full armored, vests and coming in with the guns and everything they needed, Saw were the better playing team. They just couldn't capitalize.
I mean, it came down, I think, to clutch factor. Like kind of how it did with Pain yesterday beating Ence, was just so many clutches. That was all Big Uzera, but today you had Nissim. Like you just had so many clutch performances out of Pain in this map, and that's really the deciding factor is down the stretch.
This one was the worst.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking because this comeback looked really doable. Ujurx was gaining a lot of momentum over at the A bomb site on the T side. He was getting double kill after double kill, opening things up, and that's just like, it's like stepping on a Lego. You hate it.
It hurts so bad.
Yeah,
but,
it sucks.
Yeah, but they have to see in front of them that they can still qualify to the next stage today, right? So let's talk about Ujerks, or let's talk about kind of the whole full SAW team and what basis you've seen in that they'll be able to parlay this into a better performance peeking into Nuke.
Well, I think actually the biggest point for them to be able to qualify here is this map pool, I think, favors SAW. Even I would have said so with Vertigo, and obviously they've dropped that map, which is unfortunate, but you go into Nuke, it's a map they're comfortable with, they're happy to play, they've got some good wins on. And then you go into, what's the final map? Overpass. I already kind of talked about in the pregame how much of an advantage they have in terms of reps, in terms of quality of competition on the map as well over their opposition. This should be able to return and swing back in their favor on Nuke. Again, we're going to have to see if it plays out on the server, but I don't think that win over Ence yesterday is as indicative that Pain is dominant on this map as it might seem. I think there's still going to be some weakness there that SAW can exploit.
100% agree. We saw SAW play good Counter-Strike yesterday against Cloud9. They're losing double overtime on Nuke. That's not a big issue. You said it yourself. The map pool is looking great for them as well. They played Nuke 11 times the past 3 months, and they won 10 out of those 11 games, only losing to Cloud9 yesterday. Overpass, they played it 6 times the past 3 months, won all 6 times. So you're looking at a team right now who's won 16 out of the 17 maps they played on these 2 specific maps, hopefully coming up from SAW. So I agree with you. I'm not worried yet. It's more so the tilt, it's more so the frustration that they need to get under control.
Yeah, that's the X factor, right? Because they should be supremely confident at the moment. They had a good run at the RMR after going down 0-2. They just kind of breezed their way, won those last 3 matches to qualify. They had a great run at the Blast Showdown. They were able to qualify over to the finals there. They kind of ran through that online gauntlet, beating Cloud9 2-0 as well. So you should come into this event feeling supremely confident, but obviously that pressure when you get to this point is what causes the frustration that we might have seen, and that's the conversation during this break is everyone chill.
Exactly.
We're still in a happy place. We're still exactly where we need to be.
Exactly. Lux commented that Bigazera is like a father, so I guess it's going to come down to who can be the better daddy. Can Muterius get his troops to get, I mean, you look at me, but that is just a synonym I use. There is nothing else than that.
Takes one to know one, I guess.
You know, the better
one
father.
hell of a daddy.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, on that note, I think we should take a break and we'll be right back with Nuke.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Quickly. To clear. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is Asone's commercial. But Asone spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to Asone.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
It's the PGL Major Copenhagen with the opening stage, and a team that's been on a massive hot streak right now is SAW. And I want to just look at this for you guys, especially you and Muterius, when you've come through. I remember the emotions. I remember how much it meant for you when you qualified. But you guys haven't slowed down, you haven't stopped. What's the feeling now, though, that you're sat here?
A lot less pressure, I'd say. I mean, the RMR, it's the tournament where the teams feel the most pressure, so it's just a relief to go through it. And of course, we've been on a streak. It gave us a really confidence boost, so it's our best time right now.
And what's interesting, I'm looking at 2024 this year. You've lost best of ones, but you haven't lost a best of 3 this year. What changed? What clicked for you guys as a team to see this level of performance?
I mean, I always felt that we are stronger on best of 3s because we have a really strong map pool. We can play 6 maps to a real high level. And best of 1s, it's a bit sketchy, and the
definitely
RMR 12, it's a dangerous game to play. It's a best of 1 if you lose both pistols or if you lose a nickel. It's dangerous, so we just feel we are better on best of 3s, and we're showing it.
And with yourself and Roman being, with Mujaris and Roman, you being kind of experienced players in this, right? Is there any advice you've given to the other players? Because your young players at the moment are all performing so well. This whole team's performing well, but I'd say it's maybe higher than what anyone ever thought.
I mean, they are young players, but I feel like they're just as experienced as us. They are a lot mature, I would say.
Okay.
So the thing is that you just gotta be calm, play without fear, without the fear to make errors. We just need to do our game and do our best, and we're gonna win.
And what does this whole year so far feel like to you guys? From making it to the major, first time, now also gonna be in London for the spring finals. You've got a string of good events back to back and high hopes for the team, I'm sure.
It just seems like all stars aligned. So we are playing our best. Everyone on the team is playing great. Our maps are looking really good. So it's been perfect. It's going perfect. So I hope it continues till the end of the year.
Can you figure out, or can you say what happens to make it so good? Because you didn't fail against good teams. You didn't fail against the teams of your level.
I think it's the approach that we had on the game, how to fix errors, how to play the map, what's good, what's bad, and now how we practice. That's all the things that we changed since last year, and it's going great.
Do you ever think, though, that, right, okay, we're looking at SOAR as a whole picture, we're looking at what you can do for the future. How far do you feel this team can go? Do you think this is further than you've ever been able to go before already? Not just the major, but I mean in the future, if I'm talking the rest of this year.
I mean, by the results, it's the best team that I ever had, me and Mutiris, of course. So I don't know about goals, but we are playing at a really high level. So I mean, I feel like there's really few teams that can cause those really troubles. So we don't have really goals on the table, but we feel like we can win against everyone.
And what would you say in recent times has been the team you beat or the match you had where you felt like, okay, we did this, I can't believe this is so good?
I might say the game against NIP, the 0-2 game on the RMR.
Yeah.
We had a lot of pressure. It was the third RMR that we went 0-2 at the start, so we had a lot of pressure on ourselves to win a game or to play without any fear. So that game changed everything for us, and that we made a comeback and we win 3-2. So that's the most important game for sure.
I wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, thanks. Cheers, man.
Heartbreak could be on the horizon for SOAR. They start this journey up 2-0. Things were looking really good. And especially after, you know, the RMR recovery that we saw this team go on from 0-2 down, you had high expectations once we got to the BO3s. But a Nuke streak, a map that was the home map for SOAR, was broken yesterday by Cloud9 in a double OT loss. They end up losing that series to fall down now 2-1. For guys like Mutiris and Roman, as we just heard in the interview there, this is kind of being the the life goal. This is what it's all been building towards. And I think it could be them falling into that 2-2 matchup if they don't recover here on Nuke is terrifying.
Yeah, and they initially delivered, as you say, going 2-up is crazy. I think part of the worry, even though Saw having an immense map win streak that, yes, Cloud9 broke yesterday, but they still have won this map 10 out of 11 times this year, is that Pain delivered a 10-2 CT side to Ence just yesterday. And look at where they're beginning on that defensive half of Nuke. Let's see if they can do it again. Fast out the door, we got Julie's on top, and wow, they drop 2 kills, 3 from Cowes. Beautiful start to this map, and Saw already a sinking feeling. We know they have depth on this one, there's no doubt about it, but right now, Pain are playing to a different level. And they must feel unbeatable after that first game, chucking a pistol round. They're here to stay.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that's going to hurt the most, right? Is that if you're Pain, in the same way that coming into the major, Saw were riding on like this real hot streak and feeling good about it from a team that was, you know, maybe overlooked a little and then had to recover back at the RMRs. They were riding on this momentum, riding on this high. Pain are now on that same wavelength, right? They didn't come into this series as the favorites. They didn't come into this series with crazy expectations, and yet here they are, a map up. Stellar performances from guys like Big Azera across the tournament. There's this degree where, as far as Pain are concerned, they feel untouchable, and they're playing with real confidence right now. On a map that's been so good to Saw, a map that usually they feel so good on, but you lose the pistol, and so now you have to stew in those shortcomings of Vertigo. You have to stew in that feeling for a little bit longer before the guns get to come out.
It's just perfect. They just run them down in lobby. Sure, it's Glocks, but they're still playing with a degree of disrespect. Pain are playing to win. And there's something to be said about that from a team that no one even expected. A team many had 0-3 on their pick'ems. A team that beat number 35, number 50, number 51 in the world in the Americas RMR to get here. We brushed them aside. We rolled our eyes. Prove it. They are right now.
I think it's really important for Saw's mental and their ability to get back into this game that they find success here and now, right? You don't want to fall down in the first rifle. It's the one time where the T-side economy can actually feel a little vulnerable as well.
Especially when a bonus beats you.
So you would be like handing Pain a very significant leg up here.
With that, you know, track record in your head, the 10-2 CT over Glaive. Right, popping through a ramp smoke is dangerous. Nissim should be traded here. He takes 2 with him. Pistols out, he's got the ammo, but he's not got the longevity. 2 frags is fantastic for a ramp player, though.
He's done all he had to do. A ramp player with an MP9, getting exec'd on by 4 players, and he gets out with a double kill. Even the spacing there a little awkward for Saw as they come out to ramp. They struggled at getting that trade. I didn't even feel like they really felt like they had to get the trade. It should have come through from that second player. But it leaves them in a weird spot now where they're a man down. They don't want to drop down towards B. They know the rotates would have come through, so they're going to try and keep Pain guessing by going a little quiet in the mid-round, retaking the lobby.
Oh, God.
Lux lies in wait, another MP9. Are these going to be the worst nightmares of Saw? They brush it aside. Aros Dos seems to think they're still in with a chance.
It's a huge gap here. Cowes is a risky move to go and try and deny this plant, try and fight before his team are here. Goes after the fact. They've looked away. He's got a gap, and he takes it. Instant kill. A couple of flashes primed for a retake here. Pain can play together. They have got Cowes very low, but trades can be a factor. In comes the util. Passive positions from Saw. Materis needs to thin the herd, but he's dinked immediately. Nade for the bomb. But they're blocking each other. This is uncomfortable. This is claustrophobic. It's only Roman. In a 1v3, he's found that first. Cowes on the stick, and the headshot comes through. Cover from the captain. You can't doubt him. It's Big Uzera winning the round.
That's a bonus round win for Pain Gaming on Saw's map pick. they really put themselves in a great spot now. The MP9 over at ramp, Nissim just shreds through Saw as they try to move into his playground, to his real estate.
And to think that, you know, when we thought about Saw before Copenhagen Major, it was, what's a Saw Major heartbreak? It's the Antwerp, you know, RMR failed qualification against VP with the last second stick, albeit a different roster for the most part. But now, can you imagine a world where Saw pulled the reverse sweep they did at the RMR this time, only to do the inverse when it really mattered?
Yeah. Oh, dude, I mean, and I think the set of emotions that go along with that are so different, right? When you're coming back from 0-2 down, it's a very impressive feat, but there's this certain level of, well, we got nothing left to lose, and so I think, you know, it allowed a good degree of openness. They talked about how they really wanted to just move forward playing their own game at the RMR, and how it felt like actually those discussions, whatever was said, rubbed off on them at every tournament past that point as well. But in at the major where you have a 2-0 start and you feel like your job's as good as done with how well you've all been playing, with how untouchable you've looked. And now it all gets called into question.
Yeah.
You know, that's a very harsh trip back to reality for Saw.
And even though we have a vent lurk smoke, Pain no one's down because they had to break the vent. Lux has got a pre-rotation to B. There's a double ramp hold. This one is blatant for Pain. They know exactly what's going on. They're about to confirm it. As the smoke fades, the orb takes a life. Nissim does fall towards hell, but he takes one with him, and any more for NQZ would be fantastic. Okay, nothing, but 3-on-3, and with B already controlled by Lux in that pre-rotation, Saw, there's no safe haven here. Gonna slow it down again. But Pain have established, they've rooted themselves in their spots right now, and there is no reason to move. Lux has an excellent position to be. Although he's very open, starting to move now.
He's going to get behind the silo. He's all well and good now.
Yeah, this is fine. At least you thought it was.
Has to extinguish that. Flashes himself out for a fight, but ends up crossing, trying to spot over this smoke. He sees numbers out from ramp. Big Azera getting activated on the flank. Lux is getting whittled down, but that's given enough time for Big Azera to arrive to the party.
Still here.
They finally deal with Lux, but it's that big man from the ramp flank that they're worried about. Right here, ready to rob Saw of another chance. Big Azera playing his hand through the smoke, nails Arastos. And Mutiris is in hot water.
No time.
10 seconds, bomb retrieved, but he's open to something. He's open to one of these angles, and they could finish it right now. Cowes will.
It's a great play for Cowes because he doesn't swing the plant because he knows that could be a fake. There's time for a fake. I don't want to give away a 1v1, but the second the stick actually comes through, that's when he swings. He knows that gun is not going to be out in time. It's a perfect way of having your cake and eating it too. He's got wine and raisins, Harry. He started with grapes. He's got them all. Nice shutdown from Big Azera on the flank. 2 kills as well. Couldn't have timed that better. As Lux gets caught in an awkward position, he still makes the most of it and buys so much time for his team. 4-0, more plants, more buys, no rounds.
NQZ keeping it dynamic on the orb, aggressive outside, but Mutiris will find him.
Good flash.
Finally, you get one of these kind of untraded man advantages, right? You're no longer having to worry about the double ramp setup. You get away with a clean 5v4. And so hopefully this can be a bit of a turning point for Saw, a chance for them to make it more competitive. You feel like if they can't convert on this one, then the alarms are really going off if they're not already.
Roman's got a lot of info. He's heard 2 vent drops, one was a fake. He's heard a hot roof player step. They are confused at what's real, what's not. And oh, I love the double door fake. This is a guaranteed 1-for-1, and it could be just a free entry kill here for Pain. There's no way you can get 2 kills out, and Roman can't even connect a shot. What a great move from Pain to sit 2 inside of the smoke. 4-on-4. They double down from ramp to B. And Saw losing their lurk on upper. They essentially have their hand forced. Are they all coming through decon? This is desperate. Unless Arastos takes that bomb back up the vent, this feels so constricting. They run through the smoke. Bigazera's in the site. You don't even know about that second man who comes swinging. Ujax finds him, but Bigazera never moving. And that bomb going up is denied. Cowards on the top site is making quite the redemption from what was the bottom or second bottom rated player of this major. He is having a fantastic series today. 2 timeouts for Saw. We are 5 rounds in. 2 timeouts. This is their best map, and right now they're crumbling under the pressure.
And that's definitely, you know, what this is for Saw. It's the pressure of the occasion. It's the how kind of momentous this was. This was what the big push at the RMRs was for. And they came into this with a big degree of confidence. That's something you've even seen in the interviews, right? The idea that they put their best foot forward on that redemption run through the RMRs. They felt like they were in a really good place showing up in the major. And now all of that is getting called into question. And it's from a powerful position. It's from a position where you were favorites in these games.
Yeah.
And that's a whole different ball game to the one that they embarked upon back at the RMRs.
Underdog buff really is real.
And like, I mean, just even look at, you know, Bigazera and Cowards, who have been like these kind of 2 mobile players in a lot of these rounds. 8-0 for Cowards, who, as you just said, second bottom rated player. Bigazera, top rated player of the tournament, 6-0 to start. And it just feels like he is in the head of Saw. He is roaming around the map, seeking every available fight. He knows he's gonna win them.
That's a crazy place. Just swing through the wall of smokes outside. He's not even scared of Silo. And by the way, he knows Ujax is here, not only just spotting him there, but that molly came through after Mutirius got killed. So there's info. They've pre-rotated Lux down lower. Pain, 5v4. Sure, Bigazera doesn't need to take these fights, but he's feeling invincible. Looking for some kills on the cross. They will make 4 players down. Doesn't look like Bigazera is going to get that spot. Ooh, crossing into Garage.
Yeah, maybe you speak too soon on this one, man. Bigazera, it looked like he was going to get dodged entirely, but he might have another freebie just lined up on a silver platter here.
No way.
Story walks right past him. Bigazera not aware. Out in the yard, weirdness taking place. It's all about who turns first, and it will be Bigazera. Of course it is. That diamond in the rough play. Story thought he'd have a glorious gap found. Instead is another problem, another kill for Bigazera. Both players opening the door at the same time. It's a little awkward, it's a little flustered, and they'll get chewed up by Nissim. Bigazera on this flank very quickly in. 9-0 for Bigazera, and he's finally dealt with. They finally make a mortal man out of Bigazera. But it might not be enough to win you the round. Ujax dead on the door push. And Pain Gaming continue this 6-round streak. Saw barely making a dent so far.
2 rounds of this game, we've seen such a typical Saw round, which is to get full lower control, have a lurk upper, and then come up the vent with the bomb. Last time they did it, they faked B first. Bigazera stopped them, and Cowards was in heaven with a double kill. This round, while they have lower, I think they want to go at vents, presuming Story gets heaven control. That's such a powerful position to lock down top site. But Bigazera just kills him. It forces Saw to commit to this lower play. Every lower play they've done, they're just swinging out single door. You need more control than that. Okay, that's all good for Cowards. That's a way in, perhaps. A vent drop with the bomb. Saw in a 5-on-4. If they can lock down this rotation point and get a quick plant, maybe they can win this eco. Pain is scrambling right now. This is a nice position for NQZ, though. He's not rushing to help on lower. He's just trying to lock off these flanking players. No one's looking, but Bigazera takes that mantle. 4-on-3. Smokes it down. Painter escalating the pace. This is too late.
It's a rough spot for me to try to be the hero, but they've just taken their eyes off the back line. Mac-10, not the gun for the job, but if he can find this kill to NQZ, oh, it just gets away from him. Will that be awkward? Because now his teammates are getting thinned out, and this Mac-10 at range is not what you want.
Yeah.
A cleanup from Pain.
That hurts for Matiras.
And just a second off on that flank. The round was there. There was a path to it for Mutiras.
He knew he couldn't wait forever, but he also had to walk round the railing, which gave Mutiras just enough of a gap to slip through. That's just so uncomfortable. It feels like nothing is going right for Saw. Even though they get the 5v4, they get the drop down B. Look at these numbers, not screaming faith for Saw at the moment. 2-2 looking inevitable. And Pain giving them exactly that. Oh! The util's good to start, but Pain are happy to fight back, breaking the smoke in the door, clearing that. Gazera, a monster outside, and he just dodges that AWP. Boost is nice, but Gazera knows it's an AWP play. He can play a lot more cautious. This is risky. Only one player ramp. Oh no.
Quick switching is nerve-wracking, but Roman will get the kill. That's something. Gazera is keen to be involved, but his teammates are falling like flies. And so finally Saw might have cooked something up here. Kawes and Lux taking away a bit of lobby control. Will they commit to this wrap round? This is the bomb right here. Roman keeps his wits about him. Are they ready for a second man? Lux nearly with the spray, but Roman keeps the round in check. That bomb not lost in lobby, and for Gazera at 11-1, this guy has been the one to watch. But he is just left far too removed from this round.
It's a kit there. I don't know. I say give it a go. But knowing that it's an unrealistic prospect, it may just be Saw allowed to break through. Nice triple kill for Roman. Not the player you would expect to be relying on to win you this first round, but deals with that ramp push, checks his flank again, trays his teammate lobby, just solid. Needed something from Saw, and after Pain lose 5v4 advantage, they push right into that heavy lobby default. So there's something to celebrate for Saw, but not for too long. There will be a rebuy for some time.
Still sat down 0-7. You can see that they've been trying to put him in some positions to succeed, such as the boost in that last round. You know, it's clear he's feeling a little flustered right now, but they're going to need that AWP, especially come the second half.
It's on solo this time. Might have this escape or the jiggle, and he forces the shot. That allows safe passage. Door spam comes through. Roman finding Kawes to open up another round. Oh, that's awkward. Smoke hits him. They have to rush, and the CTs know, but they're full blind. Everyone is. Roman somehow recovers first. Felt flash for an eternity. It might force a save here for Pain. Okay, Saw.
I mean, this whole game, they've just been looking for that one round to kind of bring them back in, to remind them that they have what it takes to win here on this map.
Yeah, there's no question on depth of strat book or experience. Not on Nuke.
Yeah, you've just kind of had to get the individuals back into the game. And so, you know, I think it's a bit of a test as well for folks like Mutira, is to try and bring the guys back on side. And so hopefully these few rounds can do that for the sake of Saw. Pain, meanwhile, finally starting to approach the end of the tether for the money here. So that can be a route back in for this Saw squad. Most they're looking at is 5 on the half. The 2 in a row, they're gunning to get there. Should just be a partial at best around these saved guns. So the question now is, you know, how much can Gazera and NQZ do with that saved AWP rifle combo? Strangely enough, you know, I'm not willing to count them out, right? Yeah, like with how good Gazera's looked. And even that's stressful, I think, if you're Saw. Usually these rounds feel, I don't want to say like a given, you still have to play them with the respect of, as though it's, you know, like a full rifle round with that AWP rifle combo in play. But just the fear when you hold tab and you take a look at the scoreboard and you see that Gazera, the game he's having and how much fear he's been able to instill in the roster, it makes you have to play a little cautious, and that's not a quality you ever attribute to Saw here on Nuke.
Don't want to feel like you're playing, you know, not to lose or playing to, scared of your opponent.
Yeah.
You're the favorite. This is your go-to map.
I mean, we've seen Sword do some like wild stuff here on Nuke with how comfortable they are. I've seen Mutira's call for like double vent rotates in one round where they go up, then they go back down, and then they go up again, and they finish topside after taking B.
Ooh. Oh, that could have been nice. There was a run boost. That was an attempt at door pick, I guess, but the smoke comes in and he just decides against it. You know, and Pain got 12 rounds on Vertigo by worse than this with a bunch of 5.7s. Powerful weapons. We have a shotgun on Lux in the hut or above it. You know, Pain are in a great position to win a round like this. They have Big Azera jiggling on ramp. This AWP can stay mobile. Nothing is guaranteed, not on T-side and Nuke. Fake on lobby to show their default. They go back to outside smokes. Alstos with a wall here. 2 smoke wall. It's going to let them cross with wide smokes into garage or B.
2 smokes, though, can give a sightline of this AWP if they wanted to cross to secret. So instead, they creep through those smokes to main. And QZ won't have an angle open. Nissim close to the smokes could put a dampener on this main play, but he's going to check the secret side, and so that leaves main wide open.
Got to read this.
Sora have got the control they were looking for. They're out in the site now. Even though this hut aggression's coming through, Roman's got his eyes on it, and so Sora piece this one together cleanly. Big Azera backstab out through ramp. He's not going to get given any more chances past that point.
That's just really nice pathing. To do that so late in the round, it's just the last thing that Pain are going to expect. They see smokes, they think they're just doing the late lower cross, but to walk through the main smoke, whew, that's a risky play. However, if anything, cheeky. It was the instant waterfall smoke on main that stopped the AWP from playing inside of it. So there's some thought to that, about how they're approaching their late round. It's a nice call for Saw. I think, yeah, they have had some really, in the run here through the RMR, in their qualification to London online, in the recent success that Saw have had prior to this event, I think their new T-side calling has been some of the most interesting part of it. So to see them make this little late half recovery is reassuring. But I say they need 5 here. Got to get back on track, keep them coming. 2 more in the half. And here's the 4x for Pain.
I mean, if you're able to run it back and get 5 straight, that will re-energize you. That will kind of bring your mental back up to speed. And they just need a bigger buffer as they can get at this point. Mutira has to run it out in the yard, but one of those smokes never materializes.
I missed it. There's 2 smokes in front of secret. Whoa.
A lot of damage done from Big Azera on those crossing players. Another nade.
Boy, sorry.
They've already made it down. Still, that's nice info. You know 100% they crossed with these.
No lower rotate. I mean, the 3 players will probably be surprised to Pain. Because Zera is playing that rotation. He's on ramp. Try to get tucked in, maybe on Sanitara's position on B. And every time Saw have done this and taken secret through vent or outside, they've split ramp. So NQZ's getting curious. He's trying to clear it, and he's done exactly that. They know there's a heavy B hold because Zera needs help.
Oh, maybe he doesn't. 2 kills up top of the silo. Quick turnaround from Big Azera. Great awareness that pincer, that pinch was coming in. Backstab as well down through secret. Mutira is left alone down at lower, is spammed out and dealt with. Awkward for Story as he finally finds his way, but this is no more love in the round for Story. He's just got to run for the hills. Hold on to that AWP, and so Pain will respond. They stop the streak in its tracks.
Big Azera is so just enjoyable to watch because he is an in-game leader who is often a sacrificial player, often the weakest individual player in a team, but he knows he's not, and he plays like he's not. Playing star roles, outside on Nuke, rotating when he needs to, when they've got the AWP bearing down. And I just love watching. He's just running around the map. Wherever he feels that ending, he's going there.
Yeah. And, you know, I think that even speaks to his read of the game right now, because he is so often in the right place at the right time.
This was a guy who was meant to be the next runner for Furia, right? Like, upgrade this guy, put him on a team with partner spots.
I mean, and he was the one who was looked over the most, it felt like, right?
Well, you know, I imagine the buyout was pretty expensive, but whatever he's asking, pay him. Okay, a bit of a pace change. Last round of the half, what you got? Nothing.
Of course, it's Big Azera. Starting all of these rounds outside, apart from when they go for that play. And there he is, staring at main, ready for it.
And he's already B. The smokes have come outside. He wants to come clear it. But this is a nice change. Materia's walking around the world. The Orbis and CT, that's a big pick. It's going to open up ramp. MQZ. Oh, the flick! And they're already down lower, but so is Big Uzera, shutting down the round and the half. 16-2 on the captain of Pain Gaming, trying to send them straight to the elimination stage.
He is an 8 KD. He's in the right place every time. He feels like he's knowing what Saw are doing before they've even done it. Calls coming in out of spawn, and Big Azera puts himself in the position to succeed. And there's nothing that's driving this factor home more for Saw than how often they're running into Big Azera, how often he's there to put up these multi-kills and win the round for Pain.
He's got fast travel. He's teleporting. Why is he in the B site? He should have been clearing secret. There were outside smokes, Harry. And he's hunting them down on the ramp hit. This guy's a nightmare right now for Saw. They cannot get a grip on him. Slippery. A great flick as well.
Like, what do you even do against this, man?
Lose.
That's really all there is left to do. This is an absolutely unthinkable performance from Big Azera.
And he's been doing it every day of the major so far. Every day except that game, the Eternal Fire. Big Azera has been almost unbeatable. Saw's best map, a 10-win streak, broken yesterday.
But even that was a back-and-forth overtime affair versus a battle-hardened Cloud9 squad. Gutierrez, good double kill over towards Secret. Trying to inject a bit of faith in the Saw squad that if they get the pistol, that's where the comeback starts. That's where the journey begins. That's what they have to believe right now. They've at least started it off well, 5v3.
Oh, thank you. Oh, USP grab. He's looking for a heaven kill, but they're not gifting. Saw playing this nice and safe. The ladder is open for business, but Story's inside of the site. Lobby taken. Saw know exactly where Pain can and are.
Good whiff for Story. Now they know they've got a man pinned in behind the boxes. Roman's tried to move in to lend a helping hand, and so there's the recovery from Story. Bomb goes tumbling away, and Phlox can't convert that kill, never could, as he was locked in that fight for a long while.
Okay.
It's a flawless pistol round to open for Saw.
Pistol to puncture the Kevlar of Pain Gaming. Maybe it's something. But right now, there's not much reason to believe in Saw. And Pain have the breathing room to even go for an optimistic force buy if they want. It's not too common, but we've seen them come through a couple of times here in Copenhagen, even without bomb plants, just to catch your opponents off guard. Pain, play it by the books. Just charging. There's no mollies. Now that they come a little late. Ramp smoke as well. And Pain, you know, if they want to be really sweaty, they can just wait out the nades, make sure some economy is invested into this round, and then just explode together.
And while we have this one, yeah, Pain are obviously playing as well with the kind of or carrying the torch, I guess, for the region, right? They're the squad, if they're able to move through on the back of this one. They lock in the 5 spots for the Americas, and then we have Imperial matchup coming up later on today versus Ecstatic, where you could look to earn a 6th. This is all running in the background with so many Brazilian teams still in play. Even a world where you can notch that up to 8.
Yeah, the crazy part about that is it felt like we were in a time where the right shuffles, quote unquote, for Brazil hadn't been made. Like we felt like there were better rosters to build. But if you're looking at results right now, well, these Brazilian teams are playing up and above what we expected. They bested the North Americans in the Americas RMR. And they didn't take that lightly. They're using that opportunity. They're making runs. They're upsetting. Cold Zero's legacy just dropping Apex as well today dominantly. This is a fantastic showing from the Americas region so far, and at least in this game it does guarantee qualification to the next stage. It's all to play for Pain. Get this first gun round, brush Saw under the rug.
Easy does it to start. Making it pretty low and slow. They know it's likely the bonus round for Saw, and there are still these SMGs in play, 3 of them in fact. So I don't want to jump the gun and let those SMGs, much like how that first half opened, get away with more than they should. Full smokes outside. Story will be able to confirm whether or not anyone is using these.
They've just naded them as well. They're double out. They need to send someone in because Pain are about to execute. Don't have a lot, luckily. And this reposition for Arasdos off of the outside clear is important. Getting in sight in just the right time. Will the molly be primed as Pain execute?
Gonna get it out early. Nissim runs through, gets away with the opener. Arasdos thought he'd done enough to slow them down, but now you're looking at Roman to have to make a valiant stand in the sight, and he doubles up. Did what he had to do in the round. Now it's down to the rest of them to finish the job. Mutir is looking to lock it in, draws NQZ's attention away from her. Noise is made on the run-up. Noise is made, NQZ chased down and finished off. So Saw regain control thanks to Roman locking down that top site.
That's a valiant attempt. I mean, Roman's looked decent today. He's been one of the few players who hasn't been shaky when we have expectations of them. Put on a couple of double kills. Won them the first round on the T side as well. Nice hold on upper. That was after Arasdos turned away. They just ran through his Molotov. He's trying to pre-dodge a flash. There wasn't any. So a solid round for Saw. He's got to keep them in the game for now. And don't get ahead of yourself because this is a difficult half on the T side of Nuke. Could feel so constricting at times. Just as how Saw running into biggest error everywhere, Saw are going to have the experience to use their rotation player just as effectively. Well, this is a good fake out though. Smokes into an A hit.
There, yeah. Story just leaves the angle. Bigazera tries to spearhead that push. The pistols find one. They get a bit of control over the site, a bit of leverage now. Saw, do they want to try and strike while the iron's hot here before that plant comes in? Well, now they don't have a choice. Out through the heavens they go. One back for Lux. Having a reload here, damage done. Low health on everyone for Saw, apart from Mutiriz, and he'll come up the vent to lock in that round and save the day.
Scary. Very scary. Sure, Lux gets a couple, but if he was earlier there, he could have just traded that CT vent player if he joined his teammate on the main rush. Either way, a bomb plant, a bit of damage, nothing to turn your nose up at for Pain. They must capitalize on it, because right now Saw are trying to wield a comeback. Trying to resist going down 0-2 in this series. It's a Pain who, yes, did deliver a whooping to Ence on this map, but that was majoritarily CT side. You have to see their T side tested at this level.
Plus, I mean, like, even as we look down the player camps, Pain still looked very determined. I don't think they're going to let that first rifle round, that first fall down define the outcome of the game. That's their idea right now. You know, you have a bit of a misstep off the top. Doesn't pan out for you. You knew the pistols would have to come out on the back of it. You knew that that could be a way back in for Saw, but this is the one that matters. This is where you can keep that dominance over the game going.
What the Pain have to show here? AWP for NQZ. Story a silent series. But we're going to have that orb head-to-head potentially.
Yeah, it feels like they want to try and bully him a little bit, try and get ahead of Story, but not today.
Oh,
NQZ, sure, will get dropped out of the round. It's returned upon by Lux.
Not the first time we've seen Story jump and get headshot while doing it. If he didn't, his head wouldn't have been visible.
Flash of the captains out in the yard. Perhaps Mutir is on a jiggle, sees them at red. And he doesn't want to play into their hands. He doesn't want to give them that kill that levels the playing field. Instead, he just goes straight back.
So do they. Bomb's still stuck outside. It's going to take a long time to get back into the lobby, and Roman's got so much control.
Yeah, when you've conceded it for this long, you have to be aware that they could have taken this space, but that smoke in the door is meant to bait them into Roman. They're meant to discount this, but Cowes won't. And that is a huge pickup. Everything was teed up there for Roman to be the hero in the round. And he gets brushed aside. A good check from Cowes. Brings us into the 3-on-3, Pain Gaming. Licking their lips that this could be their route back in.
It's a 3-on-1.
Only Mutir is to get past, and his life won't be made easy. They're out through the door now, back turned on Big Azera. That one's free, but it's a swift return from Cowes, dealing with both the danger men in this round. Ujerk's a little late out through main. Arostos from the heavens. Firing off in main. Now they know where both players are. That's good info for Pain Gaming to play around. They're going to try and swing on the main player. This one has been all Cowes. Can he finish it now in the 1v1 to keep Pain on this hot streak, to stop Saw in their tracks? Cowes backs up and nails Arostos in the heavens. Saw ascent packing as Cowes cuts through the ranks. Hell of a round from this guy who had been struggling in the major. What a time, what a redemption for him. He was part and parcel of the success back on Vertigo. And here on Nuke, he cooks up a huge round to return Pain to the lead, breaking that streak that Saw were on.
Yeah, the first T-side round, that's just an open opportunity now for Pain. They've got the money on the line. They can break Saw here at 11. That might just signal the end of the series. Cowes has set them up, but Materials has something to say about it. Big Uzera spammed on the outside cross, and just because of the name alone, they might believe that these smokes are all a farce, that no one is behind them. So you see Saw don't send a single lower rotation. They are confident that that one kill is enough. They are right.
I mean, you know, since we've hit this T-side, it hasn't been the biggest Zera show anymore. He hasn't had a kill yet. It's come down to the rest of the team, the rest of the gang getting to flex and show their muscles a little bit now. So it's going to have to be the case here in this one, in the make or break round for Saw. If they lose this, they're broke, they're done. And Nissim looks to make it so. It's only story, a struggling story, a sad story for Saw, as this one might get away from them on their home map of Nuke. They are broke at the conclusion of this round. And Pain are just 2 away from doing it. Saw are now faced with a gut-wrenching decision. Do they try and put something up around the AWP? Do they believe in a story that's been struggling across not just this map, but the series, that he can be the one to dig them out? Or do they take that uncomfortable eco? They hope the AWP can deliver something, and they play for overtime where they have to win, what, 5 in a row to lock that in?
It's a horrible decision, no matter how you cut it, no matter which one you make. And it all feels inconsequential. It feels like Pain were made for the elimination stage. And I love how you characterize this T-side, because it hasn't been Big Uzera. Sure, there's been some nice ideas, but by and large, it's been the supporting cast, the surrounding players, Cowes, Nissim, winning crucial rounds for this Pain squad. And there's a captain on your screen that has dragged them here to this 2-1 matchup. Harry, back in Paris, Pain were 2-1 up. They choked back-to-back BO3s, and they got eliminated in this very stage. Right now, they are rounds away from their highest placing yet. And this is a team that, even in the RMR coming through cleanly, we still doubted. But they didn't have the chance to show. You can only beat who's in front of you. And right now they're doing exactly that. 2 rounds for Pain from the top 16 of the Copenhagen Major. And this is an eco for Saw in story or bust.
Yeah, he has barely made a dent across the series. And so now the hopes and dreams of Saw are riding on the shoulders of this man, on the barrel of this AWP. Story has got to be the difference maker.
And it's just a full AX hack.
This sword might get dodged entirely. He's got to do some crazy shit through the vent, man. Story, up he goes, in he comes, and a missed shot. The AWP is lost, the round with it. Pain.
Nope.
Whoa! Yeah, Mutiras is chased down. That
love
AWP is
that.
recovered. You will not be saving that today, Saw. Pain have gone for the jugular, and Saw are bleeding out.
And what a great way to drop down there as well. There was no way to get an AWP next round without double saving it. You can't afford it. No shot in hell or in heaven. You just can get this exit, but it's a done deal. Dead in the water. 12 rounds for Pain Gaming. What a heroic run for this team. Not just to, yeah, good luck. Oh, no. Not just to do it, but to do it in the fashion that they have against the opponents they have. Taking down Apex, absolutely humiliating Ence on this map. And now saw the big deal coming into the major. The ones with the hot streak, not just maps, not just BO3s, but on Nuke as well. And all of that unearthed.
Yeah, and this is like identity crisis now for Saw, right? The map that was your golden goose, your safe bet, the one that you could always rely on to help you in these BO3s. Part of their huge success back at the RMR, a 10-win streak turned to dust to Cloud9. You lost it in OT. You felt like you could have forgiven yourself for that. But you will never forgive yourself for this one.
Golden Goose, this is just a clay pigeon, and Pain have brought the shotguns. They're dropping in to end this with style, to end this with pizzazz down the vent. Running away is U-Jerks. He's got a lot to do. They're coming for him.
All around him, wrapping onto him. This one is falling apart at the seams. Saw, they can't recover this. Surely it's just Aros Dawson's story left in it. And Pain can taste the victory. It's right there. Pain have seen the weakness, they've seen the opportunity, and now they've seized their spot in the elimination stage. Spearheaded by the captain, who's not cold. He's red hot, man. Big as era. Hell of a series, hell of a performance here. And then around him, those reinforcements that hit on that T side when Big Azera was a little more silent. You had some key rounds from this sim. And across the board, the stars shine bright for Pain. Where is the limit for this squad now? That's the question as they move on to that elimination stage.
That they do, and the explosion of emotions here is absolutely huge. Right behind us. What?
It's explosive.
It definitely is. Oh, wow. Of course, for Saw, commiserations in this stage. They, of course, still have chances to advance, right? But we got to start with Pain.
Yeah, what a performance coming out of Pain Gaming. I think we all had them coming into this matchup as being the underdog. We all had question marks attached to them. Were they able to take down a team like Saw in a best of 3? And I think they gave us all the answers we needed. Very convincing, very controlled, especially winning Nuke against Saw. I think we both agreed that Vertigo could have gone both ways. It did feel like on Nuke there was only one team on the server, maybe even one player on the server on Big Ozera, and for the matter of fact, they were just destroying Saw from start to finish here on Nuke.
Nuke was kind of interesting, right? Because like we didn't have to see Pain's T side yesterday because they won so well on the CT side against Ence, and then they won the pistol round and just kind of closed it out. I actually thought the T side looked a little bit haggard, but they won that nice clutch, and then obviously the reset round, and then there's just no money for Saw to play. I'll just say this in the side of Saw. There's no way this is the A game of Saw that we saw tonight. This is not the best Saw that we've ever seen in the world, and that was a big underperformance, but obviously you can't take anything away from Pain, an absolutely disgusting pair of maps.
You can't, and can we say Nuke was a mistake? Because, I mean, just yesterday, right? Pain showed Glaive, of all people, all the corners of the map, and then maybe you should have gone somewhere else.
And you could have gone Overpass, you know, if you were Saw.
Maybe the one switch is picking Overpass.
Then again, you played Nuke, you know, it was 12 times in 2024 and you won 11, so if you're Saw, you should feel comfortable on that map as well. Your only loss is against double overtime with Cloud9, not too big of an issue, so I don't think there was any mistakes done in the Veto. However, we posed the question whether or not Saw were going to be able to bounce back after losing to Cloud9 yesterday, and I think we saw some we saw some fractions in that armor. We saw Murderous being very upset, very frustrated after the first map. We did see Saw play less good Counter-Strike. You said it yourself, that was not the A game coming out of Saw. So I think it's only fair we start to raise the question whether or not Saw was riding on the momentum. They were feeling comfortable, and all it took was one game before they would let themselves down.
It was a big question for me coming into this major, because like you always hear the conversation, especially on favorites to win the event, is like when you're peaking coming into an event like the major. And for Saw, it's like you had the RMR, you had the showdown, and coming into this event, everyone's looking at them and like, this team's dangerous. Like you kind of got that indication, you know, if the major comes right after the RMR, maybe they can fly a little bit under the radar a little bit more. Might not have helped them in this game, but certainly there's a world where I'm not sure that we're gonna, it's just we'll have to see how Saw can recover from this.
Yeah, and it's kind of the inverse. I think you brought it up, Jacob, before, how it could be the inverse of the RMR, where they started very badly and then went on that tear, and that's of course heartbreaking. But this is the man of the hour, perhaps the man of the opening stage, even when you take in all of the context of what it took to get back here. Now booking his ticket to the next stage, to the elimination stage, is absolutely insane.
He's been fantastic so far. There's no taking it away from Big Zero. He's been the best performer at the tournament, statistically speaking, the highest rated player at the tournament. As an in-game leader for Pain Gaming, who's now qualified to the next stage, progressed into the elimination stage, there's no doubt that he's currently the MVP of the entire thing. The way he's, I would almost say, dictating the game on the CT side. He's not afraid of taking duels. He's not afraid of being in your face. He's not afraid of standing on top of silo and fighting left, right, and center, as you see. He's demanding so much respect on the server right now that is very admirable.
He has that quality to him where he finds the most important kills in the round. Like he finds the round deciding kill. Like listen to this impact. Round 4, 2 kills in a 3v3. Round 5, rotates lower, reads the play, gets a double kill in the lower bomb site. Round 6, shuts down outside with 3 kills, outside rotate into lower. Round 7, he catches a flanker and gets an extra kill in a retake of the lower bomb site. Like just the fact that he starts the game out like this just dictates so much.
Is that slam poetry?
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, it's great. Also, I mean, it's kind of insane, but the next match we have is an elimination game, and Furia's in it. And Big Zero right before that just waltzes into the next stage. I mean, there's poetry there still.
Yeah, I mean, that's been a point of conversation for a year now, or maybe even 2 years, that Big Zero perhaps were one of the players that Furia should have looked at. They have stayed away from making roster changes. Art is still within the lineup. Fallen was being brought in now, and they couldn't really figure out the in-game leading situation. We'll speak more about that later, but fact of the matter is that for Big Zero right now, it must feel hella good to qualify for the next stage.
Yes, and I believe Banks has him standing by, so let's listen.
Oh, he feels more than good right now. The excitement, the emotions, 5 years on Pain. This is only your 3rd major appearance, and you've already gone further than ever before. What does it mean to you, mate?
Means a lot for me, because for me, especially, is one more step in my career. So I'm so proud of the team. I'm super happy, and I have no words to describe this feeling.
And you guys, you came through with absolute confidence, individually looking sharp. You mentioned in other interviews about with some of your younger players, you know, what to tell them to get them confident and ready. How have you seen them progress and develop each game here? Because obviously it's very hard going through so many officials like this.
I have to say I'm so proud of them. It's like, you understand me, because for me it was like when a father see your daughter learning like to walk or something and improving all the time. And for me, in my opinion, I'm seeing them a lot. Is improving all the time, every week, every day, and they still working. And I don't know, it's so proud of me. I cannot put this in words.
Does that help you, though, when you feel that level of being proud and you see what they're doing? Does that, like, motivate and inspire you further?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, all the time I'm saying for them, we have to go, we have to believe, we have to improve more and more and stay, like, in the
wave of it.
Yeah. And we are.
And you definitely did. And I want to ask you about your individual level, because you're the highest rated player at the tournament right now. You're in-game leading this team. What did you do? What did you change?
Guys, I have to say, I just changed one thing. That was my mouse.
Okay.
And who gave to me was Banks, just before the tournament began. But I don't know, have something?
It's the same mouse?
Yeah, it was the same mouse. but I don't know if you have something inside. I don't know.
You can keep that one for sure. Your one was just broken, but yes, you can keep that.
Thank you.
But what does this do in terms of inspiring you and the team now for the next stage where it's much tougher level of competition? With the results you've had and the teams you've beaten, do you feel like, okay, you have more belief right now in what you can do?
Yeah, of course. I was talking with the guys early today and say, guys, whoever goes in my screen,
yeah.
I will kill. I don't care about who is coming. I don't know. I'm just not top confidence level. I just don't know.
Well, he has huge confidence. He's been hugely dominating. Let's see if it continues in the next stage. Pain or through.
Thank you so much. I love that interview. I love what he said about it's like seeing your child take the first steps. That is how proud I am of them. I mean, I have to ask you then, of course, in terms of kind of how fatherly you feel. But you can just see it. It's glowing from him. The fact that he's like these young guys, some of the guys that I was, not him personally, but maybe the community criticized Payne for picking up the unprovens, and they made it work.
I think it just kind of stresses the importance of, you know, being on that journey with like the team, right? Of being on that path and like starting from nothing, coming together just like late last year and kind of, you know, going and improving together. It does create a bond that I think a lot of teams and a lot of players, as you get more experience, you kind of miss that feeling of that bond. You kind of lose that a little bit, and sometimes you see teams fray and fall apart. And right now, these guys are in that perfect moment where, because of all the success they're having right now, everyone just believes even more fully in the team, in the unit together combined, and they play like it as well. It shows in the server.
It's also about seizing the moment, right? You have a window of opportunity right here, 3 days, 4 days in Copenhagen, where you gotta deliver your best brand of Counter-Strike, and that's what he did, that's what the team did. There's no guarantee that when we walk into the next stage, the Payne Gaming will be playing at the same high level. He also did say, you know, he doesn't care about who's walking in front of his screen. It's different when it's Robs, it's different when it's Saivu, it's different when it's Nico coming in front of you. For now, though, I want to give it to him. I want to give it to Payne Gaming. They're playing way above expectations, but I'm curious to see how high the ceiling is. Right now, it's looking good.
I just want to say one more thing about the whole mouse thing. That's bullshit. If you're at home, you don't need a new mouse. Watch a demo. Watch 3 demos. Watch a couple games. Talk with someone you play with. Figure some things out. Big User is a smart player. He knows the game. He can obviously shoot well. You don't need a new mouse.
What if they're playing with a trackpad?
Okay, you need a new mouse.
Okay. In that case, you do. I don't know, who else has Banks been giving peripherals to? Like, is this like, should we change pick'ems based on that?
Let's investigate, yeah, I guess.
Who knows? In any case, though, it's absolutely wonderful. It's also making me think about kind of, okay, the crop of the Americas at the major. I'm just going to say the crop of Brazil.
Sure.
Because you're claiming them.
Well, if anything right now, they're helping you guys out, right?
know,
yeah,
The
they
more
are.
you qualify, the more spots you're getting, the more NA is staying alive, I guess.
I've been stumping this for a year and it hasn't caught on yet, but it's going to eventually. This whole North America versus South America thing is so stupid. The path forward is both regions getting stronger together. And that's part of the reason why I like the Liquid project is bringing a Brazilian into the team and actually, you know, combining the regions as well. I think that's a huge, great path forward for both regions. If we can start kind of melding the way European is going completely international, if we can start doing that in the Americas, it can create some pretty strong units over there, but there's no doubt at this major, Brazil is showing they're just, 4 steps above North America at the moment.
They are. Here is the opening stage so far. 4 teams already into the next bout. What do you think about that crop?
I think it's cool. It's great to see some of the top dogs, of course, making it Cloud9 heroic, but now we have Payne being the first real surprise. I think GamerLegion as well. Yeah. Obviously, replacing 9 Pandas coming into it. We knew they could play Counter-Strike at a high level, and I guess
they almost qualified today.
They almost qualified today, right? So it is just a bit rough on that note. I do think we have some exciting games coming up, and especially the next one right here, Furia, and they're playing to stay alive in the tournament. For me, that's a bit of a banger.
We do. We will have a bit of a longer break before we get there. So do you want to kind of set the stage, Ence, Furia?
I mean, when you think about the legacy of some of the players that are in both of these teams, just right at the top, guys we consider in-game leaders are the Fallen ones, a little bit more of a gray area, but him and Glaive, obviously, that's a huge matchup to have. And then also, you look over on the Furia side, guys like K-Serato and Yuri, who have been so important and so impactful and such massive players out of the region and so skilled across the world, not having as much success nearly as we would like to see from players of their caliber. And, on the Ence side, it's kind of more of a story of the young Polish guys who have come in from a different team, and can they embark upon a journey that establishes a little bit of success early on in their career and build off it.
Don't say everything. We've got a whole segment also. I just wanted like a
little teaser.
Like a little teaser. It was a big teaser, but it's okay.
Jason. You messed up.
It's all right. We appreciate it. It is your first day at the desk after all. But we are going to take a little bit of a longer break, and then we'll see Ence and Furia. One of them, unfortunately, is going home. Get a snack, and we'll see you in just a bit.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is Ace's commercial. But Ace spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to Acezone.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
We're here at the PGL Copenhagen Major. It's the opening stage and I've got Ence's Glaive with me. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. Doing good.
Now, I want to look at one thing here. We go from an intense but successful RMR to then an early elimination in the Dallas qualifier, losing out to Bait. And I want to feel, we kind of get a temperature check on what that does for where you feel you're at coming into this event.
I actually think we didn't lose too much confidence with these kind of games. We were trying some different things out that we wanted to know before the major, not only in-game but also out of the game, how to prep and stuff like this. So we kind of took it as a tournament where we could try some things out, and I feel like our confidence didn't really take a hit, and now we are just looking forward to come play the major.
Now, interesting, you say you wanted to try and use that event as like some testing ground to try things out. So obviously the major is always the main focus, but how much do you feel like you've been able to learn during this period then to improve? Because it's still such a young team and a way of playing for you guys.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think you learn a lot from official games, because this is where people is trying to adapt a lot. You're seeing different patterns from your tactics. You are reviewing your own games more than you do in practice. So in general, I think we're learning a lot from all these official games, and I think you see it also like on a team like Metisport. They're playing so much official games, and they're kind of evolving, getting better game by game. Maybe they had some off days as well because they're playing too much and stuff like this. But you know, I think official games is really important.
And in terms of what I hear in a lot of interviews, and this is what I'm just going to quote you here, is like that you're willing to change a lot. You're willing to have a different approach for how you're doing things in Ence compared to other teams. Is that something hard for you to go through, to change something that you've had a working, successful formula for a very long time, but now you're having to be like, okay, no, we need to kind of sacrifice this, do a bit of what they want?
Yes, I mean, I think I kind of recognized that I needed to change a bit of my playstyle and my thinking of the game and making more new, I would say, and not only trying to do as everyone else, but also try to do something that the other guys are not thinking about, to kind of try to get ahead of some of the best teams. So that's what we are trying, and Of course, it's tough because you have to use a lot of brain. Takes a lot of brain power, but I think we're doing good. We're talking a lot about the game, seeing how we can exploit different things in the game, and also we're working really hard outside the game as well.
Now, looking at two players in particular, we got Hades and Kyla, and I feel like at the moment you're getting a lot out of these two players. Are you surprised? Have you been more impressed than what you expected coming into it? Because obviously they're not, maybe Hades is a bit more known, but Kyla, for example, was not one of the most worldwide known names.
Yeah, I knew Kyla was really good because I've been playing a bit against him when I was in Astralis and also just seeing his games. So I knew he was really good, really talented. But actually I'm kind of surprised by all the 9 guys, I would say, because I think they're doing better than what I expected when I came into the team, and they are learning fast and wanting to learn a lot, and that is really important to me.
Is that quite refreshing for you to have like such young, hungry players around you again?
Yeah, I would say so. It's really good. I mean, we had some young players in Astralis as well, but being here in Ence, it feels like it's something different. I can feel like there's not the same amount of pressure on the young players that there was in Astralis. Like, if you were a young player coming into Astralis, it was perform or maybe see you later.
Yeah, a little bit more cutthroat for sure.
Yeah,
It's probably a nicer environment for you right now. Last question I got to ask though. It's the first major we get in Copenhagen. What does that mean for you, and do you have some extra like feeling behind it? You've won majors, you've been to so many of them, but does it change anything being here?
I mean, of course, I really want to go to the arena, right? Yeah. And the first step is to go to the next stage of the major. So we will do everything we can to just take one game at a time, but be really focused and put everything aside and just focus on the game.
That's what it's all about. Thank you very much, Clive.
Thank you.
What's up, guys? It's time for Guess the Team by the Emojis. This time featuring Gueri, the coach of Furia. Bro, how you doing? Good?
Good, Nino.
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm looking forward to doing this with you. You've, of course, got a brilliant brain for Counter-Strike. Can you apply it here? Do you think?
I try my best.
Yeah,
for sure.
We're going to show you some emojis. They represent teams. There's 10 of them, and we'll see how you've done by the end of it.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, Gueri, let's get into it with our first team. Very simple one.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
We ease you in here. Which team is this?
Cloud9.
Cloud9, of course. Quite literally a cloud and a 9. I will warn you, though, it starts getting a bit harder.
Oh, man.
Yeah, not too hard. There's always a chance. And with that said, here we go, our second team. So what are you seeing on screen, Gueri? What are these emojis?
One bicycle.
Yeah,
motor,
got a motorbike.
Motorbike. Star.
Yeah.
And fish.
And a fish at the end.
If it's Movistar Riders, could be not, because it's koi now.
I mean, if you
Movistar Riders then.
Yeah, well, it's Movistar Koi.
Oh,
yeah, the koi
Movistar
fish.
Koi.
That's koi fish at the end. So
for me, it's just koi.
Yeah, well, we'll give you
Sorry.
that. No, that's absolutely fine. 2 for 2. All right.
Okay.
Third team. Do you know the symbol on the left?
Eternal Fire.
Yes, exactly. We've got that infinity symbol.
Nice.
Representing eternity, and we had fire representing fire. So this one, I've seen it before. It stumped a few people. It stumped myself. So what have we got on the left there? It's
shrimp.
It's shrimp. It's like prawn. And then we've got a triangle inside an orange square. That emoji is like similar to the logo.
The logo.
Team.
So it's saw.
It is! I fed you that one completely. Gueri, next team. We've got 3 emojis here. What are we looking at?
Beer.
Yes.
Mice.
Yeah.
And a stadium.
Yes. 3 very different things. But they all relate to the team.
When I see the mice, I think about motorsports, beer, maybe a German team.
Yeah.
And a stadium. Yeah, it's motorsports.
I think it is. You said it, and then you were like, Germany, beer. And I'm like, yeah, just say it again. Yeah. Wicked, good job. You got mouse. On to the next one. Who's it going to be? From right to left, we've got someone shouting, making a lot of noise.
Okay.
Middle, we have a go. On the very left, we've got a baby.
Yeah. Oh.
What if you went left to right? What do you see?
Oh, could be. Oh, now it's okay. This is Spirit.
It's definitely Team Spirit. Yeah, I kind of
makes sense.
Because if I go from left to right,
Yeah,
so boom, you go. Everyone gets it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, Team Spirit and the emoji sort of referencing Donk. Sorry, man. I had to like everyone.
That was good.
We've got one team left, and this one's very special. We're ending on a high note. Who's it going to be?
Hey.
But explain,
bro. This is good.
Yeah. So explain the emojis then. Explain the emojis.
Bro, this is good. This is good. Like, Nemiro is fallen.
Yes, absolutely correct. That is true. That is true.
Left side, it's a coffee, so Brazilian.
Of course.
Drink.
Yeah, Brazilian coffee.
And a panther.
Yeah, exactly. We don't. I don't think there's a panther emoji. Maybe there is, but we've got to make it. Try and make it tough for the other teams, right?
Yeah,
but
please.
It's a black cat, and of course the iconic Furia panther. And there it is in all of its glory. One of the sickest logos, in my opinion.
Thanks. Yeah, it's amazing.
All right, well, best of luck here. It's
Thank you.
so great to have you and the guys, and yeah, wish you luck in the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you very much, man.
Much love, bro. What is going on, everybody? It's time for more Fantasy Draft, and this time I'm joined by one of the greatest minds to ever grace Counter-Strike. It's Gabriel, aka Fallen. Great to see you, bro. How are you?
Hello, pal. Good to see you too. I'm doing good.
I'm excited for this one with you specifically. Are you looking forward to it, picking out your fantasy roster?
Let's do it. I'm gonna try to create a very good Nuke team.
Specifically Nuke? Okay, why is that?
It's the most strategic map at the moment.
Okay.
It's gonna be the best Nuke team in the world.
Okay, wicked. All right, well, with that being said, let's get the wheel spinning. Your first team, who is it gonna be? Gabriel, let's see. Well, all right, well, we're starting things off at home.
No, it's
staying on board with Furia. So, I mean, Fallen, you've got interesting options here because you can take one of your players, or you can even put yourself in.
Maybe Nuke is not my best map. Just kidding. I'm gonna go with Caserato.
Okay.
That's because he's the best dart player in the world.
Yeah. Let's spin our wheel and see your second team. Hopefully, I hope this isn't rigged and we're just going to get like all Brazilian or Furia players. No, it won't. We're going Apex now, international roster this time. Players, I think some of them you've been competing against for a long time, like Jake and Mystico. Then we've got some newer players as well. Some options here, Gabriel, for you.
Okay, this one is between Jake and Nuke. I like their game on this map as well. I'm going to go Nuke. I think he's a good AWPer. I'm not sure we're gonna have other teams with great AWPers in the row, so I'm gonna secure a good AWPer already.
Okay, and if you had gone for Jaken, why would it be Jaken?
I think Jaken is playing super well on CS2. He improved his game, and he's one of those riflers who likes to take space. He likes to be playing around those smokes on the T side outside. It would be a good complement to play with Caserato. You know, Caserato is a lobby player. Jaken will be playing outside. That would be good.
I love the way you've created an extra structure for this piece of content.
Otherwise, how can I choose? You need something to think.
One of the best. All right, third team. Let's find out who it's going to be. Let that wheel spin. Our third team, or your third team that you have to pick from, Gabriel, is G2 Esports, one of the powerhouses of Counter-Strike, one of the best teams in the world.
Bro.
I've been introducing this team when it's come up in this game to our players, such as yourself, as, oh, tough choice here, but both times it's come up, both players have picked the same player, so I'm curious as to who you're going to pick.
That's a no-brainer. It's Hooksy.
Oh, okay, yeah. So everyone so far when
Just kidding, bro, it's Nico.
Oh, it's Nico,
of course,
okay.
Bro.
So you've got 2 spots left now. So we've had Nico, then you went with Nork, and your very first player was Caserato. So think about that as you make your last 2 choices. Oh, we've got Amcal now. The wheel has spun. We've ended up on Amcal. Are these players that you know well, Fallen?
I know some of those players, yeah.
Okay, in which case?
Nico Beck is the one I listen to the most.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, well, you've got 1 spot left, Gabriel, on our Wheel of Fortune. Fantasy Draft final team that you have to pick from is... Oh, Pain Gaming. So we're looking across the country right now, staying in Brazil. Who are you picking?
I would go Biguzera.
Interesting.
Yeah, but we're gonna have if I get Biguzera, we're gonna have some problems on Nuke.
Why is that?
I already know that. He plays outside too. I mean, imagine Biguzera fighting Nico. He wants to play outside. Oof. The team's gonna be dead in 1 week. I'll go Biguzera. He can be the captain for the team. Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna give him leadership.
Yeah, but it's gonna have to be B ramp though.
Okay, maybe ramp.
Yeah. I mean, you have Nico and Caserato, they're gonna hard carry this team.
Yeah,
they can go far.
You think they could go far? Maybe if you were coaching them as well.
No. Don't try that.
Well, Gabriel, thank you so much for joining us. Wish you and Furia the best of luck. Always a pleasure to have you at these tournaments, and of course your team as well. And yeah,
thank you very
go
much.
out there, do your thing, brother.
Thank you very much, guys. See you next video.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for Furia versus Ence. I do have to comment on that content piece. And
I'm tilted.
Why?
Right before we went live, it just
Why?
tilted me. As if Fallen's going to say Big User in that. Like, come on.
Of course, who wouldn't want
I
Big
didn't know
User?
he's right. I'm just
yeah,
like...
he is right, but
It's like,
Hope I was watching.
the context. Anyways, let's talk about another display. I don't think I've seen this one yet. It's the Galil
It's the Galil.
this time around.
Yep.
I know what it
Two-sided
is.
weapon. It's
It
a little
also
bit cheaper.
Wow,
also
Jason.
said-
Wow.
Why are you mansplaining? Let me mansplain the...
Don't pin that on me.
So the display, as you know, or maybe you don't, of course, metal posters, high grade, easy also to change out. They have the official license for the Counter-Strike, of course, images like this one, but I always like changing them up with cutesy other things. In this case, our duck, don't duck with me. So if you want this, or if you want any others, you can get a discount.
That's an autocorrect classic.
How does one duck you?
Like this?
I don't know, but he's got a knife, I think.
Yeah, that's kind of aggressive duck, but
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. It's cute. I like the plant one was good.
I feel like
as
it's
well.
fallen in a duck version right there, you know, after seeing Big Zero.
Maybe. It's not just a display, it's a displate with double S. Anyways, display.com/PGL. You get a discount, 1 or 2 displays, 22%, but more, 33%. So that is absolutely amazing. But we're going to get into, with this cutesy yet murderous duck, into Furia versus Ence, because that is much more serious. So who wants to lead us in as I get rid of the cute duck?
I mean, Jason, you were talking a lot, and you said you had a lot of heart just before. So why don't you continue to mansplain a bit about Ence and Furia? Right?
Sure, that's what I do best. I mean, look, coming into this matchup as well, I think both of these teams haven't really quite yet reached their peak. For Furia, it's a bit more of an issue, obviously, because they've been a lineup a little bit longer. I think Ence as well is in this weird transitional period as a team where this roster just came together, obviously, late last year to kind of set themselves up for the major. We saw some good early runs or good upsets and some runs in Katowice, at the RMR as well. But they're now in that kind of transitory period where they've had the time to start instituting things and talking philosophy and talking about how they want to play. And that adds a new layer, because those first events when the team just comes together, you're kind of just playing just to get familiar with everyone, and there's not a whole lot of pressure and stress on how you're playing. And now that that's switching, adds a different level of thought into what you're doing.
Okay, so on the one side, you could look at it as kind of the honeymoon period is over and you're trending downwards, but you're saying, no, actually it could be the fact that they're just trying to complicate their approach to the games, getting their strat book deeper, etc., to get to the next level. But should you, in that process, fall off so hard as they have, they're right next to us, they have here at the Open?
I think the context for Ence is that we've seen them play exceptionally well and well above expectations. So the downfall is going to be significantly more so than we initially would have expected. It's also a thing of figuring them out right. The plan A for Ence have clearly worked. We saw it at Katowice, we saw it at some additional tournaments where they played good Counter-Strike. Once you got to figure out your plan B, your plan C, once you got to figure out where's your low level at, that's when it gets complicated. Especially when we, steer the conversation back to the fact that Glaive is now surrounded by 4 Polish players and a Polish coach. Those were the issues we had with the lineup from the beginning, and I think those are the issues we're starting to see cramping in on the team now.
Also being able to transition between plans like seamlessly, right? Like, they might not be coming as fast. Like everyone might not be on the same page if you have to go to plan B or have a quick reaction. Those are things that come with time. And that's not to write it off and say these struggles aren't that big of a deal, because obviously at the major, they're all going to be a big deal. But Ence is they have the skill to be able to handle Fury at the moment.
They do. When you look at the teams that they've played here, they beat the likes of G2 and Vitality back when they were at Katowice also, right? So now they're falling to the likes of teams that they shouldn't at all, even if things are going badly. And that is what makes me just a little bit more worried than just looking at kind of the score that they have. You know
the first match they had against Imperial, the triple overtime on Anubis, they had plenty of chances to win that game. That doesn't worry too much. The second one is a win, that doesn't worry me too much. But losing 13-3 to Pain Gaming, where you couldn't get anything done whatsoever on the T side of Nuke, even after Glaive apparently was happy about the veto going on in that regard, I think that's the one that worries me a little bit, friends.
You should be happy about the Veto in that matchup. They'd like to pick Nuke in their series play as well. That Nuke one doesn't even worry me all that much either, because we see teams have like really bad games from time to time, and also the clutches from Biggie Zero that we covered in the last series as well. It's like if one of those goes in the other direction, maybe they get 4 rounds, maybe they get 5 rounds. They have something to work with at the very least, but they just lost every clutch.
They did, but they can make up for it now, or start to at the very least. Let's take a look at both IGLs, because that leads us very neatly into the other side with Furia as well. We've got Glaive and Fallen, Jacob.
We got 6 trophies on the horizon right here. 6 trophies at a major before. Glaive obviously having 1-4, Fallen having 1-2. One of them are gonna leave us today. Fallen, as you said, Jason, no longer an in-game leader, right? He was coming into Furia. He was supposed to be the in-game leader. They couldn't figure it out. They kept talking about being on the same page and trying to play Fallen's way of Counter-Strike. That didn't work out for Furia. Now they're back with Art as an in-game leader, so Glaive will have to go up against Art. But I do feel that Fallen still have had an impact on Furia. It's not the same wild Furia that we used to know. It's not the same crazy Art, same crazy Yuri, Kesarado for that matter, that we used to know. It does feel like he's had an impact on the lineup in a better way, you know. I like Furia up until the point where they went 0-2 at the major right here.
Sure. I mean, I think too, when you look at it, you said 6 trophies. I'll take it a little step further as well. Like, both these guys have established a dynasty in their respective reasons. Fallen put Brazilian Counter-Strike on the map in CSGO. Glaive as well just established what always was expected to become a Danish dynasty with the potential that guys like Device and Dupree and Zipix all had within that team for a long time. Glaive was the in-game leader who came and figured it out and allowed them to reach their peak. So these guys have the knowledge. One thing about Fallen as well that's really kind of important in the context of this that viewers might not know. When I brought him into Liquid, the first person I called to kind of talk over the idea of bringing him in as an in-game leader for the team was actually Yanko, because he'd worked with him over as a coach in MIBR, and I was like, what's up? What's the deal with Fallen? What's he like to work with? What's he like to play with? What's he like as an in-game leader? And one critical thing that he told me is Fallen's actually better as a player and as an AWPer when he's in-game leading. When he's taken off that role, he doesn't have the same level of comfort, doesn't seem to have the same level of impact, doesn't really get to control the map the same way with his AWP, and he loses a couple steps in those areas. So that's always been like my concern with this whole thing of bringing him into Furia, where he was brought in ostensibly to be an in-game leader, not in-game leading, and now you just kind of have someone who seems to be, you know, having some struggles finding comfort on a consistent basis.
I'm curious to why that is. You work with him, as you said, Yanko have as well. Is he too selfless? I could imagine when he's the AWP and he's not the in-game leader, he's not taking away any space from any of the players around him. Is he one of those guys that sometimes needs to be a little bit more selfish?
It's one of the criticisms you can levy at him as an in-game leader, and he's had a very good in-game leading career. But one of those criticisms is he is a guy who comes in and he really wants to make sure that his star players are activated, which in one sense is great, but he sometimes does it at the sacrifice and detriment of himself. He comes in and he wants Elige to be as comfortable as humanly possible. You know, he wants Naf to be as comfortable as humanly possible. In this team, it's obviously going to be Kesarado, it's going to be Yuri, probably a little bit of Cello since he's brought over. Tough thing about Fallen in his recent careers, it feels like outside of his time in Imperial, where he was kind of like the top dog just by default and got to really control and do things the way he's want, his time in Liquid was a struggle getting that team, you know, to really hand over the leadership reins to him. It was bouncing back and forth between him and Stewie when Stewie's time was there, and now same thing with this one as well. In Furia, bouncing back and forth between him and Art and having that kind of little struggle for leadership as well. So some of the projects and teams that he's been involved with, I don't think have allowed him to capitalize on what the level of game that he still has left in the tank.
Then let me pose a provocative question. Then we have seen Furia struggle. We have seen Fallen, as you said, struggle as of late. Is there a world where this could be the last time we see Fallen at a major? Is there a world where Furia will get rid of him, get rid of what they're doing right now if they don't succeed? Is that a realistic outcome of where he's going with his career right now?
I mean, it's always possible that it might be the last one for Fallen. Obviously, he had a great career. I wouldn't really speculate on it. That's for him to kind of be public and decide. I think for Furia, sure, if you fail here, if you get eliminated 0-3, it's time to look at changes. It's time to start talking about what you can do to turn this ship around, because this has been billed as like the Brazilian super team like for years, and they have failed to meet expectations for years. And obviously the big thing you point out is someone like Kesarado, who's been the best rifler in the world, has what, like 1 trophy on a shelf? Two maybe, and not even a big one.
Just one, and they got that last year at the Elisa Masters. They're yet to win a tier 1 tournament. I mean, you're talking about players who used to be some of the best in the world in Kesarado in Europe. That's been my issue as well. It does feel like the Brazilian scene, it does feel like the fans of Furia have somewhat accepted that they're just a top 10, top 15 team. They're supposed to be better.
Yeah, I sent out a post a couple of days ago that was like, every team from Brazil is doing well except for Furia, and there were a lot of replies that said, you know what, it's kind of the way it is, unfortunately, and it's cool to see New Blood also doing well, but that doesn't mean that their story is over here yet. They're going up versus Ence, and I think, Jacob, we do need to highlight a couple of players, both on the good and the bad, I feel like, for Ence, because someone has been playing lights out, and another one has been playing like the lights are out.
Which one do you want to start with?
Kylar.
Kyla. Okay, Kyla's been playing
Spoilers.
well. Yeah,
I wanted the
spoilers.
graphic.
Oh, there we go. You'll get Kyla. You'll get Kyla. He was playing well, especially in the game against Imperial. I remember him having a crucial ace in one of the overtimes, and I thought that was the turnaround point. He's been the star of this team, at least in the fracking department. He's done well, very well for himself. The problem is there's a counterpart to Kyla, as you spoke about, and that is Dyha. Where on earth have Dyha been at this tournament? He's currently the lowest rated player in the entire goddamn thing, and that's a player that when he was playing with Snappy in the old iteration of Ence, he would have pop-up games, he would have pop-up tournaments where he was at least at a 1.2 rating. We haven't seen that Dyha ever since Snappy left.
I have a theory for that. I have a theory on that one for Dyha, because you can see, last year I'm with you, he was one of my favorite players to watch, and he's really kind of disappeared. I think a lot of it comes down to Snappy and Glaive, obviously both Danish in-game leaders, are going to have similar philosophies in some aspects, but they call very different games. And Snappy very much liked to create a lot of chaos. He liked to do pace changes, like those little half buys with Mac 10s and Tech 9s. And when you create that chaos, it gives someone like Dyha, who's always hunting down impact, way more openings to kind of make a play. There's a lot more shifting, it's a lot more confusion on the map, you have a lot more chances to catch off, defenders on the map. And I think under Glaive, there's a few more guardrails. And that also, it's not like Glaive's putting a leash and telling him he can't do these things. It's more Dyha like feeling out and trying to figure out where exactly and what the timings are going to be for those plays. And he's obviously very much struggling to find that freedom.
And why do you think it's come more into fruition now as of late? Because it was working for a while. I'm not saying he was playing lights out, but Ence was getting the results that they wanted to, right, initially. What has changed?
He's a confidence player, isn't he? I've always had the sense that whenever you talk to Dyha, whenever he's feeling confident, whenever he's feeling great, you can even hear it in certain of the interviews that he's doing, then it does feel like it's all going well for him. But he's also one of those players that maybe mentally is not that well coped with having a rough period. I've played with players who on a good day were the best player on the server, and on a bad day, the worst player on the server. Dupree is a great example from Danish Counter-Strike as well. He used to be worse back in the days. I think he matured a lot as a player, but he would be that kind of confidence player that had he had, like, let's say 5 or 6 kills within the first couple of rounds, he would be flying. He'd be having a perfect game. He'd just roll with it. I feel the same for Dyha. Does he get off to a good start? You can count on him. Does he not? He's just completely gone.
I think it comes down to kind of what I mentioned earlier. I think when you look at this Ence team, like this is that period leading into the major where you have a little bit of time and you start putting a few more things deeper into the playbook. And I think specifically with this team, you have a core of players who come from 9. You have Dyha who comes from Ence. You have Glaive who, obviously was kind of on the bench, but comes from Astralis and that kind of philosophy. And then you have Cuban who came from Polish Counter-Strike and came from Apex, just previously coaching. And all of a sudden you're sat here and you're just like, there's 5 different philosophies that we're all trying to make happy. We're all trying to find a middle ground. We're all trying to, kind of come together and see where all of the pieces can fit together. And I think that's in the area where Dyha and some players kind of get lost because you're not always sure which philosophy you're kind of guided towards in these games.
And in the beginning, it was every success that they got and every win they got, it was kind of like, whoa, okay, this is working. But now this is a completely different ballpark. Of course, this 9 core did make it to the top 16 back in Paris. So, there can be a way that they can bring it together, or there should be, but will it? I'd love to get a little bit more deeper into who you actually think is going to win and why. What factors are deciding here today?
I'm standing with a feeling that for at least for my money, Furia are the favorites in this matchup, and it may sound a bit ridiculous to say. Ence have shown us their high capabilities. They've shown the ceiling at Katowice, right? They were beating, as you said, some of the best teams in the world in best-of-3 scenarios when facing elimination. So they've been here before. They've also shown great comeback potential, but I do feel that Furia is a team that is warming up into the tournament. What we saw in the 2 best-of-1s on day 1, that was not the real Furia. What we saw at the America's RMR when they were playing well, beating Complexity, beating Liquid, that was a much better looking Furia. That's the one I expect to see tonight, and that's why I have them as a small favorite going up against Ence. I believe what you're saying right here, Jason, that once you get into that transition period where plan A is not working anymore, where all the teams are looking at you, right? They're countering you, they're counter-stratting you, there's enough data on you now as well. It becomes significantly harder for Ence to replicate those performances.
I don't know, this matchup is such a 50-50. I guess you'd lean it towards Furia. I don't think they've looked all that great. I think the biggest problem I have, I'm going to predict Furia was going to win this series, but I think the biggest problem I have with it is we saw in the first 2 games, the clips that came out on Legacy versus Legacy on Ancient, like they lost an Ansa-Eco round where players just looked lost, like Art's turning around and looking at his teammates as he's like calling and communicating. You had the Nuke one that was obviously huge when Lin Vision pushes Lobby on Nuke. You have these weird hiccup rounds, and it's so painful how much they hurt because K-Serato's dropping like 20, 25, 26 kills and you're still losing, and it's just because you're making these massive mistakes in the most important rounds of the game. And in that sense, even if you're the better team, you can lose any map if you are struggling in the highest pressure rounds and the most important swing rounds.
They shared that with Ence. They lost a ton of clutches yesterday, as well as particularly versus Pain, so it's going to have to be cleaner. Let's see the map, Veto, then. Mirage.
That's an interesting pick coming out of Furia. It makes sense. It is a map where they can create a lot of chaos, where they feel comfortable in that chaos they create. They like to play with a high pace as well. For Ence, though, it's a map they've had quite a lot of success on. They beat, I believe it was G2, and they beat the Mongols as well at IM Katowice, so showed us they can play Mirage at a high level. Ancient, not too big of a surprise going up against Furia, and then Vertigo as the third deciding map. It used to be a 9 specialty. It used to be an Ence specialty as well, whereas for Furia, it's been very much hit and miss. I think for this Veto, it kind of evens out the playing field once more.
If we can get to that third map, maybe it swings towards Ence's favor. Yeah, I think Fury's always going to have an advantage in the Veto to an extent because they have a little bit of a deeper map pool. You know, Ence hasn't really been able to establish that yet, but I think these are very cool maps. It's interesting. Ence has loved picking Nuke recently as well. They've obviously gone away from that. Maybe that loss yesterday was like the final straw. They were just like, nah, get it out of there.
Maybe. About a minute and a half to go before we get into the game, so let's kind of talk about the weight of this situation and what is at stake here for Ence. Of course, at the beginning of the year, you might have said, yeah, of course, you want to qualify for the major. That's the most important thing, but their expectations probably have heightened because of the start of 2024 for them. And for the side of Furia, it would be an absolute disaster to go out here.
I'll raise the stakes then. I agree with you. I think Ence bought themselves more time with playing World Katowice. Maybe if they lose here tonight, they still have another shot at an upcoming tournament. Whereas for Furia, as you alerted to Jason as well, if they were to lose this game, if they were to go out of the major once more, we saw them fail at Paris, we saw them fail at this major as well, that would mean roster changes. There's no way around it. So Furia right now, and the players, they're playing for the contract, they're playing for the life on this roster.
Yeah, Furia's, they don't even really pass the eye test, do they? It still feels weird, and it always feels uneasy picking them to win in these kinds of games. Look, you can put some faith in Glaive as well if you're an Ence fan. He can still call a masterclass. We've seen some masterclass maps from him, even in this Ence roster as well. And I think both teams would be self-admitting and saying they've played like crap up to this point. And that's where you want the leadership of guys like Fallen and Glaive coming in and say, today's not the day I let us lose.
Absolutely so, but unfortunately for either of them, it can only be one of them that makes it to survive another day here at the PGL CS2 Major. Will it be Ence, or will Furia finally get it together? Let's head over to our casters.
Yeah, both of these squads, both these big name squads have looked underwhelming. The only wins that each of them have are over Koi, who were the first team to go out 0-3. Other than that, looking Ence's way, all the teams they've lost to end up in this 1-2 matchup have been Brazilian. But now they face off against Furia, who also started this one slow on a separate path to recovery. It's a clash of Fallen versus Glaive, and it's going to start here on Mirage with what's looking like a pretty nice set-piece exec in towards this A site.
Couple of smokes and a molly that spreads both top and bottom balcony. They cleared out a lot of positions, especially Hades, who gets pushed back into spawn by the Molotov. No kills yet. Furia have the space, and they need the plant.
Yeah, with one through the smoke. He's had a very rough go at it here at this major. But he's kick-started the pistol round off well. Hades back in the spawn. They look to pressure him here. They're both deep towards CT. Oh, good for the first, but Yuri, ooh, there's a lot of bodies around this corner. Yuri's trying to wrestle with them, and he's going to get out with the double. A 2v2 as Yuri has provided for Furia. Serato getting run down, but is able to hold on. And he might look to finish this now. It's going to come down to Fallen in the clutch. Tap on the bomb, but there just isn't time for Kylar. Even as he taps out Fallen, he will not win the round. Furia lock in a pistol, and it's really in part thanks to Yuri on that push towards CT. If he doesn't get a multi-kill there, as he's run at by 3 players, that's a done deal.
Yeah, and the re-smoke for Furia, it's what forces the players into CT in the first place. They have this wall of smokes down, but then as soon as the bomb gets planted, Diha finds a 5v4. Furia replenish the jungle smoke, forcing Ence to reposition completely on that retake. It takes time, and time that they cannot afford with no kit in the clutch. So Furia get a pistol round. Get ready for a long BO3. Get ready for a drawn-out match. I hope 3 maps with this much on the line, with one of these legendary sides, and especially captains, removed from the major. 1-3. You know both teams are going to be fighting absolute tooth and nail for this opportunity, and that's the worst part. It's not a 2-2. It's not an elimination qualification. It's only to live one more day, as Shock said. It's only to keep on fighting. B-pop into a stack. It's only default pistols, though there shouldn't be much resistance.
They move past this with ease. Cello dead after the double, but he made his money. He did his job in the round, opening up on the Mac 10. And so Furia will stick the landing in the conversion.
So both of these teams obviously in the top 16 at Paris, but not through having to grind the challengers now opening stage. Both making it from the RMR run. Furia was 0-3 for 9. Similar story. Only one can get there, and even then, it's not guaranteed. Those 2-2 games are brutal. Calm to start, Furia conserving their energy for a late evening game. It's up to Ence to come through with the full buy round now in round number 3. We've got Hades Orb. What Hades do we get today? His peak, undeniable. His floor, often unacceptable. Ence need him on CT side Mirage more than anywhere else.
He's going to start with the line into the B apartments. That is where Furia are grouped up, so he's in the right place on this AWP. See this angle used a lot nowadays, and so something Furia might be ready for, but it's getting past this AWP, and it's easier said than done. Serato fed to it. He wanted to go B early, but when you lose the point man like that, you don't get any ground after his death. You might look to call this off, and in doing so, they try to wait for Art to get set up over at short, but he falls as well. This is a nice defense over towards B, put up from Ence. Ouch. Now it is just Yuri left. In a real fighting force within Furia. Expecting him to do much here. It might be wishful thinking. Good flash, and that will lock him out of it. Diha leaves him full blind, and Kyler gets that final kill.
Yeah, two top performers clashing for the squads in Kyler and chasing down Yuri at the end. Nice flash from Kyler. Surprised to see him be just the most dominant force in this team, right? When you consider even the man on your screens, Hades, when he's on, he is a force to be reckoned with. At least starts this round strong with a 5-on-4, and time bought for Art was not enough. Hence on the board early, and they even saved the AWP. So Pistol and Mac-10 are the limiting factors here for Furia, looking like a more explosive A play like that Pistol round. It's Hades back at triple, AWPing once again.
Yeah, once more, right place, right time for this AWP. And a missed shot, and that's going to cost them dearly. Cello secures the opener. Kyler trying to play through is fed to Serato. And so with the bomb plant coming in, if nothing changes soon, this is a bit of a non-starter for Ence. They had 2 chances there to kind of thin the herd, and they both come up short.
It's a danger of playing ahead of the smokes, but yeah, there's nothing wrong with Hades going for that play out of spawn. You know, he hit the first shot, he already had his pre-smoke down that will not only deter a Molotov, but gives him a path to exit CT. Furia were already running from Palace to default, so missed shot. And that may be the round gone. Furia even grab an AWP as well. They come into that round with a pistol and a Mac-10. They leave happy.
And already I'm liking the early look at Furia here. I mean, we got to cast them in that Koi game yesterday, and I don't know, man. It just felt a little rough, I'll be honest with you. It didn't really feel like either team was playing up to a fantastic level. For Furia, there was a lot of these very, very slow rounds that would, you know, not at all the type of round that you would be used to associating with the Furia squad, but I think already you've got a nice degree of paces to open up this T side.
Yeah, I like the way the desk framed it, and that Furia are warming in this, you know, tournament. I hope that holds somewhat true. You know, this is Ence's first BO3 played in Copenhagen. Furia at least went down 0-2 to get that chance to make the full sweep and got warmed into a BO3. I'd like to think that they could, you know, warm in more, but there's no time for slow starts really with this much on the line. And so in their map pick, playing very heavy execute CS already, it's netted some good results. 3-1, a mishmash buy for Ence. This flash is nice as well. Oh, no, it's not. He middle clicked it. And he still goes. That is, and Fallen even had another flash. That's just a misplay from Fallen there, miscomm and everything going wrong. and he can't even hit the shot. Uh-oh, bombs back here as well. Fallen's got to be very cautious. That's a bit disastrous, because that flash would have wrecked him. How's Art here? How is he here?
Just don't mess this up.
No, the longer he holds this, he's getting his team to get set up a B, because he's just saying, guys, I have one of the B players. I have a free kill right now. He's not going to knife this in a... Oh, you mad, absolute mad lad. And now they're going to pop B. It's only Diha.
Glaive is scratching his head. He was there for so long. They will deal with Art. Diha trying to hold the line, but only good for the first. Bomb tumbles into the site as Fallen drops that over. He's looking to get involved on this AWP, but the shots miss. They sail past Ence, back in the market. Cello trying to take matters into his own hands. That's a team nade. This one is wild. Ence have just TK'd into a 2v2, and that might be their undoing in the round. Goofy left up all alone, and this AWP is still peeking him, still fighting him, and they're going to swing him together to close it.
Oh my god, Fallen made up for that with Flash, I'll say that much. Huge entry kills of the AWP on B when Ence are trying to stop that plant. They're trying to get in the site with 10 seconds remaining to cause chaos. And Fallen is re-peeking with the bomb. Very risky. I can't believe Art even nice. We've seen that let people down. We've seen Furia even punish that play. But hey, it sets up his team perfectly for the B-pop. Furia playing with confidence right now. And Ence yet to answer. Yeah, I think it's also got to be somewhat motivating for Furia to see all of their Brazilian counterparts performing so well in this competition, while they are the worst performing Brazilian team after day 2. So I think that does light a fire underneath you. The questions of, are you even the best in Brazil? Especially when you see leaders like Big Azera perform in the way that he is, and the leadership of Furia, which has been questioned since its inception. Furia don't want their joint worst major placing ever. 4-1 up, pistols out, and mid taken. These nades today, hitting everyone.
At least it's only flashes for Furia, right? Not the nade in window. Oh! Hades dead to Serato. This Zeus might never even get a chance to fire. Glaive! Oh, misses. And so he'll get run down. Just Kylar left up against it all here. And they know where he is. They've got him boxed in. He's a dead man. It might even come swiftly as Art really wants this kill. Looking to chase it down. Looking to send a message as they lock Ence out of that round dominantly.
Very confident look from Furia. That is the one thing you can take away from this start. Ence immediately call a timeout into what will be another crucial gun round as this start is slipping through their fingers. Can't quite get a grip on the game. Need to patch it up pronto. Because while, as Ades talked about the peak events, the honeymoon that this 9 squad with Glaive's leadership showed us at the start of the year, fantastic run of Katowice. They took down Astralis, Mongols in the play-in. They went on to beat G2 and Vitality, for crying out loud. And even had a run v Falcons in those playoffs. Were so close in overtime in front of the home crowd. But was that just flash in the pan? Can they keep up those considerations? It felt like an overperformance. And Copenhagen may call it that.
I mean, as you say, right, that was the run in front of the home crowd, and for Glaive, he would love to be able to have a similar feeling here at the Copenhagen Major, but hasn't been materializing yet, even in this round after the pause, after Cuban had a little bit of time to have a word with the boys. He tried to cook up some big ideas here. It's not started strong. Goofy has a chance to reclaim that lost man, and he will. So the 4v4 returns as Goofy gets out of there unpunished. Furia slow it right down.
I mean, in a funny sense, Glaive isn't the only representative of that old Astralis era here in Copenhagen. Zip just arrived today in the Mal Sports camp as assistant coach or analyst. And, well, Glaive obviously the only active player who made it to this major, but this would be a sad way to go out on home soil. Art in the sight, Goofy's under Bauk, he's in a lot of pressure, great grenade, lights them up, Fallen attempts to hunt this kill down, but it's down to the pistol instead, spamming, Goofy jumps on the ladder, and Fallen can't hit his shot. Ence hold down finally on this A site, and I think they've heard Yuri run through B as well. All eyes on the prize. And Ence should be back on the board.
Yeah, it comes from Goofy, right? Stellar round from him. He starts it off pushing up through ramp, reclaims that initial, 4v5 that Ence were in, levels it back out, and then continues to be a bit of a knight in shining armor under the palace. So Yuri left on the save, just locked out of the round, far too far away to even get a chance to be involved in that one there. And this is where it all starts for Goofy. Then he finishes it up here with a great little play to dodge Fallen on that deagle.
This makes that hitbox really rough, jumping up and down the ladder. Even Furia respond with a timeout their own.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Furia here, right, you've been in control of this game up until now. You still have money to buy, in spite of that one not going your way. And so it's your chance to kind of keep the game under your control, under your thumb. See her topping the board right now for the Ence squad. That's nice, right? With the kind of horrific tournament he's had so far.
Yeah, yeah.
Very reassuring to see. If he can keep that up, Ence are going to feel like they have a whole new player unlocked, man. And that can make all the difference.
A better time to show it. Ooh, nice start. It's been 5v4s for Fallen's or more so, but Hades finally, well, I say that second time he's found a opening pick. It was the first gun round of B as well. Gonna pop Palace. Hades repositioned, he's ready. Oh, the timing is not ideal. And Furia see the orb, they call it off. Back to the drawing board, Yuri's coming out of under. He could go for A smokes here, but it is on Art, who has to leave the Palace. Fallen alone at ramp with the bomb. Quesarata will come back.
Right, then bit of a mid-split taking shape here as Art is swift on the reposition. Oh, re-smoking connector at the minute mark. Furia might have to respect that. They've also just lobbed out one of the smokes over towards A. That's their only smoke in the round used here and now.
It's pretty clear.
So they kind of have to go on this one. Noise made over towards ramp. You feel like Ence have got all the info they need to piece this one together. And Goofy once more, the guy who kind of tore that first round away from them, getting involved. He's got more that he's got to do here. You've seen him multi-kill in this position. And this time he's got help from that AWP. Goofy just making steps, taunting Quesarata, who can't get this trade. If he goes wide, he's in the prying eyes of that orb. Yuri's nowhere to be found, and Goofy will shut down the point man out through ramp. Yuri's just been trapped in connector the whole damn round, and so he never even gets the ball rolling. That's a bit of an awkward one for Furia.
Yeah, that felt a lot less how they've won their 5 rounds, right? It's been very grouped, execute style. That one was more just, okay, our play didn't work. We lost our first pick. We saw the orb when we were about to pop Palace, and Yuri was going to come under quickly, but they decide to reset, go 2-2 split, and they just get picked apart, really. Nice positions, nice team play from Ence. Goofy doesn't overstep and trades right when he's needed. So it's solid from Ence, but it didn't feel like there was much to that for Furia. Got to show something here. Their money's on the line. Tech Mac, they've done it before. Straight out the gate. This has been working.
This time it's Kylar responsible for the Palace position. Good pair of hands for the job. Art attempts to go barreling through on the Mag-10, bit of a signature move for the man. It goes no further as Kylar and Goofy look to lock this in. Serato coming out a little later from Palace. It's good for the backstab. But Goofy, the one who has been the make or break for Ence in defense of this A site, is still very much in the round. Knocked out now by Cello. And there's the response from the Hades Orb.
Smokes.
Got to try and get past him dry here. They look like they're going to decide against it. Now, Yuri has often been left in these rounds with very little time and very little chance to get involved. This time, Furia are trying to get ahead of that, playing the buddy system. They'll fall back.
Perfect move from Glaive because it just cuts off the B rotation. He knows his timing is good enough that they won't be in the site yet. And so Ence jiggle up the A setup. Hades checks mid timing. And they know that what this probably means is Furia just recommitting to Lade, hoping the AWP is no longer on the line. Hades is getting back to his position, but they found Diha just jumping out in CT. Caught for nothing. Ence already had the info. Jump goes over the top. They might find this AWP as well. Oh, a centimeter too short. Hades gets out. He's waiting for Glaive's flank, but he falls as well. 15 seconds. Is the plant open? He gives it away, and they can plant safe.
1v1 now. Cello, the one to beat. Glaive arriving just in time. Not able to deny the plant. He's got to win this one in the fight. 8 bullets in his M4. Every shot counts. Cello is trying to play for time right now. Hasn't had the spot in a while, doesn't know where Glaive could be, but on these jiggles, he'll come swinging. And Cello knocks Glaive out of the clutch. A 1v2 that he gets close, but can't take over the line.
That's around the whole time. Glaive's just saying, wait, just don't fight. I've got this. I'm going to win the round right now. I just need you to stay alive. And it's one thing, you know, for Hades to be holding the angle with the AWP. Sure, he does get swung. He misses his shot. It's more forgivable than Diha dying in CT there. Could have tucked in, but maybe scared of wallbang, scared of util. Tries to escape, and Furia just find 2 kills before that flank even materializes. That's an awkward round to lose for Ence. And while it was Furia on the breaking point, Ence are not much better off. 2 AWPs. That's all they've got.
Certainly not the buy you're going to be expecting if you're Furia.
Sure.
This actually looks like a call that Art would bring out himself in this position.
It might work. They've got triple B rather, double short. And Furia walking right up for a B split at the moment. Oh, perfect spray. Lots of damage on Art as well. This is uncomfortable now for Furia, who have smoked off short like they don't want this, but that was their end goal. Oh my god, Yuri snuck in. And they have no idea. The timing is perfection. Or is it?
Diha, that's mad. He's ready for the man in jungle. He deals with him on the 5-7. A huge pickup for Diha, who might have been a bit of a letdown in that last round. But he's looking to make up for it here and now. Gets out with a second, and that's where Hades strikes on the AWP. It's only Art. And in the 1v4, bomb dropped in connector, 30 seconds left. These are not winning recipes to the round, and Art knows it.
He's got to make noise to go anywhere. It's going to get heard by Glaive, unless he climbs back up ladder, but still, no time to get this bomb without dropping mid. I think he knows this one is a little too far gone and will try and combat save, but it's Ence. Somehow, with very little, getting it done. It's the 5-7 into the AK for Diha that's a difference maker. That big flank for Yuri, that timing hit and window, felt perfect. Diha didn't even know what to be scared of, so he just walks right through that murder hole. 6-4. And as back and forth as you would expect this game to be.
Yeah, Furia don't even know about the double AWP, right? Glaive never even had to fire a shot, so that still comes as a surprise to deal with in this round.
Yeah, because you might just call something faster towards B. We've seen Furia attempt to do that just now with the short play. They attempted to do it in the first gun with just full apps and art up cat, but the AWP was right there waiting. So if that is the idea for Furia, without a doubt, one of these AWPs will be on B, you'd think. ugly buy. Cerato's had to drop an AK, as has Fallen.
Yeah, placing a bit of faith in Cello and Art, obviously saving his out of the last round at least. Gonna start off more up-tempo towards this B site. Double setup over here in mid. Glaive posted at the window and Kylar taking space back. Oh, the molly falls short of the boxes. And so as a result, Art's allowed to keep hanging out here. They're not able to punish him now in top middle. Instead, the next peek is from Hades down into dark. Gets out with the one and done, but might have wanted more from that AWP. Certainly would have in a round like this.
Luckily, there is more. Another in window, and they will not be ready for this. Art's looking for the kill, but the smokes come down. Kylar's getting played with. That flash gives room. And look at the space taken by Furia.
Yeah, you hear him leave the connector. Now he's got to go play behind the smokes. So suddenly a real route opened up in middle.
It's only D here at B.
Nice reaction out of Ence in the mid-round to go and double up and take this ramp control away. That at least gives them something to play off of here. We're going to see Kylar commit to the push through ramp.
Don't want both players doing this, but this is perfect. Not only do they know A is clear, Kylar can flank if it's a B play, and if it is A, Goofy can just take contact, get a kill, live, waste time. Meanwhile, Art's found the hole, but Diha is still here at the back of bench.
He's got no idea that Art can be this deep.
Goes both ways.
Oh, but just looking away. In the meantime, that top mid fight comes in.
No idea.
He's not on Art's screen yet, and so Art thinks the B site's clear, but now Diha plays his hand.
10 seconds.
And that's devastating. Fallen with the bomb on his back is a dead man up on shore. Diha will lock it in. It's labored, but he gets the 2 kills he needed to take that round away for Ence.
I couldn't be more unlucky for Art just with those timings. He feels like he's cleared B completely. He's checking every position. He's looking at bench. Diha's just tucked down at the right time. Very well done by Diha, who is alone with no support and with no info. But he stops that bomb from making its way into what Furia believed was an empty site. And another rebuy. Furia are in the hole at the last round of the half. They only have pistols.
Yeah, something a bit more up-tempo on the tanks, running it down through mid. Kylar is trapped down in dark. This is a tasty 1v1 that they can look for, and they're going to group up, they're going to deal with him. So clean as Cerato's brought down low, but still the advantage sides with Furia. Space being taken from the Ence squad. Another one of these reactions where they take ramp away after losing middle. Also flexing a little bit over towards the apartments on Glaive. As Furia come back up. They're towing a dangerous line here with Glaive this aggressive.
Still needs multiple kills for this to be worth it. You're still arming your opponent. Glaive patient, Fallen crouches in. It's a bit of damage early on. They wait to trade. 2 will do for Glaive, but it's still opened up B. Only D here. He's been solid so far though.
Gonna get set up over towards the van just in time as well. They shouldn't be ready for this. When you've dealt with someone so deep in the apartments, you're not sure that this van player would exist. Diha's only good to get out with 1. Furia still keep it low and slow, but this is giving time to Hades to rotate over on the AWP. Plant only just coming through now. And Art had a tiny bit of time to get set up here. Art plays it from within the site. Yuri waiting to play around this bomb in the apartments. AWP is bearing down on them. They don't know about it yet, but this flash coming out is going to give up where both players are. And Yuri and Art make it look easy. They'll keep that lead in Furia's favor. They don't let this be a tie game. They're able to maneuver around the Ence squad there, and they deal with that, low buy in round 12 very, very nicely. They do a great job of isolating the fight on a Kylar down as they realize the kind of huge opportunity that is having him trapped down in dark. And then they keep that momentum up on the B hit.
Yeah. Doing that with no rifles as well. A lot of low buy rounds being won by Furia in this half, which has more often than not been their undoing, closing anti-ecos in this competition. Still, Ence wake up. It felt very dominant to begin. And Ence did show some nice rounds, some active play towards the end of their CT side. So all in all, Furia's map pick, a strong half, but by no means a decided game yet. Furia definitely looking focused though.
Yeah, and I think there's something to be said of how in these Furia wins, a lot of the maps have featured strong performances from Art, someone who started really slow in the BO1s. Even in that match versus Koi just yesterday, he was a force to be reckoned with.
Art has smoke kit, so as Ents go for a full execute, they'll be able to plant. Furia will have to respect it, but Furia are playing for the clutch up, and they've even missed the smoke. That's a bit of a disaster. Doesn't look like it'll be a huge punish. No one's on the stairwell, but Art has found a 5v4. That's a beautiful beginning for Furia.
Yeah, now they just completely, give up the site. They kind of let Ents have it. No need to hang around and give up a chance for the trade. Art waits for everyone else to move around and join him, and they're all going to be retaking with this flash through CT. Teased them up for the opener. Dink on a fallen. It's from a teammate, but he still propels himself in at the front of the herd. Goofy and Glaive respond, the 2Gs, and Goofy, one more from him. Onto the dualies now as the clutch opens up. And Ence might have something in this after all. Up close is Cello. And Goofy doesn't react in time. Even Cello looks surprised at that one there.
Yeah, he just misread that. He thought he was going to, dance back and forth around the box and come through on the front side, but opens his back up completely and gets shot in the side of the head. Cello, he'll take that. It comes for free. Damn. That's a little bit cautious, it's a little scared in the clutch when you have dualies and he hears the footsteps. Felt like Goofy was primed to just go for the kill, go for the throat. But Furia, a pistol round on top of a winning half, and we hear some shouts from them finally at that. It's going to be a bomb plant and a buy for Ents. Nothing surprising here, but they've got to make it work or they are down in the dumps.
Not the start you wanted either. Through the smoke, Glaive is dinked. Yuri controls the spray and gets out of there. Furia are in a really good spot all of a sudden. Glaive's 1 health from the start of the round. Hasn't even seen the opponents yet.
Uh-oh. It's the AK gone.
All the big ticket items lost in mid. Sunk to the floor. Ence left with nothing but this B play.
Yuri just needs contact, and Cello will, without a doubt, take a kill here. Maybe both. They're only Mac 10s. Jumping in. Oh, it's a little awkward, but he saves it. The molly spreads, he swings, and Goofy's in the sight, but he needs Glaive support desperately. Bombing apartments, 1 health. Dangerous for the Dane. Yuri hides out at the back of the site. Keserato has his cover. Doesn't need to move. They're going to try hunt him down. Nice chase. Goofy finds it. He can't escape without taking a dink from Glaive, but that bomb might go down after all. Glaive's walking back, however. Checking for a flank that doesn't exist. Goofy now needs to buy time.
Is he just fully rerouting on this? It feels like it. 1 HP on Glaive, so he's kind of saying, all right, Goofy, I just need you to do all you can. If you can knock out one of these players, you can tee me up for something here.
They've got to push in, because if they don't, they can't spend too much time. As the bomb goes down, they'll realize it's A. You assume the spam is perfect. And the question is, how long does it take to realize? They don't hear the plant noise. This should be very clear to Furia. No excuses here. Furia, they realize, but Glaive is just on 1 health.
And he's been 1 HP since the start of the round. He got dinked through the smoke by Keserato.
Got to force at least 1 kill instantly, or this is not going to happen.
There should be no way he wins this. Absolutely no way. He's already basically dead. They don't know where he is yet. Art goes chasing, doesn't check deep. Doesn't check deep. Glaive with the backstab. 1 point of health, and he's got them off the bomb. Oh, Captain Copenhagen, take a bow. Glaive with 1 HP. Locks in that round for Ence. That is daylight robbery.
That should never happen, but who else to do it? Who else do you believe in when he says, I'm rotating? Good luck, Goofy.
That's just such a crazy call, man. Everything about that round is wild. And the fact that Glaive has any sort of faith in himself in a 1 HP 1v2 to win it.
I thought
he makes it look so easy as well.
Yeah, the plant, it's still for him. They diffuse for him. They completely misread it. Art doesn't check the corner fully. You felt like that was on a plate for Furia. How could they bungle that? But of course, they didn't know his health as well, right? It would be a very different story. It was a dink through the smoke. And when they watch that back, that will be antagonizing. My oh my, Ence win a seemingly impossible clutch round by the captain. And it feels like when Ence win games, Glaive is no stranger to being near the top of the scoreboard. Even on his return to CS after a break from the top level, the guy can frag. I mean, hell, in Astralis' heyday, one of the more capable fragging in-game leaders that we've seen.
One thing's for certain, he wants to keep himself here in his home country's major for as long as he can. Now a bit of faith instilled in Ence. They're believing, they try to move in with a fast B play, but not good results out of the gate. K-Serato wants revenge, and he wants it swiftly. Run out by Hades. Glaive and Goofy trying to make this happen. It's the two from that last round left in it, and Glaive has taken this personally. Tapped out from Cello. One left to find, and 2 bullets in Cello's 5-7. Around, immediate dink, and now he's in with a real chance. Time to get the reload off. Goofy's problems just beginning as Cello repositions over at bench. Goofy trying to stand tall like Glaive did in that last round, and he has been whittled down more and more by this 5-7. Cello just can't lock it in, and so it's Goofy to hold strong. Whittled down so low, and that is now back-to-back. Next to 1 health clutches to come through for Ence.
They don't need health. They just don't need it. How many shots does Cello land there? It feels like he's hitting 3, 4 times. 3 health the difference. And Ence, they are still in this map. Without these rounds, this is a dominant game for Furia right now. The clutches are disastrous. And that's a full B stack for Furia. That's like a 2-on-4 that Ence pull back. The bomb committed 2nd player in. And they still save the day. Unbelievable. Desperate. We see this buy a lot from R. Just hero MP9. Around default pistols. Baiting for a kill. Going for the upgrade. And of course he can just buy the same thing next. Even if they lose with nothing. It's a gamble stack. That molly is going to be nice though. Forces both players in. Art gets something from it at least. But they find the gap.
Ooh, Diha wanted to farm up some easy ones, but they're not easy. Kylar still has the golden ticket here. They spot this aggression. Fallen. Oh, sorry, bud. He is so dead. They are ready to deal with him as Kylar arrives on that backstab.
No, they just know they have so much room because of this flank, and so the bomb. Red carpet rolled out. Cello, no armor. He's taking this gun from Art to try and get some exits, but might just be looking to a save on Art with the armor and the pistols to try and contain. Bit of damage on the way out. Still Ence equalize the scoreline of this map. Something to be said after a 7-5 and a pistol for Furia.
Yeah, I mean, you're really seeing the kind of nature of the game change, right? A couple of big clutches out of Ence, and suddenly they're right back in this. They're hot on the heels of Furia. And the way those clutches go against you doesn't feel good either if you're Furia. It really stings. It's salt in the wound at this point. This was a game that you were kind of running away with, it felt like. You were looking good. You were getting a great performance out of guys like Art, Yuri having his impactful moments. Sure, little quiet, I guess you could say, from K-Serato and Fallen, but I don't think it's been a big issue. You've had that firepower trio when you've needed it, but then you lose to Glaive at 1 HP, to Goofy on 3, and suddenly it's tied up. And it's not like Furia is sitting there with loads of buys in their back pocket. That's the thing, right? When they lose these rounds, it hits like a 2-for-1, and so the path is right there for Ence to not just equalize this game, but to take the lead.
They're set up for an instant B-pop into just Cello. He's got no one even near him. Oh, the fake steps for Glaive just running under keeps these players attuned to middle. And Yuri, because he doesn't have cover because of the smoke, he has to turn back. It's all on Cello right now. Back of the site, he's stuck alone. Yuri's blinded out by these flashes, but the MAC-10 can't get any space. Hades with a scope, but not the traditional one, and they're not giving him anything from short, hiding out in the smokes. Cello pokes his head round. Oh, he's cutting them down one by one. 5 on 2. There's no getting out of this one, Ence.
Yeah, with just one man here, you thought he was on the ropes, but really he's on the strings, man. It's all Cello, 3 in the round. And buying time for these rotates to arrive. Furia are here with force. Ence sent packing, and it's Cello to do it to him.
He's had a great game, hasn't he, right? Okay, sure, doesn't close out the 1v1 with a 5-7, but he won a clutch in the first half versus Glaive on the A site. Been playing some great CS as Cello. And a 4K shutdown as the solo B hold. And a full rush from Ence. Back to the drawing board for Glaive.
I mean, that's the thing, you know, for Cello, back at his previous teams of Imperial and MIBR, he always felt like the guy who could get the team going. And, you know, I know it just sounds pretend, but he really was, man. Like, we would always call him the emotional spirit level of his teams. You could tell, like, the vibe in the camp based on how Cello was looking. He's a very loud guy. He's quite rowdy. You know, he likes to try and bring the morale up. And with him having a good game like this, you know, you're seeing it even in the player cams. You're seeing it in the reactions. Yeah. He's very animated. He's trying to keep the vibe good.
He's provocative.
Exactly. He's provocative. He gets the people going. And so that's what you want right now if you're Furia. You kind of need that voice within the team because this game has got a lot more stressful than it was just a few rounds ago.
Yeah, it's as tight as we would want, though. I don't want either team to blow out. No matter who takes the dub today, this should be a competitive game. The stakes are so high. The expectations are so high of both of these rosters. And there's not even a spot on the line. It's only for elimination, not the stage. Not even close.
Very weak buy for Ence here, man. They needed something to open this up, to kind of kickstart them into the round, and it's not happened in middle. Instead, they're left with the A play, Fallen blind, but still going to catch Hades on the cross. Oh, and another from Fallen. You love to see that as they run down the remaining Ence players. Furia take a much-needed 5 alive round, and that's now 2 rounds back-to-back where they've built up some money. Yeah. That was the big threat towards the tail end of this game, was that if Ence could keep this hot streak going, Furia were only a few rifle rounds between them and taking the L.
A breath of fresh air for Furia. Confident rounds and force buys removed back-to-back. Fallen breaking the window smoke in his element right now on CT Mirage. You're not going to get him in many more comfortable positions. 10-8 full eco. Ence have to roll over in this round and then pull a 5-round comeback in regulation. Straight. Glaive with the I go B, you plant A. They could overwhelm. Timing's a key here. They just run through the smoke, so K-Sorato's not considering it. This might be a bomb plant here. Something to celebrate for Ence, getting some money, but anything more seems denied.
Yeah, don't worry, Furia fans. There is actually no way he wins this one, as Glaive is locked out down in middle.
No, he's got too much health.
Yeah, Furia. They let them get away with a bomb plant. A bit of mercy showing to their opponents there as Fallen wasn't able to punish it back at the spawn. If you're Ence, you'll take the extra cash injection, but it still all comes down to the results of this rifle round.
Like I said, 5 in a row.
It's also another flawless round, so really Furia are in a great spot. They've got full control over this game right now.
Feels destined for Furia at this point in the game. If we pause, there should be no way Ence win from here. I would make it all the more incredulous if they do, but the numbers will not speak to it. Fast out middle, denied by that top mid Molotov. Oh, Goofy's just getting chewed up by it.
Dude, and with how important Goofy's been in these like 2vx rounds that Ence have been able to pull off, he's not the one you want getting winded by a Molotov up in top mid.
They got to catch their breath. Furia right here on the precipice of mid, ready to attack. Yuri in ladder. Ahead of where he's been on catwalk, typically are ready to drop in the B apartments. The orb back in CT to ensure A. And Cello just baiting at the back of the site. I think it's a great position for him right now. The game he's having. Eyes in the sky. Fallen won't see them come up cat. He's too focused on ramp. It's all on Yuri.
Lot to do, but Yuri's often the man to get it done. He's even got support moving over. Yuri lines them up. Art moves in, but it's trades back and forth.
Wow.
Suddenly, Keserato comes through. And like a raging wind, he has knocked Ence down and out of middle. It's just Diha left in this now. 1v3, 30 seconds left. This is not a round that he is supposed to win, ever. With the bomb out in the open, with Keserato's watchful eye on it, there's no comeback for Diha in this 1v3. Keserato nailed everyone down in mid.
And the shots are great, but what a fantastic call for Furia to crunch at the perfect moment in middle there, right? As soon as Yuri has contact, Art has just fallen off of B to peek short with him. They get all the info, they get 2 for 2, and then Keserato flies through the smoke, the star of Furia. And for good reason, he delivers the 3K, the knockout blow to find 12 rounds. This is teed up now for Furia. Just got to knock Ence out of Mirage. One more will do it. And look at what they have. A Galil and a bunch of pistols with a MAC-10. They can go for an AXQ, but no one is in the site. No guns to gift. And if they go before these smokes bloom, which I wouldn't be surprised if they do, Fallen might grab that first kill.
He's in the spot to do so. CT smoke arrives a little late, but it's a dink on a Fallen instead. The first to strike is Art through that smoke.
Okay.
Kylar with one back, smoke blowing open, and that lines up Keserato for a freebie.
So
Pistol's trying to take some space away. Kylar attempting the pressure, but Cello watches on with that second AWP. And now it's just Diha and Hades. The gun's the wrong way around. Diha with the scope, Hades on the rifle, trying to cook up a 2v4 to keep Ence in this game. Furia are slow. The unsteadiness is creeping in for Ence. The paranoia, the uncertainty, it's all there. And it forces that shot out of Diha. It's unraveling now. And there's Art with the killing blow. Furia pick up the win. They recover from those back-to-back clutch rounds. They brush them off and they don't let it touch them here on Mirage.
Don't indeed. Jason and I had to run down the stairs because
quicker than we thought, didn't it?
It went really fast by the end, and I think that is kind of emblematic of the confidence that Furia was building up towards the tail end of that game on that CT side. They killed those rounds incredibly quickly, you know, and they were just, it seems like, on that echelon, Jacob, where they were hard to stop.
Felt like this was a game on the premise of Furia, how they wanted to play Counter-Strike. It all started in the first half with them coming out fired up on the T side. They were playing fast-paced Counter-Strike, explosive Counter-Strike. Some may even say simplistic Counter-Strike. It wasn't, you know, the defaults into 3v3s, into outmaneuvering your opponents. It was very much having a plan from the get-go, then follow through with it. And it worked out in the beginning. Then you saw Ence recope a little bit. They came back into it. They got some stability. We saw a clutch coming in from Glaive in the beginning of second half as well. It did feel like we had a game on our hands, Jason, and then everything just completely fell apart from that moment as well. It did feel like Furia were not only one step ahead, but a couple of steps ahead of Ence from start to finish.
I think both T sides were pretty average. I was kind of hyping up the idea of a Glaive masterclass here on Mirage to help them kind of take through this, and this felt like very, very basic. And maybe there's something to the idea of like the map pool is not quite there with a playbook on each and every map to go through, but you know, you can't really give them that excuse at a major. I think the nice thing for Furia is after those clutches kind of threw a little bit of chaos in the second half, the one from Glaive and obviously the one from Goofy where he kind of outlasts against the pistol. You started seeing Furia getting really aggressive and making some of those plays in the middle, setting up a trap one round where Keserato gets a double kill where they just trade off frags. There was the drop down into the underpass with Fallen's up in the window, the smoke gets blown open, they get a pair of kills, and that just that disjointed all the hits that Ence wanted to come out with, and you never got a chance for Glaive to build on any success.
Makes sense. I would say that sometimes when we've seen Furia in these situations and then they start putting their foot on the gas and they keep making those aggressive moves. Sometimes they keep doing it even when it's not working, but this is the other side of the coin.
I think it actually put so much pressure on the T side events that like it was so disruptive, and especially on a map like Mirage, you know, it can be extremely disruptive if you can never really control mid or execute anything from middle. Then you're in a situation where really it's your anchors on the bomb sites and who have to perform. And on the CT side, Cello was spectacular. He had a great map. He had the pistol round win in the second half. He had the clutch against Glaive to shut down the 1v2, and obviously a really huge triple kill hold at the B bomb site in one of the early gun rounds in round 17 of the second half.
Put in the fist.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the scoreboard was very telling in that regard. When you have Cello firing on all cylinders, he is your go-to guy for the explosiveness. He's your go-to guy for, you know, running out first and getting it done, as we see in the clip right here. Then Art as well. We've been after him. He hasn't had a great tournament, hasn't had a great period, but when those two are the two top fraggers of your team, you have a well-rounded scoreboard for Furia. You don't necessarily need Yuri to go off. You don't necessarily need Quesarado to go off. You have everyone chiming in once in a while. And this is what Furia can look like. You know, they have that potential. We just don't see it consistently. We don't see it often enough. But when they play well and when they're all showing up in the server, they are a very well-rounded team.
Well, when you mention like Cello and Arch specifically, right? Like look at their roles in the team. That's like a really strong front line if both of them are doing good for you. Because Art's like supposed to introduce chaos, supposed to create some space, make his crazy plays. We saw him get the knife on Glaive, doing things like that, pushing aggressively. And Cello just going out first. So when your front line's having that success, yeah, it allows Quesarado and Yuri to have a pretty chill game. I think actually, most importantly, that we haven't even mentioned, Furia never had a heartbreak round.
Nope.
They didn't have any of those bullshit throwaway. Which one?
Yeah.
Which one?
Round 14. Round 14.
Let's watch it.
I think we can watch it. No, but that's Glaive winning a 1v2 clutch.
Oh, that's not a heartbreak round. That's Glaive winning a clutch.
No, that's a heartbreak round. That's poorly played by Furia as well. You see it changing back and forth right here. They're in a 5v3, Jason. They're in a 5v3 at this point. 5v2. Don't tell me that's not a heartbreak. They now recope it a little bit. It becomes a 4v2. It was a 5v2.
I think more than anything, this to me is I think Ence played this well. Like obviously you're never supposed to lose the 5v2s, and there's obviously going to be some mistakes. But it's not like turning around in a post-plant situation to look at a teammate getting killed by a 5-7. It's not like losing to pistols rushing lobby on Nuke. They didn't have any of those.
Furia didn't have a kit. Furia played this 1v2 versus Glaive. He had 1 HP. They didn't have a kit, yet they waited until there was only 12-13 seconds to tap the bomb before they did.
They had to cross the whole
that
map,
was
Pimp.
the
Come on, give him a break.
easiest clutch Glaive has ever won in his career. I thought at that moment that could be a game changer. You know, that was one of those moments.
Admit that. I called that clutch.
You called the clutch, you know, but you also expected on Furia being poor then, because it wasn't a well-played clutch. However, they bounced back from that moment. They won their following rounds, and it wasn't an issue for them, but they had a little bit of that in them still.
Yeah.
Chat, let me know. Heartbreak or no heartbreak?
That was not heartbreak. That round wasn't heartbreak.
Well, if chat says no, they're a bunch of noobs, just like Jason. So
Everyone is a noob compared to you anyway, right?
I guess.
Anyways, yeah. I mean, as you guys lay it all out there, except for that snafu. Really nice for Furia, I guess, on your map pick. Up against Elimination, the fact that you can play, as you say, to your own rhythm. You do not have to complicate it. But then that makes me beg the question, if you are Glaive on the other side, you know, such an experienced IGL with this squad, how do you not come up with solutions? Did it just go all too fast on a map pick they're not that comfortable with, and is that?
I think part of it is he never got a chance. Like the success they had in the second half, especially, is just like the two clutches, but mostly, right? Like you didn't have any strategy that like built success that made Furia shift their kind of philosophy of how they were playing defense. And as an in-game leader, you really want to get the CT side to start going to plan B or changing or moving someone around the map and trying to exploit any kind of a shift in the defense or an extra rotation that you're going to have in there. And when you don't have that to exploit, it can be tough. And also, never had the middle of the map on Mirage, which is pretty much, you know, important if you're going to put together a full T-side half. So I think he just kind of didn't really have options and obviously ran out of time.
I think he bought into it as well, right? You said it yourself. If you would have defaulted a bit more, maybe get mid-control, maybe default out on the map and slow down the pace a little bit, maybe you could make Furia sweat. They didn't
felt like
really
calls
do that.
From spawn, didn't it?
Exactly. There was a lot of B executes, straight into an A execute, into a B split, right? It was out of spawn calling, which normally is not what Glaive like to do. So is that Glaive calling, you know, in a different way to accommodate for his player, or is that him losing the plot? That's a good question for me.
It is indeed, and the question is if on Ancient, where they will likely be starting on the T side as well, if it's going to be getting off to the right foot. What kind of tape do we have on Ence to kind of judge them on Ancient?
It's a map they have played quite a lot, and they found some decent results on it. It's not a map that I fear from. Glaive was even in Astralis back in the days good at calling on the map as well.
Wasn't it like their craziest map at one point?
At one point in time, it was, you know, config Glaive going off. It was a map he liked to call on. It was a map he liked to play. You look at Furia's win record right here. They've only won 1 out of 5. But if you go back 6 months, they had a period where they won 6 in a row. So it used to be a strong map for Furia. So despite Ence picking into it, despite them maybe feeling strong on it, I wouldn't be too worried. You can see the 6 months right here. It changes the narrative quite a lot.
Yeah, I think for Ancient, a map that lend itself a lot of utility is going to be really important. Having that utility and coordinating it with which part of your defense is pushing at which times, and that's an understanding that I think Glaive will have. He's always kind of touted himself as having a really deep understanding of how to move around the map with utility. So you can give him a little bit of an edge there, perhaps in that sense. Still, I think it's going to be. It's going to be, can they have any success early on in the T-side half for Glaive to actually work with? Can they give him anything to actually play with? Also, let's just say, for a guy who mentioned in the pregame to the series beginning, Diaz struggling, he plays a pretty important role on this map. He's a pretty important player.
As much as I want to agree with you, sometimes we can also simplify it saying, does Glaive have the players right now that he can work with? Can you have put up a performance that is good enough for them to stand a chance? The individuals right now for Ence are not showing up to the level we saw in Katowice. They're not really playing on par with Furia as well. So for Glaive, he can make all the right calls. He can have all the right ideas. If the players around him is not suited to get the kills, then Counter-Strike is, at the end of the day, a very simple game.
Okay, let's see if they can get it together just in time to keep their chances here at the Major alive, or if Furia will be surviving. We'll be right back.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is Aceone's commercial. But Aceone spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to Acezone.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
It is time for the CS2 fantasy draft here at the PGL Major. I've got Hades with me from Ence. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing good, doing good. Hello.
You ready for drawing your best team possible with a bit of a roulette spin while going through it all?
We're ready.
You ready?
Can't
Okay.
wait.
Let's get the first one. Let's see which team. It's all 24 teams who are here at the Major. And we'll see which one it lands on first and who you'll be able to get. And it will be Amcal. Okay. So who would you like to pick from Amcal?
Forrester.
Forrester. Why Forrester?
I just think he's like a really solid player.
Okay.
He was always performing, especially like in the old lineups, like in Tropics and stuff. I think he's really good and really underrated.
Oh, really underrated. I like that. Forrester is our starting point. We go on to the second one. We'll see who's going to come through next. And this will be... Oh, you wanted Vitality,
yeah,
right?
once that Zyvo, you know?
That would have been a nice, easy one, but there's some pretty good players you can get here.
Yeah, I'll get Shuhei for IGL.
Shuhei. Oh, straight in for the IGL. Your Polish boy as well,
Yep.
so you know.
It's my man, my man.
Got him to represent in there.
Yep.
Okay, we're looking at a good team here. We're ignoring language communication. I don't know if Forrester speaks good English or not, but...
No idea.
We'll make it work no matter what. Now, this might be the harder one.
I mean, these guys ranked me on Pro League.
Oh!
So I know a bit about them.
Okay.
I'll go for Starry.
Starry.
Yeah, I think it's really good.
So you got wrecked by them already one time?
Yeah, on Pro League. It was like a game for 0-3 and yeah, we lost that one.
Oh no. Painful memories.
Yep.
But you've now got them on your team. Oh.
Oh yeah.
Well.
Oh, this is an obvious one, let's be honest. You know?
Yeah?
Donk.
Oh yeah, I wonder why, you know?
you know how it is. I mean, if I remember correctly, Star is an OPA, Forrest is an anchor, Donk is just a killing machine.
Yep.
She is an IGL, so we just need someone which will fill, you know?
Okay, let's go
some
find
good
them.
rifle.
Some rifle that will fill in the gaps. Maybe a versatile player in there. Ooh, you'd definitely be able to find it here.
For sure. I'll go for Nerds.
Nerds?
Yeah.
Okay.
Two aggressive guys, Donk and Nerds.
Yeah, but I was about to say this is a very aggressive team.
We can make it work.
Who'd you send in first?
I think Donk.
Donk, yeah. Donk in first, Nerds to follow up all the time.
Yep.
Everyone else can chill.
Entry every round.
That's it. I like it. Now, if you had this team going to this major now, how far do you think they would get?
No, I see playoffs potential at least.
Playoff potential for Haders' team. That is our GM giving us his best go at it. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
The Polish-Danish Ence ensemble have to answer back here on Ancient, right? They are staring Elimination dead in the face, and it was a slow-starting Furia now to put them in this position, right? We've seen Furia kind of warm up as we've hit the BO3s. They took the win over Koi just yesterday. Now they sit a map up here. Hugo, is there hope? Is there a road to redemption?
I'm a little worried for Ence, right? And it's more so coming down to the map pool, because if we think about this Ence core, it's the 9 core, right? And what do we always think about 9, especially last year in their rise through Paris, for example, the RMR, it was how good their Vertigo was. But we saw in BO3s where 9 would start super strong, taking Vertigo. They would always struggle. They'd always go to an Ancient, they'd lose it, and then they'd often lose a series in 3, even though they were the Vertigo merchants. Well, now it's the inverse. Vertigo's the final map of the series. I think if we get there, Ence are in great position to win this series, but this is going to be the hardest battle to even arrive in the 3rd map. Ancient, which, don't get me wrong, has been no sweet treat for Furia in this year. I mean, what has? Ancient's a worrying one. Vertigo's where it all changes, but Ence don't have a backup plan. They've got to win this now, or they will be going home empty-handed.
Yeah, you know, and I think for Furia here, sure, we didn't love the taste of their Ancient, but they still had that very close affair to Legacy where it was all the way into the OTs, right?
Yeah,
and it has been a map that Furia have always looked to play.
Yeah, last year wasn't too bad for them. It's just middling results. It's more just about the form of Furia, which right now feels like it's red hot. That was some great Counter-Strike played. Cello stepped up in a big way. Even though we had Ence winning some humongous clutches, Furia still didn't let that break them. K-Sarata performing as we expect. I mean, he's the third highest rated player of this entire stage coming into this matchup, and that's despite Furia being in the 1-2 position. So there's something to say for K-Sarato's form right now. Even Yuri's uptick has been great recently, a fantastic RMR. So yeah, it definitely does sound the alarms for Ence right now. After a fantastic Katowice, this team may not make another stage.
It's all to play for then as we get ready to head into Ancient. See their centerpiece of the Ence squad, Glaive. This one matters to him a hell of a lot. A chance to progress on to try and play in front of the home crowd, something he was able to bestow upon the rest of the Poles back in Katowice.
But at the end of the day, if they're not going to make it through the opening stage, they certainly weren't going to make it through the elimination stage. So it's do up or shut up right now for Ence in this must-win map to stay alive. Fight in middle for many players on both sides, and the Brazilians come out on top. 4 strong in mid, and they find 3 kills instantly.
Oh, a really rough way for this one to open. It's only Kylar left. They're going to go back and check for him. They've spotted him now, and they just look to keep this aggression, swinging him together. They've got him boxed in over at Donut, and they'll finish the job there and then. Pistol round secured for Furia. The good times keep rolling in for the Brazilians.
Yeah, Cello's loving his life right now. He's been bringing very good energy to this team, especially the Americas RMR as well, where Furia just ran over everyone. They've always been best in the region, right? And I don't just mean South America, often North as well for a long while, back in the online era. But at this event, we just question whether they're even the best Brazilian team. We have Pain already through 3-1. We have Imperial and Legacy fighting on. Furia, they had something to play for starting 0-2 down for the BO3 sweep. This round looks easy. They're melting Ence.
Fury cooking up the Brazilian barbecue, man. He lights them up with the fire down towards ramp. And Ence never even get to make a dent. This was a forced buy. They were all in on this round, and it's ended by util over towards ramp. That's like the best way your B defense could ever hope to go. You get a double kill thanks to the util. You know your job's done.
Yeah. No way in. No way out for Ence. We need heroes to stand around Glaive right now to perform.
I mean, you really thought that, like, after that 1 HP, 1v2, I know we keep going back to it, but those are the rounds that normally have that impact, that lasting impression across the map. They can completely change the outcome of a series. But Furia looked unfazed, and Ence didn't get, like, crazy fired up on the back of it. They went on a bit of a streak. They won a few more clutches in there. Looking at Goofy for those.
And that's even with Diha playing far better than he has throughout this entire tournament, right? Bottom of the entire stats table. But I'd say his Mirage was decent. He had a solid B hold on CT side. Ooh, Kesarata got jumping, but it's all cleaned up in middle on this anti-eco. So yeah, it didn't feel like you could point to Diha and say that he was the problem on that last map. Just felt like Fury were playing fantastic team CS, especially in that second half. Fallen even took a second round eco as well. He played USP there, so that's just, or a third round rather, that screams to the confidence in his team at getting rid of those pistols. And now, if he wants, he can probably buy an orb. So he shall. Double MP9, orb, still 4 rifles for Ence.
Back to this heavy mid control for Furia. Looking like they're going to couple it up with a lane take as well. This is a nice way to open up this first rifle round. They own mid, they own lane. And Owens, Goofy, and Kylar knocks them out of middle early with the MP9 spam. And out of all the ways this could have started your first rifle round, your chance to kind of put your best foot forward and look to recover this long streak of rounds that have been building up against you, you get wrecked by the worst gun that Furia have.
Yeah, those MP9s and, well, Art specifically is always going to play fearless, but in a round like that, you may as well throw yourself in a close position. Furia lobbed nades into B lane and rushed the Ence smoke up at heaven. They played like they had nothing to lose. And even though Ence tried to punish that by nading the mid smoke and popping out, well, they're getting punished right back. Orb with a re-peek, easy pickings for Fallen, and he has been playing great today. Does feel like player to player, Furia have that firepower in this matchup, and we haven't seen Ence match it yet. Hades finishes Art on the A side, but Fallen's got his retreat locked out.
One more, but Cello there ready to trade, so no crazy 1v5 from Hades. First rifle round taken, and it's very determined right now for Furia, right? We kind of saw them get a bit celebratory towards the end of Mirage. The hype was certainly there, but come this second map, Fallen is being demanding of the squad. He wants them focused. He doesn't want careless mistakes here. I feel like Art across these BO3s especially has really kind of found his footing as well. You're still getting those like signature aggressive moves. Oftentimes his stat lines have looked good.
Especially in that Koi game, his entering was unbelievable on T side, so setting a real hot start for Furia, who right now in this form, from watching the Koi game, from watching this match, it feels like they're believing in the 0-2 to 3-2 recovery. It's looking like a different team entirely to those opening games, to that embarrassment against Limvision. Fallen, fast fingers. Oh, often caught with a Molotov in hand, but it might not matter. His team have already cut down the mid-split. These rifles feast as Keserato finds 3, and there is absolutely no cause for concern on the CT side of Ancient so far.
Yeah, and already the alarm bells are going off. Like, Keserato wasn't even really required to step up and have any crazy moments on Mirage. For the most part, you were looking at really Cello to kind of be the one, the front man there. But now Keserato, it has awoken. You know, the real beast is out and in the server and roaming around and hungry for blood. 10-1 on Keserato off the top of this game. And that just adds even more firepower to this Furia squad. Do Ence have the manpower, the solutions to this?
Okay,
do they have the brain or the brawn?
Man with the brain is at the front line right now, and Yuri's getting flashed in, but that flash blinded him. Fallen's even gone through and back to the mid side, covering Art. This is a little uncomfortable for Furia, even though it's by their own doing. Aggressive at Heaven. Ence are ready to fight. They're ready for a response. Fallen's Orb is the perfect solution, but he's aiming in the wrong place. And Diha nails the headshot. 5v3 now. No excuses for Ence. They need this round.
Art should be dead here. That smoke in bottom mid is long since faded, and he exists on this tiny little island that gets pincered by Goofy. 5v2.
Easy.
Furia might look to group here, and in doing so, they would send both players over towards B. That is currently where Ence are leaning. That's where the bomb is. They also have a player out in A. Cello here alone was the star Mirage, but wrapped on by Diha. Ence are able to get so entrenched that there's no world where Cello could look to pick that up. And so a job well done for the Ence squad, successfully shutting down this mid and lane aggression that has been paramount to Furia's success in these rifle rounds.
Yeah, I like that Furia still going for plays at 5-0, right? They're not like falling back into extremely passive setups. They can do now and see what Ence have cooking on this T side, but it shows that Furia are not scared. They're not playing to, survive in this game. They're playing to win. And we were getting the same taste on Mirage CT as well. Lots of nice setups. Fallen going for opening picks. And Furia immediately cool attack to straighten things out. Do have Hades AWP on the T side. Commonly going to see Fallen be very mobile on the CT side of this map. He likes his boost to be as well on long side, deep and close, to peek through the doors. These are all things Ence will be aware of, that Hades has to factor in his openings. Instant door smoke can get Furia some control.
Back to middle again. Good nades between Art and Keserato to snuff this one out, but Art tries to take it one step further, and it's that greed that gets the better of him there. Fallen also fed to Goofy on a tear in middle. They're going to try funnel even more players at him, but they arrive just too late. Goofy's got all this room now. Posted back in the donut. A big round from Goofy. Will Cello have his number? Not clearing the back of the donut. The timing is weird. The plant denied. Goofy will make up for it with the fourth. Yuri temporarily has a 1v1 available right here, right now. And so for Goofy, it's put up or shut up. It's ace or nothing. Yuri through Temple. Bomb at his feet. And Goofy has to nail the first shot he's given. He doesn't have the health to sustain a gunfight. 4 in the round, but that's all he gets as Yuri picks up the 1v2 and keeps Furia with a dominant lead under their belts.
That's disastrous. The play through the smoke to drop the bomb, and Goofy's doing nothing wrong, right? He feels like he's got great timing covering that. He still thinks a red smoke's up, but just letting his teammate fall. If that plant goes in before the planter dies, Hades doesn't need to move out of main. Goofy doesn't need to clutch that one-on-one. It's a very different looking round, but 4 kills on a mid-explosion for Goofy, and it's snuffed out. Furia wearing their bomb vests, and they absolutely obliterate B ramp, expecting maybe a B rush for Ence, but they're not that desperate, not yet. 6-1, this is a disastrous beginning for Ence. No ifs, ands, or buts. Cello attempting to fight the ramp.
Yeah, it was some nice util here to kind of like stem the bleeding of this lane control. You get re-smoked in at the door, but they flash through it. They confirm that no one from Furia has pushed down the ramp. They do know that Cello was hanging around over towards long, and they've dealt with him now. Orpa Hades just holding this line, and Yuri, if he tries to back up, if he tries to change position, he will get fed to that AWP.
Nice smoke, it's going to buy time. They've actually got 3B as well.
Yeah, still for Furia, you're left with this feeling that you're on a bit of a timer. You can't keep 3B forever. If Ence were to go A, you lose the round. So they try to take some space, and in doing so, they walk right into Diha.
They know now.
Yuri really wanted that trade, really wanted a chance at dealing with Diha back in Jag, and he will lock in the kill at least. 30 seconds, you still have Goofy. Over towards main.
Is this going to be a super late A play? Like, get the smokes in, then Goofy activates? This is so delayed. 24 seconds. The bomb is going T-spawn. There is no room for error. If K-Serata can survive, if he can block this play, he can win the round. But Goofy is here to silence him with a backstab. He's starting to run. They're getting desperate, but they will have the kill on the plate. The bomb's coming through. 10 seconds. Yuri, 1 kill will do it, but he misses his shot. And Goofy once again stands up. The cover is perfect. The timing is so close, but it's still around for Ence.
And I mean, hats off to Goofy there, right? Doesn't let the bomb planter fall this time, does everything he can and then some to protect him. There was no margin for error. That one came down to the millisecond.
Oh, to make that call to rotate the bomb through T-spawn at 20 seconds? 25. The only reason they're doing it is because the only guaranteed safe path is A main. They know they have that. Furia could be a mid, they could be in donut, and K-Serata blocked it with Molly Smoke. So he almost caused problems there. Goofy's timing was not too late. Okay, Fallen saves and all, but otherwise, this is an empty bank account for Furia on IOUs. So Ence might be able to build into this half about now. I mean, they need to. It's now or never.
Fury actually buy up around that saved door.
Ooh. Very risky. Double eco either way, may as well help Fallen out. Full A execute.
So really, when you're looking at this, you need a 1-for-1 out of K-Serata. If he gets nothing, the round is lost. Good flash, and Kylar opens up with the kill. Furia will never even begin to rotate. They will never even move around. Now they might, especially because this plant's going to be a little late. The bomb was dropped back outside of main, which Glaive had to go back and get.
They don't know this.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you're Furia, you're just taking your chance to do this round again, right? They knew they were double eco. They get a second chance to play a stack. And this time they at least come in with an extra AK. So positionally, they shouldn't be winning that round, and they know their odds. So Ence find 3. Furia run it back once more. But is this like Mirage all over again, where Furia start with a dominant lead and Ence give us something to believe in the mid? But then it just dims. Ence need the longevity here to take us to Vertigo, where they finally can be argued as clear favorites, at least on a map.
I like that awareness from Fallen. You see someone jumping across, you're like, okay, they're trying to bait me to fire and then knock this AWP out of the round, so he just doesn't even attempt the fight. I mean, I think kind of build on what you just said in terms of it, needing to be more than just this flash in the pan, or else it's going to feel just like Mirage. This is, almost like a quality that Fallen has brought to the Furia squad, the decision to go and save there in spite of finding the 4v4. Back in the day, you might have seen them, look to give those sorts of rounds a go, and sometimes you'd see Furia get in weird economic situations because of the overzealousness in rounds like that. But Furia's got a kind of big picture, a grand design for how he wants this to play out. And so the save allows Furia to keep this game competitive and keep the pressure on. Gives them a bit more longevity and that chance to bounce back. To make this only a small streak in the middle for Ence.
They've really been just trying to deny Ence's B control, calling their bluff with Veto, and haven't pushed it since Ence got in with their first round. Ooh, little flash play finally, but the molly is well timed by Ence. It denies that aggro. And Ence have been going through the door smoking the molly anyway. They don't fall for Furia's tricks. Art playing with fire.
Might have looked crazy, but doing that actually just saved his life. They peeked him from over towards heaven, and so if he didn't walk into that smoke, he would have been dead. He's allowed to get out and still play this round, thanks to that little voice in the back of his head that Art has.
A method to the madness. Furia certainly believe in it, and right now the results are there. 6-3, a crucial round with KScerato. Wait, no, you're joking.
Oh no. Oh no.
The Fire Walker.
And now they think it's clear. KScerato will not get checked here. This is at least one, but it could be so much more than that. And he just holds the shot. He can't hold it forever.
He tells his team, go B. This is a guaranteed setup right now. They're just grouping B with a mid-lug. He's killed the lug. Now he knows where everyone is.
And he even goes on to take it one step further. KScerato and his ability to walk through the fire, through the flames, looks to deliver Furia salvation in a 7th. Diha dead on the cross-in, and it's only Hades left.
Oh, they are kicking themselves. That looked perfect, but it's maybe a molly you throw in your prac and you go, yeah, that covers everything. Didn't stand in the corner. And a centimeter's difference, KScerato uproots the entire round. That really is just meant to be.
He had like fire above him. I don't understand how he's not burning there.
It's not global offensive, I'll tell you that. That would have burnt him on the other side of the map, but damn. Just a little gap, a little pocket, and KScerato zips it up. So nice.
And even losing around to that is really frustrating if you're Ence, because now you're looking down the line and you're like, well, someone missed the molly, and it looked dead on, like you're saying, but you're frustrated. That's essentially a bit of util just, slightly off the mark, and it costs you everything.
Yeah. All right, back to B then. 4 players taking some more speed. Hades has a spawn. He wants to use it, but Furia have not played towards cave in this TT side. And to finally work that out, and they're taking it aggressively. Oh, denial of the ramp rush. And while Hades holds the line, Diha can clear the corners, get control of cave. It's just looking like they want to hit B, but still 2 players on the other side of the map.
Not dead early. They learn about the AWP back in cave. This gets very claustrophobic for these 2 Furia players inside of B. You're Ence, you've got them trapped, you've got them boxed in, and they're going to look for ways to get out of there.
Still A, but I don't know why. Furia, for some reason, haven't rotated. They've still kept 2 at this site. KScerato starting to lean back as it goes quiet, but this is far from a commitment. Ence are just holding their feet firmly in this position. Now it's just Fallen.
Oh, hang on. KScerato now will run away.
Oh my goodness,
The timing on that is brutal.
That's a round.
Oh, right place, right time, but just looks away as the exec comes in. The bomb's still milling around down at the bottom of mid, and that's nearly the lineup for Serato that could have sent Furia back in for this round.
Yeah. That's just disastrous. I don't know why he moves. What call did Furia make? They already had Serato clearing mid. In theory, there's a timing donut open, but it just feels unlikely. Maybe Fallen scared of the potential A split. He wants to get back safely in Temple. That's just very unlucky. But Ence make the most of it. They don't fumble. They use that cave control to just put the fear in Furia. That we have so much space at B, we could execute at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, they're just amassing in A main. Shadow helps Cello save. As long as he doesn't swing.
Yeah, thankfully, you know, I think if that's like, you know, the way that they kind of uproot the entire game plan, that's one. If you're falling, hopefully you can just kind of shrug off a little bit. You know, you just tell yourself, well, that's Counter-Strike timings for you. He's been doing this a long time. He's had that happen before. Yeah. So, you know, anything that takes you out of it just yet.
Just feels like that was the round to make this game dominant versus tighter at the half. But they did it on Mirage with 7-5. They may have to do it again. Can Ence find that final piece of the puzzle here on their T side?
Hades wanted the boost.
It's Molly's
no one there to give it to him. So Hades instead just takes matters into his own hands, walks up the ramp, tries his hand at the opener. Cello, his life is being made very uncomfortable. They forced him into this corner. They should know that he's here, but no one's looking. Gets out with a double kill, and that repels the B play. Suddenly you're left hoping that someone overextends, someone feeds this AWP in at ramp. Goofy's calling, I'm all the way through A. I am in the back line right now, but everyone else is falling like flies.
It's a bomb.
Goofy can't do this alone. And even as he gets the drop on one man.
Wait a sec.
Oh, no. Gives one away. Hades gets him with his back turned, and now Goofy's moving back over to join up with the AWP. Ence aren't out of the round yet, not by a long shot. Yuri waits back in cave, overran, overwhelmed. It's only Serato left. Usually the player over towards Donut, and that's where Goofy came from. So what's the call here for Ence? Do they play off the tendencies, or do they follow through with this B play? Walking it up the ramp, Serato, right place, gonna have a chance at the 1v1, but Goofy annihilates him on the swing. And these A-lurks from Goofy have been so valuable to the Ence squad. That one there, it felt like he kind of missed the window. It felt like it was too far gone already. But Goofy and Hades are able to make magic happen in that 2v4.
Yeah, that's after Yuri spams the bomb, forces Hades to recommit up ramp, and then he goes back and kills Art aggressing, trying to hunt down Goofy. Just a step too far. They're playing aggressive in B because they feel like they're being flanked. They feel like that A-lurker is back in CT. They're trying to confirm it. And Furia walk into the waiting arms of Goofy. He has single-handedly given Ence a chance in this map. He has won them both of their rounds in full buys. The ones that actually had implications. And now Ence sit yet again, like Mirage, on 5. It's not a lot. But it's all they've got. Furia have a lot of util.
Yeah, loads of util. For a fast B-pop, and Hades deleted his Cello. Opens up, glorious double kill off of the Glock. And that should already be the round done.
Yeah.
That's the save call coming in for Ence. Glaive is saying, I'm on a big backstab, I'm on a big wrap round, but unless he cooks up a kill right here, right now, they can't justify going for this. Serato out on a bit of an island will get dropped.
But nothing to lose in trying.
Glaive keeping the pressure on. Teammate in now behind him, Fallen holding on a ramp, and he'll rein them in, him and Cello.
Oh my god. There is no sanctuary on this map. There is no safety for Diha. dead as a doorknob. 8-5. Furia find it yet again. Dude, Cello has played phenomenal in this series today. This is a guy, when he got brought in, the roles didn't feel right. He didn't look comfortable. Felt like a downgrade. But the longer in this team, the better games we've been getting out of Cello. It's not just the vibe checks that we constantly see, the energy he brings, but he's been performing as well. Top of the server right now. Was fantastic on Mirage, on that CT side especially. And there's no force in the books for Ence to full eco. Furia, majority outside of the A site. So call it 9-5. Their job is done.
Chance for Cello to sweeten the deal here, and it's clinically done. Not only the 2 kills, but the info that this stack has moved down through ramp. And so Furia are able to just run home. Oh my God, Cello. Leave him alone, man. There's smokes there.
Hurry up, Hades, they say. They're calling him. Oh. Oh.
There we go. Yuri knew he was there somewhere. Just had to retrace his steps. And look, man, every time he looks to his left, you just see the beaming smile of Cello, the guy top fragging and carrying you to the win right now. It's got to instill some belief. It's got to instill some confidence, and it feels like it has for Furia.
Yeah, for Ence, it's just stress, man. This is a team that had a dominant display at their debut in Katowice, carrying themselves all the way to the playoffs run. Rounds away from beating Falcons in those semis or quarters rather. And yeah, it's been a fall from grace ever since. The RMR was fantastic for Ence. A team that felt like it was built for the major circuit. But this may be where their story ends. Oh, okay. Of course, Cello recovers that. And it goes from bad to worse.
Glave's not really a guy you associate too much as being one to crumble under the pressure, but I don't know, I feel like something's changed here on this second map. He certainly had his moments on Mirage. He had that big clutch round here. He's looked out of it. Seemingly never a good time on home soil. Poles are desperately trying to recover this round. Trying to do right by their captain. And they've been able to get it to a 4v3 at least. Around the corner they go. They keep this aggression moving down the ramp. And Furia were not ready for it all over again, just up in their face.
I like the backup as well. Just play it together, play it in the bomb sites. 4-on-2, the time is ticking. They re-aggress elsewhere, and the pressure is on Furia. There's no way to save this round, you'd like to think. Hades finds another. It's only Keserato, and he's been a monster, but even he knows this one's too far gone. Just save the AK for later. So Ence. Something shown in this CT side. They do right by Glaive, who just goes waltzing through ramp smoke. And they will find the round in his absence.
Counter-terrorists win.
The only Astralis era player to qualify for that Copenhagen major. Everyone else left behind in the dust.
I mean, these were some really slick mid-round moves. They're not like emblematic of a team that feel like this has gotten away from them yet, right? That's not like a push from desperation. That's very calculated in terms of how they do it. And so I hope, we can get a bit more out of that out of Ence before all is said and done here.
This is scary because they got through the util at top mid, but Argo's blinding through the smoke before anyone's ready to help him out. Cello has a smoke down, but he wasn't anywhere close enough. That's right on the money. Kyler trades through the smoke. Keserato had no business winning that fight. 3-on-3. Furia have been given a lifeline.
He's walking aggro up through main.
This is the bomb.
doesn't want to give this one away. Checks for Hades, gets him trapped in main. Keserato's moving in. Hades has got to make a stand here or get the hell out, and he'll go for the latter. Uses that brief moment to reconvene with Goofy inside of the site, and that's when Furia changed their mind. When you see players that deep through main, you anticipate it was going to be the A play. It was the bomb spotted. But this is a nice reposition, more mid-round grouping out of Ence, and it's looking to serve them well. Hades and Goofy, a killer piece, and just a lonely Keserato to be cut down over in middle. Goofy continues a hot streak here for Ence.
Yeah, I do enjoy how Ence are playing on CT side. Like when they keep going for these two-man pushes all over the map. They did it at B, double down ramp, drop the bomb, back up into the site, re-aggro cave. They're just constantly trying to play these trade setups and push Furia on awkward timings. As soon as Hades gets out, they go back for Donut. They never want Furia to know what's up, because Furia, they spot Hades that deep, they know there's going to be a second to A. So they try and rotate quick out. So Ence are giving us reason to believe here on the CT side. Playing very mobile, playing very optimistic. That's what they need right now. Kylo with a nice spray. It's only pistols for Furia, and they should be made quick work of.
Yeah, nice, easy cleanup here. And so a one-round game after all. Furia don't want to watch this lead turn to dust before their very eyes, but they might not be given a choice here. It's Ence in the driver's seat once we've hit this second half.
3 in a row, but let's see them do it on another gun round. I will put them in pole position. And with the Vertigo as the third, as we open this map by saying, that's where the core of this Ence squad have found their infamy.
Something a little more stripped back for Furia, fast in towards main. Diha lobbing in util really softens them up, and he even opens with that kill on a Fallen. Can't keep the good times rolling in, but buys a bit more time for Kylar to get set up inside of the site.
Almost.
He won't escape. No good deed going unpunished here in the A play.
He was so far forward with the spam from CT. I'd love to just have seen him get activated there. No one was even considering it.
He's 4 and 13. I don't think he's feeling that confidence to go for that right now. He's just going to hang out in the temple.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a bit quiet here, there's still doubt about it. Ence have a third player of B who now needs to hurry that rotation. Bomb stuck. They don't have Donut though. It's not like Furia are super comfortable, and that will make it worse. Glaive comes swinging before any of his team.
Yeah, that one's a little odd. If he wasn't willing to go for it earlier in the round, to go for it then seems crazy when you still have Hades so far removed, so far away. Can Goofy be that hero again, doing all he can to bring Ence back into the fold? Art, low on health, has to clutch this up, but he can't get away. And so Ence will tie this up. They pull through in spite of Glaive giving away that advantage in the retake. Hades and Goofy will deliver.
It's got to feel good for Glaive knowing, at least in this map, he can rely on his squad. It felt like they were letting him down at times in Mirage, but we're getting Goofy just mauling Furia right now in this map. And Hades coming through with a saving grace clutch. Poor. Right as that molly falls short as well, you felt like that let Art in, and you never want to give that guy room. A desperate buy for Furia as well. They put money in on Art. They've still saved for later. A plant will relieve the tension, but without it, there will be players lacking. God, look at the gap at B as well. If Cello just walked through that smoke, he'd have the sight. Furia have at least bounded out middle. Kylar in the window. No orb. No one's been able to really establish money. I say that Hades has 9 grand. But with how mobile Ence have been playing, I don't feel like the orb's really going to fit into some of these double pushes they're doing in mid-rounds. Glaive's up in main. Diha's jiggling mid. That enforces a triple B hold. Oh, Keserato. Bad to worse. Feels like Glaive can't catch a break.
But I mean, this has been one of these maps where Glaive's not played into it. Ence are doing this for Glaive. They want to try and bring him back into the picture, and they want to show they've got his back through and through. Serato double kill to open. Oh, extends that lead, that advantage in this one. Kylar's dead as Art, million-mile-an-hour peak. Nails him on that swing.
Wow.
And Hades left far too far away to have any say in how this one goes down. Furia from nowhere in a round where they had 2 rifles to fall back on have secured double digits.
Yeah, even though Serato got 2 kills, Ence didn't budge. They didn't move a muscle. So Furia still walking into B felt pretty worrying there. Like, Ence still had a chance, but not with Art hitting shots like that. Fantastic peek onto Kylar, and Hades will not survive the night. No save today. And even if he wants to buy an AWP, it will come at the cost of dropping his teammates now. That's a question poised. Nice lurk for Serato, finds the weak point. It feels like Furia know Glaive's playing A. They know he's having a tough time, and they're here to abuse that. Hades does buy an AWP. He's dropped 1 gun. And it's Ence with a timeout now. And maybe their final chance, their last hurrah here in Copenhagen. If Furia just piece together these final blows.
There is this classic, Furia deception. In the round where they had nothing to lose, they could gain it all. But now the riches are right there for the taking. That's often where Furia feel like they're under the most pressure, where those mistakes get made. Oh, bringing out the MAC-10.
Oh dear.
You already know what that means. Heavy lean over towards B. They don't want to leave much to the imagination in this one. There's no faking over in mid. There's no taking of A main. There's no backup plan for Furia. This one has to work over at this B site. Art leads the way. Goofy, blind, run out by the MAC-10, will get shut down. Follow up from Cello, and this one's starting to come undone. Glaive with the reply, with support from Kylar. Glaive, who sat bottom of the board with an MP9 in a corner, has somehow flipped the script on this round. The man they forgot about, the one angle that went unchecked. And it might be the one that takes it away, unless Serato can stake his claim here and now. Glaive's the one to get past. Glaive the man to beat. Hades moves in on the Serato! Destroys their dreams here and now!
5v3 to 3-on-1 to clutch for Serato. That will haunt Ence.
Right when you think they've done enough, they've recovered this unwinnable round. Ence thought they'd done it there and then.
That's a heartbreaker. That kills any faith.
And they will never understand how Serato just did that to them in their elimination match. But we saw it and we were there. Serato with a phenomenal clutch. And that's put all the energy in Furia, all the faith in Furia. They are in control of this one till the end.
And again, the perfect call. Furia just walk out of A main, because where has the hole been in this CT side? Glaive pushed straight into the donut, and this is already 12 rounds. This is already elimination point for Ence. They can throw their bodies through the smoke. They can stack their nades. It matters not.
Hard hit by the nade stack, but able to go blow for blow with it. This should just be a formality for Furia. It should be. Made a little dicey with that kill there, and we've seen them fall down at the pistols, but not in this round. Not now.
Not when it matters.
And so Furia have got 3 chances to walk this one over the line.
Unbelievable. And to do it in 2 if they can as well. Sure, Ence had a heroic start of the year, but it might have just been a honeymoon phase. Furia, quite the inverse. From 0-2 down, looking to pull this all the way back to that final chance at the elimination stage tomorrow. Can they finish Ence? Can they kick them while they're down? Yuri looks towards B. The entry comes to him. Goofy, the top performer, removed immediately, and it's scramble. It's a panic, but it's also a gamble. Ence don't know. The A site's open.
And just like that, with that rotate from Hades, with that kill coming through, that looks to be the beginning of the end here. Ence are scrambling bodies around. They're flustered. They feel like this got away from them the moment that clutch did. And now it's all coming undone. Art and Fallen set up, back in Temple, ready to lock this one down, ready to send Ence packing. After Denmark robbed Furia at their home major, Brazil bites back twice as hard in Copenhagen. And the last remnant of the greats from Denmark's era in Glaive is wiped off the map in the opening stage of the major.
Unbelievable win for Furia. I think Cello has really laid his claim on this game today. Both maps was a monster. Serato coming through with clutches. That 1v3, the third highest rated player, and Furia have more to do. They have one more match away from them to get to that elimination stage.
Yes, they do, but I think they can tank some confidence from this one. I'm still reeling from that Serato round. Wow. Oh my God.
Wow. That wasn't too bad. It was a pretty good
clutch. Is that all I can say?
Yeah, that's. I mean, look, that's why he's been one of the best riflers. We kind of pumped him up, and we all know at this point we don't even need to pump up. He is one of the best riflers. His clutch ability is incredible, and he just showed how valuable he can be in these kind of clutch situations, especially in a clutch moment within a game. Especially because that round looked like it was Furia's, ripped away from them, and then it all fell apart, and then Papa Serato came
That was a game changer, right? They couldn't bounce back from that one at all. That was
the final dagger.
That was the final dagger right there, and as you said, they were coming back into the game. They could have equaled the score. They could have gone ahead for the first time in the game as well. Unfortunately for the man on the screen right here, Glaive and the Ence boys, they weren't able to cope with that, which is understandable. That was a tough game. That was a very much back and forth game as well. They had their chances, but when you lose a clutch like that against Serato, 1v3 pinned into the cave, then you can't realistically expect to win the map, let's be honest.
No, it was tough for him there, the position he was playing as well. Banks will be talking to Glaive in just a second, because no matter how you lose these ones, it hurts, but it never really got going. The whole major.
No, it's been a bit of a weird one for Ence. We had high expectations. We saw them play so well in Katowice. We saw them play well at the qualifier as well. We've seen this team come together out of nowhere. We weren't expecting them to be great, and all of a sudden they gave us this, I wouldn't call it false promise, you know, because we have seen the ceiling, but it does feel a little bit hard to see Glaive and the Ence boys fall so hard after such a short period of playing good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and I mean, they gave us a few of those upsets early on. I think, you know, what you said in the pregame or the pre-series was apt, was just like, you know, we had some expectations based off some of those upsets, and it's always going to be hard to meet them when it starts high at the new team's beginning. Nailed it.
Expertly said. Banks is standing by with Glaive.
Thank you, Shocks. That's right, I've got Glaive with me here. And Glaive, I want to look at just, this is obviously such a heartbreaking moment for you guys, but the highs on Ence from when this 5 came together was very high, and then we come to this and it goes 1-3, especially in Copenhagen. Does that make it sting more?
Of course it does. I mean, I know the boys really wanted me to go into Royal Arena, and I really wanted it myself. We pushed ourselves a lot to coming into this event. We tried everything we could, both inside the server, outside the game. We tried a lot of different things. Didn't really work out. We even played, I think we played a bit better when we played like just before this tournament. Nothing really clicked for us this tournament. Really unfortunate.
In your experience, what do you put it down to when you say it wasn't clicking? Because everyone's been quite positive about what we've been seeing and how this roster's come together at events across the board.
I mean, it's tough to say, right? I mean, of course, there's some individual skill, but there's also some review of demos to see what we can do better tactical-wise. I think we'll need to take a look at it. Right now, it's hard to say, but I mean, maybe just not good enough.
And in terms of it not being good enough, do you feel like at times the pressure was getting to you guys more, given that it's the major? I know maybe not for you, but for some of the other players, was that coming into the mindset of it?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure. It's hard to say if it's the pressure or not. I didn't really feel the pressure that much. So I think the boys didn't feel the pressure that much as well. I mean, it's a really lame excuse, but I feel like we win 0 pistol rounds, so we get not that many good starts off the house. We have never like have really good economy coming into the half, and it can be hard to play like that because one round lost and you're on eco again, and the other team is going to have an advantage. And when we're not playing good either, then it's hard to come back without some good stats.
One thing I did notice from when we're seeing you guys on the cameras as well, is that sometimes the energy wasn't there the same way I have seen. If we talk about the RMR, if we talk about Cato, is that something you noticed at all?
Yeah, I think so. But I think it's also hard when we're not like winning rounds a lot. We try to bring energy, but yeah, when you're not winning rounds, it can be pretty tough. I mean, we did have an okay close match today. Could have been closer, but yeah, it is what it is.
Any closing words you want to say to all the fans out there?
Just want to say, like, unfortunate that we don't come into Royal Arena. I really want to play in front of the Danish crowd and all the people coming from all around the world. Hopefully, I will have the chance to do that another time.
Thank you, Glaive. Shox, back to you.
Difficult interview for him, obviously. Really struggling for words. Obviously, he is envisioning a Royal Arena that he knows very well here on home soil, and then to get such high highs it's like going so up and down because he was in a situation where he didn't necessarily have the cast around him, ended up in Ence as he would have liked. Then they made it work. In fact, they made it work more than anything. And then to be brought down to earth like this, that is such a heavy moment.
I will argue that expectations are always your worst enemy. Obviously, I think when Glaive came into Ence in the first place, he didn't anticipate them to be the major first and foremost. I don't think so. He thought there was a way they could qualify. I think he never anticipated them to do so well at Katowice as they did. So at some point, of course, his expectations as well and the realistic chance of maybe seeing himself playing inside Royal Arena occurred to his mind and felt like, listen, this is reachable. I can do this. And then, of course, when you have those expectations and you then fail to deliver, it hurts extra. I don't really blame Glaive or Ence for not showing up more here. Of course, we saw the ceiling, we saw what they could do at Katowice, but realistically speaking, had you asked us in January when you saw this lineup come together, this was the expected result. This is where we see them at, right? They're not supposed to be a top 10 or top 12 team with the current roster.
I'll give a little bit of defense over to Glaive because he called it kind of a lame point to make during that interview, but I think it was actually a really good one, is just mentioning not winning any pistol rounds. And we saw in Mirage what happened when you don't get any good starts and you don't get to build off any kind of success. Ancient is a completely different story. I felt like Ancient was Ence trying to play Furia's game. That was such a brawly map of Counter-Strike where it felt like there were players on both sides trying to force their way through smokes really early on, trying to battle through tons of utility, play that trade game on the other side of it. And I feel like, you know, that's the style that Brazilians specifically, not even just Furia, just Brazilians love to play that because they do love when that energy in the game gets really momentum based. They do love when they get to hype each other up in those big moments. And I think in some ways this Ence team is just a little bit too young and inexperienced together to stick to their game plan and try and play that game where they kind of fell into the trap of just playing for Furia.
I think it's an excellent point that you bring up right there. He also did say that some individual level was lacking within the Ence camp, and that's when you dive to calling more simple Counter-Strike. You want to call the Wolfpack mentality. Right. You don't want to do defaults because then you rely on the individuals. So I think this was Glaive admitting, you know, to some degree that the team wasn't showing up.
You were seeing it also on the cameras, right? Not like usual smiley or bouncing back, but it is Furia that lives to fight another day, and Banks is standing by with Fallen.
That's exactly right, Shox. They do live to fight another day, and it is real dangerous territory for you guys right now. But this looked like the best Furia we had seen throughout these games. Is that how it felt within this series?
Hello, everyone. The series was pretty intense. Both matches were close. Very glad that we won. And if it's the best Furia, yeah, for sure, because the first two matches we had too many rounds that went their way. Rounds we had a huge advantage in economy, and, you know, and it's best of one, and you lose pistols, make those mistakes, you're not winning a BO1 nowadays. So yeah, much better version of ourselves the last two games, and hoping for a better third one so we can get the spot.
I'm glad you mentioned some of these best of ones because we know you have to play. It's a thing you have to deal with here. But like the Elimination game and that, what do you put it down to as to why you can lose a game like that where everyone's saying Furia should have had it? It should have been yours in the bag.
I think we, as I said, we lost pistols and we lost some crucial rounds where we created some advantage for ourselves, like from 5v4, some 4v3s. And then it just happened that some of those rounds that we threw away were very important rounds in terms of the economy in the game. So when you get like 4 points because of the pistols, and then you get 2 or 3 more rounds free because you have 2 eco, it's already half of the game. So, you know, every team nowadays can win any map because of that. The game is very short, economic-wise. If rounds go exactly how you want them to go in your side, it's very easy game, you know. So it's very hard to lose rounds like that. And I think that's why we lost in the beginning of first matches.
What's the team talks looking like after each game right now for you guys, though? What's going on inside of the Furia camp?
To be honest, we kept the same mood. We have been working the same as the first matches, preparing for the games. Like, doesn't matter which opponent we're playing, it's almost pretty much the same preparation. And we just gotta keep playing as better as we can with each game that we play. And the talk in the team is just enjoy the moment, you know, play, live in the moment, live now, you know, don't think too much about the next game. So we're going round by round. I'm even counting the rounds. Every point we make, like, okay, it's 6, let's get 7. You know, it's like slow and easy. We're getting there. And now I think it's good for us because we're 2-2 and coming from 0-2. So, you know, we experienced 2 wins. And there's a couple teams who have been doing well earlier on the tournament, but now they face some defeats. So there is a little bit of a change in the mood as you go in progressing the tournament. So hopefully we're going to get a nice 3rd win here.
And do you feel like you guys are fully warmed up into the event?
I think so, yeah, you gotta be. If you're not warming up, take it home. There's nothing you can do. You gotta play well tomorrow. Let's see if we're gonna play Ecstatic or Sol. It's one of the opponents, depending on the other results we have. And let's go.
Realistically, though, you just said that, right? Ecstatic or Sol will be who you're facing. It's still, this should be Furia going through no matter what.
Hopefully, yeah, that's what we have to think, and we gotta do the best we can to achieve that. Both teams have been playing well. Sol, a huge win streak lately, but they're coming with pressure. If we have to play them, they have lost the last 2. So you see, it's always tough to play them. If you play some practice against them, they're pretty good guys.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Good luck going into your next game. Shocks, back to you on last time.
Thank you so much. Fallen saying I'm taking it round by round. I like that. He's like 6, 7. Okay, it just showed that it's like, okay, don't get tilted. Try to bring it to the finish line. And also, don't count your chickens
before they hatch?
Before they hatch? Or the chickens don't hatch? I mean, they hatch out of an egg.
Yeah.
But the egg itself hatches.
Yeah, the egg is the hatching factor.
Right.
You nailed it. Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Is this Counter-Strike related? Yes, chickens.
There are chickens,
Anyways,
yeah.
Let's react a little bit to Fallen then as well. Saying, or Banks asking, are you finally warmed up? Well, it was about time, right, Jacob?
Yeah, it was about time. I think Furia have looked much better on day 2 and day 3. Yesterday they played some decent Counter-Strike. Today it was much better as well. It is a 2-0 victory against a team like Ence, you know, so you can take that with you and build up some confidence. Quesarado playing well as well, Art having a great couple of moments. So I think there's more positives to take away for Furia than initially.
I really only have one positive takeaway from Furia. Actually, I thought they played kind of. I wasn't impressed with the Counter-Strike today, but you know, at this stage in the tournament, when you're at this kind of a record, it's just like it's get through it. It's qualify for the next stage.
Sure.
I think the one big takeaway that we have for this team that we've seen that you can say is very, very positive because we know Quesarado's level already. It's Cello. Cello had this is probably the best series I've seen him play that I can remember, that I can recall in a Furia jersey. And he's really established himself as a really important piece of this Furia puzzle. A really good anchor on the CT sides, a really good impactful entry player on the T sides. And I think he helped out a lot massively today. I think he's a big reason why they were able to win this series.
Yeah, also in terms of kind of the team atmosphere, we can always see it. We saw it at the Americas RMR as well. So, yeah. Playing really well together with Quesarado and the rest of Furia. We will be seeing them again. We are, of course, have Fallen alluded to, waiting to see what happens on the other stream because it's going to a 3rd map between Imperial and Ecstatic.
And either one of those games that they get, either one of those matchups are going to be really difficult. I think Ecstatic is surprising in the way that they're holding up throughout this opening stage as well, considering we haven't seen a lot of them before this kind of RMR stretch leading into the major. And then Sol, we talked about them today in the game that they played. Wasn't their best game today, but you face a Sol that's, you know, a little pissed off about the loss they had today, a little bit angry about the way they played today. They're coming in tomorrow prepared and ready to go and fired up. That's not a game you want to play for elimination.
Who would you rather face, Sol or Ecstatic in that one?
If I was Furia, I'd rather play Ecstatic.
Okay, fair enough. Imperial just won 2nd map, so we're heading into a 3rd between the 2.
Yes, we are. I did just say that.
Well, I said it again.
Dang! Jacob counted his chickens and they didn't hatch.
Okay, anyways. Here are the results. Incomplete, of course, because Jacob, they're going to a 3rd map.
They are going to a 3rd map. For the 3rd time, we will... Exactly. Well, there's a lot of not so smart people out there. I know that. Being one myself. The Mongols beating Elimination 2-0. That was the game that started off the day. Great to see the Mongols stepping up as well. We had high expectations for them coming into the tournament. A bit of surprise they went 0-2 on day 1, but seemingly getting better. Legacy beating Apex 2-0. The fashion they did. And I don't know about you, Jason, but it makes me feel bad for Apex because I think there's different organizations out there looking at Apex as a weak prey right now. There's certain players within that team I would like to play for my team, and I don't think necessarily that the players on Apex right now are too happy about
Name 2 of them.
I would want Jacob. I would want
Sure.
Jacob.
Yeah,
I would definitely want Jacob.
I want 2 Jacobs.
Yeah, Nog had a good period, but
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
a little bit lackluster here, right? Nog would be another one, especially given his AWP capabilities.
Sure.
He's Swedish, NIP, haha. But I don't know. It does feel like a bit of a rough circumstance for Apex.
Absolutely, it does. That's a hard one to lose, especially, I mean, you just have some likable people, like you said, Jacobs, Stico as well. You don't like seeing those guys go out.
Wow, you're saying you don't like legacy players?
Wait, does this handle like who? Players?
It's because they're losing their lead. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay,
I'm
cool.
just saying you don't want those guys to go out, so, you know, that's the way it is.
We're getting a little loopy. That's always happening.
Yeah, it's late,
It's
isn't it?
always suck to suck, you know?
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the results from A-Stream, all the ones we covered today. Of course, Eternal Fire booking their ticket over GamerLegion into the next stage. Then Pain also doing the same.
Yeah, but that Eternal Fire win was sketchy.
Was
sketchy.
it? Doesn't matter,
Yeah,
it's a win.
A win is a win, yeah. Why
Yeah,
so
but they've
mad?
looked so good recently. They've looked
Yeah.
so good recently. The fact that GamerLegion took a map, I thought they were going to take. You know, at one point it looked like they might even just win the series outright. The fact that Eternal Fire had to fight back, good to see them rise up to the occasion when they get challenged. But that's not really the Eternal Fire I expected to see coming into this major. I thought they'd have a much easier time with an opponent like GamerLegion.
Super afraid when it comes to soul gaming. I'm not gonna lie. You know, they had this fantastic start. You know,
they look
went
like they've lost a step from some of like the
exactly.
hot,
And
hot events they've had.
let's just imagine the world where they're playing Furia tomorrow in a best of 3. There's no denying that Furia, given the experience, given the severity of the game, given how Saw have played the last 2 days, that Furia would be at least my favorites in that matchup. So we're looking at a team that went 0-2 at the qualifier to go 3-2, then come in here, they go 2-0, and now they're doing the reverse sweep the wrong way. That would be quite the story, but not so nice for them.
Yeah, Fallen also said that they know them really well. I know, for instance, Pain boot camps in Portugal, for instance, so maybe they don't have as much as a surprise factor as perhaps over other teams. And speaking of Pain, that'll be the last note. I'm really excited about what they could do in the elimination stage, and I know obviously it's a huge step up, but they've got a bit of an aura around them, man, with Big Azera. I mean, it's super exciting to watch, and you're gonna put me back to earth, aren't you?
No, as much as I want to get excited about it, you know, I'm excited about Big Azera. I'm excited about how well he's playing, and obviously also Pain as well. I don't want to take anything away from the team because they are helping him, but let's imagine a world where Big Azera is not putting up a 1.55 rating on average against FaZe, against G2. Do they have anything else to stand for? Are they good enough? Are they competitive enough without Big Azera playing the life of his game? I'm not too sure.
We heard it from Big Azera himself in the winners interview as well. He was just like, I feel like this opening stage is easier than we had, you know, back in Paris, because he even said like second game we played in the first stage was FaZe. Like there are different teams of different calibers coming, and he's going to get a chance to take a crack at him again. And previously where he struggled, he's obviously hoping this is, as he said, the next stage in his career, the next step in his career, and we'll see if he can build upon it. But you know, you got to say that this looked super impressive. You know, the question is always when you get to teams like this that are coming from other regions that don't play international events all that frequently, that are part of like some of the partner teams, right, is how are they actually going to stack up? Because we really have no notes to compare them to in those previous matchups. And I didn't know that Pain was going to be able to stack up this well against even some of the competition in the opening stage.
No, so we can still be positive for now. We'll see, of course, how they do later, but that'll be the end for us here on the A stream. But of course, the action is continuing over on the B stream with Imperial taking on Ecstatic in that third map. That is for advancement, so go ahead and take a look. And otherwise, we will see you tomorrow on the A stream. Bye-bye.
Sweet dreams.
Bye.